Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Iron Bond by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Troy Duran and Anastasia Watley. Prologue. Brody.
God, the sky is so beautiful out here.
Aurora sighs against my chest, snuggling into me against the chill of the night breeze.
You can see so many stars. Way more than in town.
We're lying in a deserted field about 5 miles outside of our hometown of Ironwood, Ohio. There's a new moon tonight, and the sky is an inky black. The stars show up even more clearly against it. I pull Aurora closer to me, and the blanket we're lying on rustles against the grass underneath us. You ever seen the Northern Lights? I ask her. I feel her shake her head. If you like this, they'll blow you away. I'll take you to see them someday. The fancy name for them is the Aurora Borealis. Named after you, I guess, I tease. Aurora giggles.
Probably the other way around, Brody.
Nah, princess. The sky can only hope to be as gorgeous as you are.
You're so romantic,
she murmurs against my chest.
Where did you see the Northern Lights?
Up in Minnesota in the winter. Way up north toward the border with Canada. My dad took me ice fishing up there once. We'll go there, you and me. Or maybe Alaska, or Norway, or Sweden. They got them there too.
What about Iceland? She suggests. It sounds so mysterious.
Sure, Iceland would be cool. I don't give a damn where we go, as long as she's with me. I'd promise Aurora the whole world if she asked for it, and I'd do anything I had to just to make sure she got it. The two of us lie there quietly, listening to the crickets chirping around us and the steady beat of our breathing in tandem. Life would be fucking perfect if we could just stay like this, the two of us together, alone out here in a cabin in the woods. Out here, it ain't hard to believe Aurora when she says she'd rather be with me and have nothing but us. She always tells me that would be 100 times better than living in a mansion like her parents do, with all the money in the world, but no love between them at all. I kiss her forehead and then her lips.
I love you, Brody,
she whispers as she kisses me back. I love you, princess, I rasp. Her sigh of contentment turns into a moan when I move against her, my hands sliding under her shirt. And for a while we just drown in each other, the rest of the world so far away it just disappears. Eventually, though, reality comes nosing its way back in.
What time is it?
Aurora stirs in my arms and pulls her cell phone out of the pocket of her jeans, which are lying in a crumpled heap next to us. She groans as the screen lights up her beautiful face.
I should probably get home. Dad's been on this good parent kick lately where he started caring about how late I stay out. Why, I have no idea. But I don't want to push it. He might give me a curfew if I'm not careful.
I don't argue. Aurora's mom likes me okay, but her dad has had a problem with me ever since he found out that the gardener's son was dating his only child and daughter. I guess I ain't exactly what he had in mind for his little girl. We pull on our dew-damp clothes. I watch as Aurora finger combs her hair and pulls it back into a loose ponytail. I think about how it will be someday when we're done with high school and we're living together. I'm going to ask this girl to marry me as soon as I can. Then she'll be with me all night, every night. I'll be able to watch her fall asleep next to me in our bed. When I wake up in the morning, she'll still be there. It's all I want. And I know it's what she wants too. I'll always love Aurora. She's deep inside me, in every cell, in my blood and in my bones. Other guys my age talk about settling down with one girl like it's cutting off your balls and handing them in with your man card. I've already done my share of playing the field, though. Probably more than my share compared to guys my age. But ever since I met Aurora Wilkins, she's been it for me. I may not know a lot, but I do know that no other girl could ever compare to her. We'll go through life together. What we have together is strong as hell. It can't be broken. I may not know a lot about a lot of things in this world, but I know that. Chapter 1. Rogue. 13 years later. "Heads up, assholes!" I shout the words at a couple of the prospects hauling concrete blocks. Mensa and his sidekick Weasel jump back away from the road as I whiz by. I swear to Christ, the two of them together have just about one normal-sized brain between them. I steer the skid loader past the construction site of our new clubhouse and head down the gravel road leading further into the compound. Fuckers are lucky I didn't clip one of them just for laughs. At least maybe they'll be more careful not to get run the fuck over next time I drive by. The bucket on the skid loader is full of pavers. They're for the patio I'm building in back of the rustic cottage I'm constructing, on a patch of the 90-plus acre property the Lords of Carnage Ironwood recently bought for our new compound. Our old clubhouse was torched last year by enemies of the club and burned to the ground. After getting our revenge on them and assessing the damage to the property, the club voted to buy some land out in the country and start again from scratch. Out here we'll have a clubhouse more than twice as big as the old one. Since it's outside the city limits, the law ain't gonna touch us out here. We've got more land, too, and room for any of us who want to build our own place on the property. So far, I'm the first and only one of the Lords to build a house on the property for myself. But I bet I won't be the last. About a quarter-mile past the clubhouse, just around a bend in the road and a thicket of trees, my destination comes into view. I swing the loader to the right and drive into a dirt driveway to the right of the cottage. I put on the brakes and kill the engine. Climbing out of the cab, I immediately get to work pulling the load of pavers out of the bucket and stacking them with the others. Minutes later, I've got all the pavers out of the bucket. I hop back in and make the drive back to the clubhouse construction area. My club brother Mal comes striding up to me as I'm climbing out of the cat. "Hey, you need a hand up there at your place?" he asks, lifting his chin toward the road. "I got some time if you want another set of hands." "Nah, thanks, I'm good," I tell him. "But you can help me load some sand and bring back up there." "I can do that," he says easily. We get to work heaving bags into the bucket. I'm thankful for the assist, but even more thankful for the relative silence from Mal. He's a talkative motherfucker. Could chat the ear off a statue. And even though he's one of my closest friends, that nonstop conversation can get on my damn nerves sometimes. That's part of the reason I'm not accepting his offer of help. I like working alone. I like the quiet of it. And if it's one thing Mal usually ain't, it's quiet. When the sandbags are loaded and the bucket's full, Mal asks me again if I'm sure I don't want a hand, and I tell him I'm good. "You stay here and make sure the prospects don't fuck anything up," I tell him, nodding toward Mensa and Weasel. He chuckles. "Not to worry. Axel's got him doing shit that can't hurt anything," he says, referring to our club president. "Don't tell them that. Those two idiots will take it as a challenge." Weasel ain't so bad," Mal grins. "At least he knows how to follow orders and shut his trap." The irony of Mal implying Mensa talks too much isn't lost on me. I'm about to rib him about it when Axel himself comes out the front door of the clubhouse. "Mal," he calls, "need you to get over to the shop." The shop is Ironwood Car and Truck Repair, the club's main legit business. Like our clubhouse, it got torched too, but unlike the old clubhouse, we decided to rebuild the shop on the old property and take advantage of the extra room to build on and expand it, bulldozing the old clubhouse to make more space to park the vehicles we're working on. "What's up, Prez?" Mal calls back. Axel approaches us. "Dante needs to go pick up Tori and take her to the hospital," he says. "Guess Tori's having some unusual contractions. She doesn't think anything's wrong, but Dante's taking her just to be sure." Dante is our club's enforcer. His old lady, Tori, is 5 months pregnant with their first kid. She had a rough time of it at first, with morning sickness and I don't know what else. I guess that's better now, but Dante still worries a shitload about her. I guess I get that. This is their first kid after all, and Dante loves Tori like nobody's business. She's tough as they come, but I guess growing a whole nother human inside yourself is no joke. "Hey, before I go, a bunch of us are going to the Viking later on," Mal says to us. "Since the clubhouse bar ain't completely set up yet, thought we'd go over there and cut loose a little. You up for it?" The Viking bar has been one of the club's main haunts in town for a long time. Late last year, the owner decided to retire and put the place up for sale, and the Lords decided to buy it to diversify our revenue streams some more. Mal co-manages it with a longtime employee named Vince. Vince, or Vinny, does most of the hiring and day-to-day shit. Mal keeps an eye on the place and makes sure it stays community-friendly and shit doesn't get out of hand. After all, the fine people of Ironwood are our paying customers. We gotta make sure they keep coming in. Axel nods. Yeah, I'll probably be over in a while. Gonna be an early night for me, though. Eden's getting back from visiting her sister up in Tanner Springs tonight. Want to be home when she gets there. Who all else is going? Me, Matthias, Rourke, Mal says. Maybe a couple of the other men later. Sounds good. How about you, Rogue? You up for it? Maybe. I'll see how I feel after I'm done for the day. Mal climbs on his bike and takes off for the shop. I head back to my place, relieved that Mal's not going to be here to bug me more about helping out today. Much as I love my club and my brothers, I'm more of a loner by nature, or at least by habit. I only started thinking about it when the MC secured enough land for any of us to be as secluded out here as we wanted. There's a part of me that wonders whether it's a good idea to be building a place for myself in the club compound. But it's a good choice for me in the end. No mortgage, enough room to do what I want, very few neighbors. Yeah, the ones I do have will be men I trust. That suits me fine. Back at my place, I lower the bucket of the loader and tip it. I dump the bags of sand on the ground to the side of the kidney-shaped patio area on the back of the cottage. I've already laid and leveled the paver base, so the sand is next up. I spend the next hour or so pouring the sand, then dragging a 2x4 across it to smooth and level it. I'm sweating harder in the unseasonably hot day now, so I pull my shirt up over my head and use it to wipe my face and my beard and under my arms. The work is hard, but it's the kind of labor that suits me. As a landscaper by trade, I'm usually working for paying customers, laying out an environment that matches their vision, not mine. This is the first time I've ever done a job like this for myself. By the time I'm done leveling the sand layer, it's late afternoon. I worked straight through lunch without thinking, and my gut is yelling at me for it. Inside, I make myself 2 sandwiches in the Spar's half-finished kitchen, on the plywood countertop that will have to do until I get time to install the real thing. I grab myself a glass of cold water from the jug in the fridge and go back outside to eat, leaning against the front porch in a patch of shade. I'm halfway through the second sandwich when off to my right, a rustling in the brush catches my attention. In the shadows, I see the head of what I think is a dog peering out at me. "You spying on me?" I ask it around a mouthful of bread. The sound of my voice sparks something in the critter. He lets out a loud bark and jumps out of the trees into the yard. Now that he's out in the open, I can see just how huge he is. He looks to be some sort of mastiff mix, maybe with some German shepherd mixed in. He's got to weigh easily at least 100 pounds. His coat is tan, with some black around his muzzle and his large floppy ears. Even as big as he is, though, he's a little thinner than he should be. Looks like he's had to skip a few meals lately. He stops cold, then cocks his head like he's trying to figure out whether I'm a friend or an enemy. But the way he's looking at me, mouth open and tongue lolling, tells me he's not feral. He might be a stray, but he wants to come up to me. That's obvious. "I got a little food for you if you want," I offer. I break off a crust of my bread and toss it on the ground a couple feet in front of me. With another bark, the dog bounds forward and pounces on it. When he's done, he immediately plops his ass down and looks up at me with big, hopeful eyes, large tail sweeping back and forth on the ground. I snort. "Well, hell, you aren't going to let me eat this in peace, are you?" I toss him the rest of the sandwich. He catches it in midair, wolfing it down in one bite. He does a little crazy tail chase thing for a second, then settles down and plops his ass on the ground again, looking at me expectantly. "Sorry, dude," I say, holding out my hands. "That's all there is." He cocks his head and lets out a whine. I shrug. He whoofs again, loudly, and starts to run around in circles. He makes a dash around the backyard, and I have a sudden vision of him flying through all the sand I just leveled. "Hey!" I yell, breaking into a run. "Get away from there!" When the dog sees me sprinting after him, he breaks right and takes off again into the trees. Crisis averted, I feel a little bad that I scared him off, though. The late lunch gives me a second wind, and I keep working until the sun starts to lower in the sky. Going inside, I peel off my sweaty clothes and dump them in a pile on top of the washer, then head naked into the bathroom. I take a long, hot shower to wash the dirt and crud off me. Standing under the water, I let it ease the tightness and fatigue in my muscles. Shit, this feels almost as good as sex. There's nothing in the world that would make me take a desk job over working outside with my hands for a living. After the shower, I kick back on the couch with a cold beer in my bare-bones living room, thinking about the furniture I still need to buy and the kitchen furnishings I need to install. After years of renting other people's houses, this one is all going to be exactly the way I want it. No one to make the decisions but me. No old ladies to bicker with about it either. I huff out a laugh, thinking about Tori and Dante's ongoing conversations about fixing up their spare bedroom to be their kids' room. Tori changes her mind about paint colors, what she calls the theme, practically every other day. Dante just takes it all in stride. I guess he's probably so damn excited to be a dad he'll do just about anything she wants. That ain't for me, though. I'm not cut out for that family life shit. There's not a woman alive who could get me to believe in that fairy tale happily ever after shit. I ain't saying that Tori and Dante aren't happy. I know they are. Just like Yoda and Bethany and Rourke and Laney and Axel and Eden and Bailey and Gage. But once you make the colossal fucking mistake of giving up your heart to the wrong person, it's a lesson you never forget. Ask me how I know. Something heavy settles in my chest. It's an ache from 13 years ago, but every once in a while it comes back. I've gotten damn good at pushing it away, which is what I do now. Fuck it, I mutter to myself. Tipping the bottle back, I finish my beer and decide it's time to head over to the Viking. I don't bother to lock the house up behind me. The dusk-to-dawn porch light illuminates as I climb onto my motorcycle and fire her up. Dirt and gravel crunch under my tires as I pull away from the house and ride toward Ironwood.
Chapter 2. Rory. How long are you planning on being in town, Aurora? Jessie squints at me as she asks the question. Her curly, wavy, salt and pepper shag bounces around her shoulders as she slides my drink across the counter. I pick the glass up and tilt it to my mouth, savoring the dark, creamy frothiness of the Guinness as it slides down my throat. I swallow, then let out a small sigh of contentment that partially calms my nerves. I go by Rory now, I correct Jessie absently, and I'm not sure. You seen your dad yet? Her voice is casual, probably too casual. Not yet, I reply, using the same tone, the two of us skirting around a proverbial elephant in the room. I've known Jessie, the longtime bartender at the Viking bar, since I was a kid. She was friends with my mom when they were young, way back before Mom was married to Dad. My mom would talk about the childhood adventures they used to go on when they were kids, riding their bikes to places they weren't supposed to go, spending their summers at the public pool, and then later as teens trying makeup and hairstyling techniques on each other, staying overnight at each other's houses. By the time I came along, Jessie and Mom had become more like acquaintances. They would run into each other occasionally at the post office or someplace else in town and spend a few hurried minutes catching up. But neither of them ever suggested meeting for lunch or invited the other over to her house or anything like that. I asked Mom about it once. She just waved a vague hand and said, "Oh, people get busy and grow apart. You know how it is." Over the years, I started to put together a clear picture of what might have happened between them. I guess either Dad didn't approve of Jessie or Jessie didn't approve of Dad. Either way, from what I can gather, Mom and Jessie's friendship didn't really last after her marriage. A sad story, but not too surprising. Dad's approval drove practically everything in our household when I was growing up. It was almost like Mom and I were not supposed to have our own thoughts or opinions at all. I can't imagine Dad approving of Jessie. Looking at her now, with her vintage Rolling Stones tee and faded Levi's, it's basically impossible to imagine her making small talk with Dad in our living room. Dad, with his expensive bespoke suits and shoes shined to a high polish, would never have approved of my mom having a friend so unpolished while they were married. Even now, my father is all about appearances. For him, it's essential to look the part of the role you choose to play in the world. A view that my mom was expected to embrace as his wife as well. And that meant no clothes that were more appropriate in a dive bar than at a country club. And probably no friends who dressed that way either. You're staying with your dad, though? Jessie tries to keep her expression neutral, but a little grimace of distaste slips through. No, I'm, over at the Casabella Motel at the moment. Oh my God, that dump? Seriously? The shocked look Jessie gives me barely hides the bald curiosity behind it. I guess I can't blame her. Yeah, at least for now. I just sort of showed up in town and Dad doesn't know I'm here yet. Well, shit, that can't be healthy, she says, trailing off. Her nose wrinkles. I mean, doesn't that place rent rooms by the hour? That was the rumor about the Casabella back when I was in high school. Back then, I only half believed it. But judging from all the foot traffic outside my motel room door at all hours of the night last night, I'm guessing the rumors are true after all. Hey, how's your mom doing anyway? Jessie continues, cutting into my thoughts. Gosh, I haven't seen or heard from her in years. She getting by? She's fine, yeah, I murmur. Doing good. And that's true, actually. It's been years since my dad divorced my mom and tossed her away like a dirty wash rag. But if you asked her whether she wished she was still married to Dad, she'd laugh and say, I'd rather stab my eyes out with a fork. In that way, she is fine. Her lawyers were no match for the expensive ones Dad had on retainer, though. They left her with almost nothing. Then Mom had to watch him marry Stephanie, who looked like a 20-year-old version of herself, and then observe from the sidelines as Dad went on living his life as if nothing happened. Mom, on the other hand, was forced to cobble together a new existence with no money and very few job skills. She left town and resettled in Indiana, where she has struggled financially ever since. More recently, a bout with breast cancer has left her officially in remission, but physically weaker and in substantial debt. So yeah, she's happier not to be married to my dad anymore, but understandably, she doesn't really love it when he's brought up as a topic of conversation. Which is why I haven't told her that I've come back to Ironwood. Or why. Jessie goes off to take menus to some customers waiting in a booth toward the back. A few seconds later, a guy who looks to be in his mid to late 30s, with a square jaw and hair that looks like steel wool, comes out of the back and takes her place behind the bar. I continue nursing my beer, which is almost gone by now. The guy approaches and asks if I want another. I nod. Thanks. You new in town? He asks me. No, I mean, sort of. I'm from here originally. I'm just visiting for a few days, though. I'm Vinny. He grins, extending a large hand. I manage the bar. Rory, I say, taking it. So, you're from here, eh? Yeah, I went to high school here, then left town not long after. Where you living now? Kind of all over, I say, shrugging. Columbus, Indiana at the moment. What brings you to town? I hesitate. Visiting family. Tomorrow, I promise myself. Tomorrow I'll go see Dad. Vinny sets my beer in front of me and continues chatting. I answer his questions in monosyllables when I can. I look around absently as he talks. The Viking hasn't changed much since I was here last. I see a few familiar faces around, too. I imagine a lot of the people my age that I knew back when I lived here have partnered up and had kids. They're probably not out bar hopping on a weekday. Vinny is asking me more and more personal questions now. I get the feeling he's leading up to asking me what I'm doing later. I glance at his left hand, noticing there's no ring on it. Vinny catches me looking and grins. He's not bad looking, and he's got a nice smile. For a few seconds, I let myself imagine going home with him for the night. I've had my share of one-night stands over the years, but not recently. For the most part, I find them exhausting, what with all the superficial chit-chat and pretending that goes on during the seduction dance. Not to mention that most men stop making much of an effort to please a woman just about the same time they get you in the sack. I can get off better and in less time with my battery-powered boyfriend. Plus, I don't have to worry about whether he's going to expect to stay for breakfast the next morning. I'm steeling myself for Vinny's proposition, preparing a smooth refusal when the door to the bar opens. A shaft of sunlight from the dying day shoots across the floor for an instant before a human-shaped shadow blocks it out. Across the bar, Jessie looks over. Her face cracks into a grin. "Hey, look what the cat dragged in," she announces. A group of 5 men enter, all wearing leather vests, jeans, and boots. Bikers. Lit from the back, they're just silhouettes at first. Their builds are muscular, their voices carrying into the bar as one cracks a joke and the rest of them let out deep rumbles of laughter. Jessie isn't the only one who knows them. Other patrons call out to them, and a few of them lift their hands in greeting. I don't recognize any of the names. Rourke, Axel, Rogue, Mal, Matthias. I'm about to turn away when one of the bikers, taller than the others, with a close-cropped red beard, looks in my direction. His eyes lock on me, widening at first, then narrowing. My chest constricts. My stomach does a sickening lurch as I realize who is staring back at me. It's him. It's Brody. Oh my God. Somewhere far off, Vinny asks me if there's something wrong. I choke out a no, my voice sounding fuzzy and indistinct to my ears. Brody gives me a scorching stare of pure hatred, then turns away. He sits down with his friends at a six-top in the center of the room. Vinny's eyes follow mine to the bikers. He must think I'm staring out of curiosity. "Those are the Lords of Carnage," he says. "They're no one to fuck with, but don't worry. They're only dangerous to those who cross them." "Is that right?" I hear myself say. Shakily, I bring the glass of beer to my lips. "Yeah, they own the bar, actually." "Oh." Somehow I can't make my brain form more than a couple of words at a time. I can't believe Brody is still in town. And even worse, I can't believe that it took me less than 24 hours in Ironwood to run into him. I curse myself for ordering this second beer. I'm deciding whether to just abandon it so I can escape when Brody himself stands up from the table and comes toward the bar. "Oh, shit," I whisper and duck my head. "Don't worry," Vinny assures me. "None of the lords would ever harm a chick. I mean, a woman." Brody comes to a stop at the bar, his gaze still burning a hole through me. Vinny reaches out a fist for him to bump. "Rogue, how you doing?" Rogue? Brody has always been tall, but if anything, he seems like he's grown taller since last I saw him. I could wear my highest pair of heels and still not come up much past his chin. His arms are thickly muscled and hard, like steel bands. Tattoos, those are new, line his arms up and down almost like sleeves. I have to block out the sudden memory of how they used to feel when they encircle me. The warm heat of him was always so comforting, and so exciting at the same time. It was like coming home. I always used to say that home was wherever he was. Back then, he believed me. Vinny must not notice the hostility radiating from him, though I can't imagine how he can miss it. He does see Brody looking at me, though. "This here is Rory," Vinny says, nodding toward me. "She's visiting from out of town." Brody makes a noise in his throat. "We've met," he rasps. "Oh, yeah?" Vinny asks. How do you know each other? Brody, rogue, waits a beat before answering. She's my wife.
Chapter 3. Rogue. Vinny's eyes get wide like saucers at my words. He takes a half step back. The fuck? He blurts out. You serious? You two are married. The oh shit look of guilt on his face tells me he was flirting with Aurora, probably trying to get her to go home with him later. I don't say a word to Vinny in response. A surge of anger wells up like a wave inside me, practically choking me. What in the fuck is she doing here? It's been over 13 years since she's shown her lying, cheating face in this town. Long enough that I almost managed to forget her. Almost. Much as I hate to admit it, the years have been kind to her. If anything, she's more goddamn beautiful now than she was before. Her clear blue eyes are still so deep you could drown in them. Her blonde hair is shorter now, cut just past her shoulders. It frames her peach-hued face and her long, beautiful neck. She's wearing casual clothes, just a t-shirt and jeans, but damn if she isn't by far the best-looking woman in this place by a country mile. Much as I hate this bitch, I can't blame Vinny for wanting to make a play for her. How many men has Aurora fucked in the back alley of a bar since last time I saw her? How many men has she told she loved? How many has she told that she'd be with them forever? That she'd never even want to look at another man? Vinny clearly senses the crackling tension between us. A half-second later, he takes a step back in retreat, almost like that Homer Simpson meme where he disappears into the bushes. All the sound muffles like I'm in a tunnel. In my vision, everything recedes. Everything but her. Aurora swivels slowly on her stool until she's facing me. Her eyes flick away before coming back to rest on mine.
Hi,
she murmurs. Hi? Fucking hi? I let out a bark of stunned laughter. Is that how she's going to play this? Like I just ran into her at the goddamn grocery store or something? What the fuck are you doing here? I seethe, my hands clenching into fists. If I didn't know her so well, I might not see her tiny flinch at my words. She gives me an exaggerated shrug.
Having a beer.
Don't fucking play coy. You know what I mean. What the fuck are you doing in Ironwood? Her chin juts.
I am having a beer.
She repeats the words slowly like I'm some sort of idiot. Yeah, well, you're done with that beer. I grab her glass and hand it to Vinny. But the motherfucker just looks at me. He doesn't take it. Oh, we are gonna have fucking speaks about this later, my friend.
Excuse me,
Aurora says loudly.
I paid for that. It's mine.
Before I realize what she's doing, she lifts the glass out of my hands. She lifts it to her lips, takes a deep drink, and smacks her lips loudly.
As a matter of fact,
she continues, turning toward Vinny,
I think I'm going to order some dinner. I'll be at that booth over there.
And then, like a motherfucking princess, she stands and glides past me like I'm not even here. God damn it, motherfucking cock-sucking son of a bitch. I exhale slowly, then inhale, willing myself not to fucking explode. I should walk away from this shit. Tell my club brothers I'm taking off and get the hell out of this bar. But I can't fucking leave until I know why the hell she's here. And more importantly, when she'll be gone. I stalk over to the booth where she's just seated herself. Aurora is pulling the napkin out from under the silverware and placing it on her lap with slow, exaggerated movements. I slide into the booth across from her before she can say no. Startled, she locks eyes with me. I expect an answer, Aurora, I rasp. What the fuck are you doing in town?
I don't owe you anything, she shoots back.
There ain't enough hours in the day to list all the ways you owe me. She squares her jaw.
I don't respond to orders.
Answer me.
No.
As mad as I am, I have to stifle a laugh. Shit, this girl was always stubborn as hell. I used to think it was cute. Sexy, even. Now it makes me want to punch a damn wall. Aurora, I bite out, clenching my teeth and hating myself. Will you, please, tell me what you are doing in Ironwood? Do I imagine a corner of her mouth lifting in triumph?
I go by Rory now,
she replies. Jessie comes over and sets 2 menus on the table. Her eyes jump between us with obvious curiosity. I ain't eating, I growl. Jessie frowns at me.
You want something to drink?
Beer. I cross my arms in front of my chest. Usual. Jessie lets out a soft snort through her nose.
Someone pissed in your Cheerios today, I see.
I cut my eyes at her.
Can I just get an order of fries?
Aurora asks and gives Jessie a sweet, simpering smile.
Sure thing, honey.
Jessie smiles back at her, then turns away, taking the menus with her. Aurora follows Jessie with her eyes, then turns to me reluctantly.
Are you really just going to sit there and not say anything?
She asks, waving her hand at me. Until I get an answer to my question.
Brody,
she begins in a frustrated voice, then sighs.
I'm only here temporarily, okay? I'm not moving back to Ironwood.
How long?
What?
When are you leaving? I demand. Better be soon.
Look, it's not like I came here with the sole purpose of pissing you off.
I wouldn't put it past you. She gives me an exasperated glare.
I didn't even know you were still in town.
I don't answer. I ain't the one needing to explain myself. Her eyes meet mine, her expression suddenly searching.
So,
she nods at my cut, her eyes running over the patches.
This is new.
Not that new, I retort. You've been gone a while.
That I have,
she says softly. Then,
people call you Rogue now, huh?
No one but my old man's called me Brody in a long time, Aurora. When he can be bothered to call me by my name, that is. She cocks her head, taking that in.
I go by Rory now, she says. Guess we both wanted a change.
Yeah, well, I snort. Some of us never change, do we? Silence. She looks down at the table. Why are you here? I ask again. Her eyes rise to meet mine.
Why is it your business?
Everything in Ironwood's my business, I growl. Ironwood belongs to the Lords of Carnage.
Is that right?
Aurora jets out her chin again, and the memories of all the time she used to do that when we were younger slice me like a knife.
So you're a big motorcycle gangbanger now, huh? You think you control who can and can't be here?
I huff out a bitter laugh. I can haul your ass out of here faster than you can blink, princess. She flinches at the nickname. I used to call her that in a teasing, loving way. I say it now to hurt her, to remind her of her betrayal, that it works. Her eyes fill. A mean thrill goes through me to see it.
I'm here to see my dad,
she mumbles.
He's sick.
Well, shit. I kind of forgot her dad still lives here. I never drive by the mansion where she and her family lived. Too many bad fucking memories. I wonder what she means by sick. Like, seriously sick. But I ain't about to rise to the bait and ask her. She's probably just trying to play me so I'll feel sorry for her. How long are you going to be here, Aurora? I repeat. The words sound hollow this time. Jessie comes up with an order of fries and my beer. As she sets them down, Aurora looks up at her.
Could I get those to go?
She asks in a strangled voice.
I'll come up to the bar to pay. Sure thing, hon.
Jessie gives me an accusing glance and picks up the basket. Before I can react, Aurora scoots out of the booth and follows. Rory, I call out in spite of myself. She swivels and looks at me. When I don't say anything right away, she turns her back. Dumbly, I watch as she takes the to-go bag from Jessie, tosses a bill on the bar counter, and strides out of the bar. My chest constricts tight enough it hurts to breathe. Grabbing my beer, I move over to the table where my club brothers are. A couple of them are looking at me with weird expressions. Of course, Mal is the one who speaks up first. That chick's hot. Vinny said she's your fucking wife, dude. God damn it, I spit. He's as gossipy as an old lady. Jesus Christ. So it's true? Matthias gapes. You're fucking married, bro? How the hell did that happen? Rourke, our VP, asks. And how the hell have you never mentioned her before now? Mal adds. Shit, she must have some fine-ass pussy to get Rogue to put a ring on it. It's just a piece of paper, I retort. Just like it says you're a male on your birth certificate. It don't mean anything. Loud guffaws erupt around the table. If it doesn't mean anything, why the hell are you so mad, brother? Rourke chuckles. Hey, if you're not really married, I'd hit that, Mal says. Back off, Mal, I warn. Huh. So it ain't just a piece of paper after all. Feast on my testicles, you asshole. I do my best to change the subject ASAP. Luckily, ordering a couple bottles of booze for the table and a round of shot glasses does the trick. Pretty soon the conversation shifts to other shit. Bikes, sports, construction on the new clubhouse. The shots go down my throat, one after the other. But they don't quite keep my mind from drifting back to Brody and Aurora, the two people we used to be. She may be going by a different name now, but I doubt she's changed much. Once a cheating bitch, always a cheating bitch. We might still be legally married, but that doesn't mean shit. We never got around to filing divorce papers. After we broke up, I did everything in my power to just erase her from my mind, forget she ever even existed. And somewhere along the line, she left town, and that was that. Not that it has mattered much. Legal is one thing, but real is another. And our marriage hasn't been real in a long damn time. Not like it ever was anyway, even though I thought it was at the time. Aurora was never who I thought she was anyway. I sure as shit ain't that dumb shit Brody anymore either. That kid believed in love. In forever. That kid is long gone.
Chapter 4. Rory. Princess. I wipe the tears roughly from my eyes as I stumble out onto the sidewalk, almost bumping into a couple on their way into the bar. Brody said the word with such hatred in his eyes. I knew he despised me back then, but I guess I hoped maybe some of his anger would have gone away over the years. Not that I ever expected to see him here, not that I ever hoped we could repair what broke between us. But still, I admit that whenever I thought about him over the years, I couldn't stand thinking that he was still out there in the world thinking bad things about me. I told myself time is supposed to heal all wounds, but I guess it doesn't. Because seeing him today, the scars feel as fresh as they were the day I left Ironwood. I can't believe he's joined a biker club. It makes me wonder what else has happened to Brody in the year since I last saw him. I knew about the existence of the Lords of Carnage, but only by name. My father told me an outlaw motorcycle club had established a foothold in town. On the rare occasions I spoke to him on the phone, he mentioned it more than once. But I had no idea that Brody had joined the club, or that now he's known as Rogue. Dad must not either. It seems like something he would have mentioned. He would have enjoyed the chance to say, "I told you so," about my high school sweetheart turning into a criminal. Princess. It's a nickname Brody used to call me back when we first knew each other. That first day I met him, when I told him what my name was, he laughed and said, "Aurora, huh? Like the princess from Sleeping Beauty?" I was shocked that a 17-year-old boy would make that association. "How do you know about Princess Aurora?" I asked, gaping at him. Brody just shrugged. "I have a little cousin. She's crazy about Disney shit. I had to take her trick-or-treating a couple years ago, and she was all about her Princess Aurora costume." Ever since that day, he would tease me by calling me Princess. Later, after we became more than friends, the nickname became something more. It became tender, intimate. He called me Princess, and sometimes I would respond by calling him my Prince Charming, the boy who woke me up from the sleepwalking existence that was my life before I met him. And then, after I betrayed him, the word became what it was when he said it today. An insult to be hurled at me. A word with barbs so real I was surprised they didn't draw blood. When I left Ironwood, I stopped going by my full name. I couldn't hear it without thinking about what I did to him, what I used to have with him, what I would never have again. As I pull my car into the parking lot of my motel and park it in the space in front of the door to my room, I can't stop my mind from going back to those exciting first few months with Brody. We might have never even met, except that my father hired his father as our landscaper and gardener. That summer, after school let out, Brody's dad started bringing him along on jobs. I, on the other hand, was spending an idle, boring summer. With my two best friends away, one at a fancy summer camp in Massachusetts and the other on a European holiday with her parents, I had few companions except my books. Maybe if Emma and Olivia had been around, I wouldn't have noticed him as quickly. But whatever the reason, Brody Hicks, with his tanned skin and easy, crooked grin, captivated me. I started spending as much time as I could lounging by the pool reading. And it was no coincidence that I was often out there on the days when Brody was mowing the lawn or trimming the hedges.
"You're already done with Crime and Punishment, eh?"
He asks me, flipping the trowel he's holding like he's a drummer in a rock band.
"What you reading now?"
I tilt my face up to his, hiding behind my sunglasses. Since the day he noticed me rereading the Twilight series a couple weeks ago and made that crack about it, I've only been bringing books down to the pool that would make him take me more seriously. "Lolita," I say, holding up my paperback, by Nabokov.
"Shit, ain't that book like about a pedophile or something?"
He gives me a dubious frown. Yeah, it's pretty grim, but it's intense too and brilliantly written. People think the author wrote the main character as a hero, but it's exactly the opposite. He's meant to be a villain. Nabokov wrote him as a horrible person who is trying to convince us he isn't. That's the point. I shift on the chaise as he sits down on the one next to me, conscious of the new black and white polka dot bikini I'm wearing. That, too, is meant to impress him. Brody's tan is deepening with the summer. Today it's especially hot, meaning he's taken off his shirt. His bare skin glistens in the sun, his reddish hair tousled and appearing more golden with the contrast to his tan. His dad is sick today, so he came to work by himself. He finished mowing about an hour ago, as I saw from my perch at my bedroom window, and when he moved to the backyard, I hurriedly changed into my bathing suit and came downstairs to the pool.
"Shit, it's hot,"
he says, reaching his arm up and wiping his brow with the inside of his bicep.
"I'm fucking melting."
"Why don't you jump in the pool?" I say, nodding toward the cool, pristine water. "It's okay, no one's home but me. I don't care." My voice is nonchalant. I've been practicing my nonchalant tone in front of my bedroom mirror almost since the day I met Brody Hicks. Seemingly overnight, my adolescent fantasies have shifted from A-list actors and rock stars to the boy with the golden brown eyes and the mocking smile.
"You don't care?"
he asks, flashing that same mocking grin at me now.
"You're not gonna turn me into Daddy?"
My face flushes with embarrassment. I hate when he makes me feel like some spoiled rich girl.
"So, if I jump in the pool, are you gonna jump in with me?"
he teases.
"Or are you too afraid of messing up your hair?"
Screw that. Never one to back down from a challenge, I stand and pull my sunglasses off, tossing them on the table beside my book. Giving him a pointed look, I swivel on my heel and saunter over to the diving board, conscious that I'm giving him an A+ look at my ass. As I step onto the long plank, I can feel his eyes on me, and ignoring the sudden rush of blood in my ears, I take a couple of bounces, spring off the board, and execute a perfect dive into the middle of the pool. When I'm still under the water, I hear a muffled whoosh. Seconds later, when I come up to the surface, he's there beside me when I open my eyes.
Nice dive, princess.
He grins.
Nice view, too.
I toss him a smirk and dive back under the water so he won't see how pleased I am. Later that afternoon, when my dad came home, Brody was back at work on the garden. I hustled into the house as soon as I heard his car coming up the drive. I turned on the shower in my bathroom on the second floor, and from the bathroom window I could see Dad chatting with Brody. Dad liked him at first, which I found strange. Usually he judged people primarily by their incomes or the cars they drove. But Brody passed Dad's likability test because he was a hard worker, and because he looked more like a star football player than the burnout he presented himself as at school. Maybe, too, as the son of the gardener, it never occurred to my father to be suspicious of Brody as a threat to my honor, or whatever he thought of as my value as an attractive young girl to be married advantageously in the future. Back in my motel room, I eat soggy, lukewarm fries and channel surf for a while on a beat-up flat-screen TV with a crack in the screen, before giving up and shutting the thing off. I need to call my mom before I go to bed anyway. She'll be worrying about me otherwise. I heave a deep sigh and pull out my phone. Normally, I love talking to my mom, but this isn't a normal situation. The phone rings twice before she picks it up. "Hello, sweetheart." "Hi, Mom, how are you?" I say back, forcing a cheeriness I've become accustomed to using whenever I talk to her. My mother's low, melodious voice is almost as familiar to me as my own. It was a source of infinite comfort to me as a child. No matter what was happening in my life, my mother was always the one person who could make everything better. If my father's attentions were irregular and always felt conditional, Mom was the person who always made me feel like I was worthy of love no matter what. Under her gaze, nothing truly bad could happen. Her existence was protection against everything that could ever harm me. Nowadays, hearing her dulcet tones brings up a host of more complicated emotions. Overwhelming love, worry, anxiety, relief mixed with a sort of phantom grief. It's the kind of love you can only feel if you faced the possible imminent mortality of someone you love so much you can't imagine ever losing them. "Oh, fine, fine," my mother says. "Just got done feeding Buddy his dinner. That dog's going to hurt himself someday, inhaling his food like that." An indistinct thump sounds in the background as though she's setting something down. "How are you? How was your trip?" "It was good, uneventful. Just kicking back and resting up before my first meeting tomorrow," I say, trying to ignore the thickness in the back of my throat. I hate lying to my mom. She doesn't know I've come to Ironwood. She thinks I've been hired as a regional sales representative for a cleaning supply company and that I'm in Indianapolis for a multiple-week training program. I pulled the job description off a recruiting website. The company and the description of the position are actually real. It was the only way I could explain an open-ended trip away from Columbus, Indiana without telling her the truth. That I've come down here to pay a visit to her ex-husband, a man she hasn't seen or heard from in years. "Are you nervous?" she asks me. "Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine," I reply. I just hope the other people in my group are cool. I'd be spending a lot of time with them. I shift on the cheap polyester bedspread and shift the subject as well. "How are you feeling, Mom?" "Good," she says cheerfully. "I've been doing my own job search, as a matter of fact. Martha, across the street, has been looking out for help wanted signs around town. She's got me a whole list of places I can apply to. I'm going to start on that in a day or two." "Mom, don't overexert yourself, okay? You need to keep yourself healthy. Don't go applying to any jobs where you have to be on your feet all day." "You worry too much," she admonishes me. I'm the mother and you're the child, remember? You let me do the worrying about myself. It's a valid request, except that when your mother almost died from cancer and you've spent months caring for her frail, bald, bird-like self and shuttling her to and from chemotherapy and doctor's appointments when she was too weak to do much other than just survive, the divide between parent and child blurs in a way that threatens never to become quite as solid again. I don't say this, though, of course. My mother is a proud woman, and she deserves every bit of freedom and autonomy she has managed to claw back for herself now that she's in remission. She deserves so much more than that, in fact. She deserves to not be losing sleep over the gigantic pile of medical bills that loom large over every aspect of her life. She deserves to have a life free from anxiety and trouble for a while. Just living, celebrating every single day she has managed to steal away from the Reaper should be her main focus going forward. Which is why I won't tell her I'm in Ironwood. My mother would be shocked, hurt, mortified if she knew I was coming to visit Dad. She is nothing if not proud. And except for the fact that her marriage gave her a daughter she loves, I know she prefers not to ever think about the fact that she was married to my father. I know she wouldn't stop me from coming to see him. She was never a him or me kind of parent, even when Dad openly cheated on her and basically turned his back on both of us in favor of his new girlfriend and future wife. But I know she doesn't like to compare her current life of near poverty to the one she used to lead as Mrs. Richard Wilkins. She always insists to me that she's much happier now, but her existence is much harder, for sure. The medical debt she carries as a result of her cancer keeps her right on the razor's edge of bankruptcy. One of the many things she guilts herself about is how her illness affected me. I was enrolled in my first year of college, 2 years later than any of my peers, when Mom got her diagnosis. Instead of finishing out the semester, I withdrew from all my classes and took a leave of absence to take care of her. By the time she got the all clear from her oncologist, money was too tight for me to think about going back to the university right away. Instead, I got a series of crappy jobs to help pay the bills until Mom could start working again. And, well, one thing led to another, and I just never went back. It was a pipe dream anyway, college was. I wanted to get a degree in creative writing. I wanted to write novels. Books where people struggled and fought, and in the end, things worked out for them the way they always hoped they would. But by the time I was in my mid-20s, I didn't really believe in those kinds of stories anymore. Even as I still continued to read them. To lose myself in an alternate universe where everything I thought my life would become actually came true. Just as I haven't told Mom I'm here in Ironwood, I haven't told her that Dad is sick either. Or that he called me up weeks ago out of the blue and asked to see me. Mom's first reaction would probably be that Dad was faking it. She'd probably say that his current wife had likely left him, and that he was feeling lonely with no one to pay attention to him. To be honest, the thought had occurred to me. But the few times I've talked on the phone with him, Dad has sounded so tired that deep down, I know it isn't true. This time, even his piles of money might not be enough to save him from consequences. Mom and I chat for a few minutes longer. She tells me another anecdote about Buddy the dog. She assures me she'll call Martha if she needs anything at all. She wishes me luck for tomorrow, and I push down the guilt as I thank her and hang up. The truth is, I feel like I do need the luck. Tomorrow, I'll see my father for the first time in years. When the sun finally sets, I pop a sleeping pill and go into the bathroom to brush my teeth. As I mechanically scrub the brush back and forth, my eyes drift to my reflection in the mirror, to the bit of chain peeking out from under the collar of my shirt. My eyes unexpectedly fill with tears as I reach up and pull it out. The 2 nested rings that hang from it are warm from my skin. I've worn it for so long, I often forget it's there. The few men I've been with since Brody have asked about it, curious that I never take it off. Usually I tell them some story, that the rings belonged to a grandmother or an aunt. Anything but the truth. The stone in the engagement ring is called an Aurora Moonstone. The wedding band around it has 5 stones that look like the path of a sunrise to a sunset. The rings themselves aren't worth a lot. Brody didn't have much money when he proposed, but they couldn't have been more precious to me, because they were from him, the symbol of our love, our future. I finger the rings for a few seconds. Then I slip them back underneath my shirt. Back in the room, I click off the bedside lamp and slide between the cheap pilled bedsheets. And there I lie, waiting to fall asleep, with a churning stomach and a lump in my throat.
Chapter 5. Rogue. I stick around at the Viking for a couple hours after Aurora leaves the bar, trying to blank her out of my mind. But as much as I try, it doesn't work. My fucking wife. Fuck her. Fuck anything she thinks she has to say to me. Fuck her for coming back here. When she left town, she was supposed to stay the fuck gone. She's got the rest of the goddamn world to live in. Ironwood is off limits. Ironwood is mine. I clench my jaw so goddamn tight, I think I'm going to grind my teeth into dust. Impeccable timing she has, just like she always did. Building this house on the site of the new clubhouse compound was supposed to be a good new beginning for me and for the MC. These days, the club is turning a good profit between our legitimate businesses and our under-the-table shit. The original chapter of the Lords of Carnage up in Tanner Springs is doing great, and the club just started a new chapter down in Florida. Life is good. My life is good. I should have known something would come around to fuck it all up for me. Aurora. It's a name that's so ingrained in my past. There was a time I couldn't remember anything before knowing her. A name I would give anything never to hear again. Rory, she calls herself now. I let out an irritated snort. Like by changing her name, she could change what she is. Who she is. A fucking liar. A goddamn heartless bitch. Axel takes off, since Eden's due back home in about a half an hour. With 4 of us left, Mal goes to the bar and grabs a deck of cards, and he, Rourke, Matthias, and I start up a game of poker. Mal, of course, can't let go of the news that I'm married, hard as I try to make him shut the hell up. "Hey, you think your wife needs a job here in Ironwood?" he asks between hands. "We could use another waitress around here." "She ain't working at the Viking," I growl. "Why the hell not? Dude, she's hot. She'd be a big hit with the regulars." I rise halfway up in my seat. "I swear to God, Mal, you don't shut the hell up about her, I'm going to lay you out flat on this floor." Okay. Sheesh, what a grouch," Mal snickers. But he changes the subject. The rest of the men know enough not to bring it back up. But I can see them casting glances at me, and I know what they're thinking about. I barely pay enough attention to the game in front of me to avoid losing my shirt. My mind keeps flashing back to Aurora. How and when I met her. Met her for real, that is. We went to the same school, but we didn't exactly run in the same circles. I didn't actually have a circle, unless you count a bunch of know-nothings I used to get high with behind the bus bar in a circle. Aurora, on the other hand, was part of Ironwood's elite. The perfect little rich girl. She breathed rarefied air. She was the type who you'd expect to get all the homecoming crowns and most popular yearbook designations, because her daddy had more money than God. Even back then, she was so beautiful it could hurt your eyes even to look at her. I never paid her much attention, though. Not until that summer after our sophomore year. I was 16, and that was the year my dad decided it was time for me to start working for him at his landscaping jobs. Dad's the reason I'm a landscaper now. He learned his profession when he worked the landscaping crew in prison. It was one of the only jobs inmates could get that was outside the fence, so he took it, and found he had an aptitude for it. When he got out, no businesses would hire him, so he started hiring himself out, for cash, to whoever would take a chance on him. He was good at what he did, so even though he was an ex-con, word got around about him. Over a period of years, business slowly but surely got better, until he was making a decent living at it. Enough to keep a roof over his head, and feed himself and his teenage son anyway. Somehow the word of mouth got as far as to get him an interview with a rich dude named Richard Wilkins. Wilkins owned one of the nicest mansions in town, and he needed someone to handle his landscaping and to clean and maintain the pool. The grounds of the Wilkins property were large enough that the work was almost a full-time job for one person, so Dad hired me on at a hair over minimum wage to help him out. I had worked with him some before, but only to fill in sometimes when he needed it. I wasn't too pumped about having my summer vacation eaten up, but the money kept me from bitching too much. One of the first days I worked for Dad that summer, I was trimming some hedges along the back wall of the Wilkins property while Dad was mowing and edging the front yard. I had a cheap pair of earbuds shoved into my ears, listening to old thrash metal from the 80s. So I didn't notice the girl come out of the back door of the mansion and settle into a lounge chair poolside. It was only when I turned to go grab a swig from the big insulated ice water thermos we kept in my dad's landscaping van that I saw her. She was a fucking vision of curves and legs packed into a tiny red bikini. Her golden hair was splayed out behind her head. Dark glasses perched on her pert nose hid whether her eyes were open or closed as she lay there. A vision for the taking. I almost dropped my motherfucking trimmers. I must have made some sort of noise because her head tilted slightly toward me. The startle of her body and the round O of her pink lips a second later told me she had seen me for the first time. She sat up, abruptly, and her mouth started to move. I yanked my earbuds out of my ear.
"Doing scaring me like that?"
she asked. When she pulled her sunglasses off, I put two and two together and realized who she was. Aurora Wilkins, golden girl of Ironwood High. Somehow when Dad had told me this place belonged to a guy named Wilkins, I hadn't made the leap. Jesus, she looked good in that bikini. I ignored the tightening in my crotch and tried not to stare directly at her tits. "I've been here the whole time," I replied, cutting my eyes toward the hedges. "In plain sight. Ain't my fault you didn't see me."
"Who are you?"
she countered. Her eyes registered my sweat-stained t-shirt, dusty jeans, and the trimmers in my hand.
"Do you work for Mr. Hicks?"
"I'm his son," I tell her, my voice coming out a growl.
"Oh."
She sat up straighter in the lounge chair.
"He told me about you. Brody, right?"
"Yeah, that's right. I only go to the same school as your rich ass."
"I'm Aurora."
She flashed me a quick smile that faded into something like a frown a second later. Her eyes traveled to the pool, then down to the ground, before coming back up to meet mine. Once again, I didn't know how to take her actions. On the one hand, she was so clearly in her rich girl element here. She looked a little self-conscious, though. I couldn't tell if that was because she felt awkward herself, or because she was looking at the fucking help and feeling sorry for me. Thinking that it might be the latter one pissed me off. We made it through a couple minutes of bullshit small talk. I was about to make my escape and go back to doing lawn shit when I noticed a worn paperback on the side table next to her lounge chair, with a bookmark in it at about the halfway point. The front cover was upside down from my perspective, but I could still see the title.
"Twilight?"
I snickered. "Seriously?"
"Yes. Why?"
Her chin jutted out just a little.
"Have you read it?"
"Hell no," I scoffed. "That shit's for 12-year-old girls."
"There's nothing wrong with reading for pleasure," she retorted. "Do you even read books?"
"What, you think I don't read because I'm some fucking lowlife?" Her ears pinkened.
"No, because you're a guy."
"I read."
"Yeah? What?"
"Last thing I read was Crime and Punishment. Dostoevsky."
"I know who wrote it."
She stared at me suspiciously.
"But I don't believe you've read it."
"Try me."
"What do you mean?"
"Try me. Ask me about the book."
"Who's the main character?"
Raskolnikov."
What's it about?
Crime, I deadpanned. And punishment.
Ha ha.
Suddenly it's important to me that this girl takes me seriously. No, for real though. It's about this poor student who decides he's going to kill this evil bitch pawnbroker and take her money. He tells himself he deserves the money more than she does because she's a bitch, and he'll take it and go on to do great things with it that he couldn't do if he remained poor. Aurora's eyes widened.
So what happens?
I'm not going to tell you that. You'll have to read it.
I'm impressed.
She blinked.
Really?
Something in the tone of her voice pissed me off. Of course, I knew deep down I was telling her about the book to impress her. But still, having her say it was like she was bestowing some sort of honor on me or something. I didn't know how to react to it.
I've read another Russian author, though, she offered. Leo Tolstoy? Anna Karenina?
Part of me wanted to sit down and ask her about that book. Ask her what she liked about it. But then there was the part of me that reminded myself that I was the help. We were classmates, Aurora and me, but we sure as hell weren't equals when we were on her father's property. Cool, I tossed out. Tossing the trimmers on the lawn, I walked past her, effectively ending the conversation. As I stalked down the driveway to the van, my eyes felt blinded by a brightness that had nothing to do with the sun. That girl was something. I didn't like the way my body reacted to her. I didn't like the uneasy feeling that maybe I might care a little bit what she thought of me. It was the first time I ran into Aurora that summer, but definitely not the last. Later, I figured out her parents were almost never home. Her dad was a bigwig CEO at this big real estate investment firm. He kept long hours, either at the office or at the country club, golfing/networking. Aurora's mom, Susan, was one of the ladies who lunched. She was gone a lot, too. So baby Wilkins was left alone on the sprawling Wilkins property for most of that summer. I would have expected her to have her popular crowd friends over to party by the pool every afternoon. But contrary to expectations, Aurora seemed to keep mostly to herself. She hung out at the pool solo the majority of the time, her only company an ever-growing pile of books. And the next time I saw her out there, Crime and Punishment was at the top of the pile. It was weird. Intriguing. I couldn't quite get a bead on her. That summer would change everything for me. Before I knew it, Aurora Wilkins would become my everything. And eventually I would wish like hell I'd never met her. Hey, you up for another game, Rogue? Matthias's voice breaks into my thoughts. I look around the table. I realize I've been playing on autopilot for the last 5 minutes. Nah, I push my chair back, stand up. I'm gonna head out. You going home to wifey then? Matthias smirks at me. Ooh, fuck, Mal mutters under his breath. Fuck you, I spit, clenching my fists. That bitch means nothing to me. Sooner she leaves town, the better. Matthias' smile melts off his damn face, like he's figured out pissing me off ain't gonna end well for him. I turn on my booted heel and leave the bar before I get riled up to start picking a fight. I got one hell of a taste to throw hands right now, and if I start, I know I'm not gonna stop. Last thing I need is to start a goddamn brawl with one of my club brothers. Instead, I decide to rely on the truth of an old saying. Best way to get over someone is to get someone else under you. I ain't gonna go looking for that here, but I know where to find it. Chapter 6. Rogue. The new clubhouse is almost done on the inside. Not that I'm glad the old one burned down, but this one is a damn sight better, that's for sure. We bought our old clubhouse for a song off a guy who was selling his car parts business and a failing auto repair shop. The old brick and cement structure with a corrugated metal roof was hot in the summer, cold in the winter, and had acoustics like being trapped inside of a soup can. Out here in the country, we've got more room to make the new clubhouse what we want. We've got more square footage, a more expansive open layout of the main clubhouse, and customized better for the way the lords need to use the space. We managed to salvage some of the shit from our old place. The pool tables, a bunch of the equipment from the weight room, and best of all, the large, solid oak meeting table that was in our old chapel. The new clubhouse wouldn't feel the same without the table we'd been holding church around for years. It sustained a little fire damage, but the thing was too solid to burn fast, so it survived intact. It's like the soul of the Lords of Carnage is contained in that thing. In the face of danger, we are indestructible. No matter what comes at us, we always come back, stronger than ever. The new clubhouse design includes more apartments for the officers and the men who want to live here part or full-time. I opted not to have an apartment designated for me since I'm building a house for myself on the property. In case of an extreme lockdown, I'd stay in one of the spare ones we keep for members and guests of the club. There's plenty of room for the club and all our brothers and their families. Axel and Rourke made sure of that. But the best part of the new clubhouse, in my opinion, is the bar. That's where I head after I leave the Viking. There's not a lot of people around at the clubhouse tonight, which suits me just fine. Sassy, one of the club girls, is behind the bar. She sees me come in and has a shot glass and a bottle of whiskey set up before I even sit down.
"Hey, baby, you look like you need a pick-me-up,"
she remarks as I slide onto the stool. I grab the shot glass and down it in one gulp. I slam it down on the bar and nod. Make sure there's another bottle of this in front of me as soon as this one is empty.
"That bad, huh?"
she purrs.
"I bet I could make it better."
"Yeah, maybe worse."
"You want to talk about it?"
Sassy comes around to my side of the bar. She leans forward, making sure her generous cleavage is on full display. "No, I don't want to talk about it," I growl. Jesus, what is it with women, always wanting to talk about shit?
"Sorry."
Sassy shrugs her shoulders and gives me a little pout.
"Well, if talking's not your thing, I got other stuff we can do."
That's more like it. I toss back another shot. In a bit. Don't go anywhere. I came here with the intent of getting my dick wet with the first club girl I saw. Now that I'm here, the drink is calling to me stronger than pussy. I descend deeper into the fucking bottle, and as I do, I start thinking about the first time I met Aurora. I remember it was like she was lit up from within, with her luminous skin and her hair the color of sunbeams. Up close, her name fit her so well it was almost crazy. I knew from reading it somewhere that Aurora was the word for dawn in some other language, maybe Latin. And I remembered seeing the Aurora Borealis once with my dad on an ice fishing trip up to northern Minnesota when I was a kid. I couldn't help thinking of them that day, those awesome, captivating, mysterious lights, when I looked at her. I fell hard and fast for Aurora Wilkins. Before I even knew it, I was doing everything I could to pretend to her and myself that she was just another chick. But I knew better. From the moment she first said my name in that breathy little voice of hers, Aurora was it for me. But I ain't that stupid kid anymore, and I know a fuck of a lot better now. She may be calling herself something else, but Aurora, or Rory, she is the same treacherous bitch she used to be. She lied to me one too many times. Then she skipped town and disappeared. Who the fuck does she think she is, coming back all these years later? Fuck that shit. Thoughts of Aurora/Rory spin around in my head until the room itself is starting to spin a little bit. Somewhere along the line, I notice I'm half passed out on a couch, an empty bottle in my hand. Sassy takes it from me.
"I'm gonna make you feel so good, baby,"
she purrs.
"You know no one can do you like your Sassy can."
She slides onto the couch next to me, murmuring some dirty words that make my cock start to take notice.
"You know I'd do anything for you, Rogue," she whispers. "You need me. I know you do. I can be whatever you need me to be."
Sassy's mouth wraps around my dick before I can reply. I let out a loud groan. She ain't wrong that she's good at this. But when I come down her throat a few minutes later, somehow it's the memory of my estranged wife's naked body that sends me over the edge. The next morning, when I come to in the clubhouse, My head is pounding so hard I think someone's using a fucking jackhammer outside. Sassy's lying on the couch next to me, her head using my thigh like a pillow. Groaning, I slide out from under her and start to make my way to the kitchen. But then I realize I'd rather drink the good coffee I buy than the swill the club stocks. Instead, I let myself out the front door and walk the gravel road to my place, my head pounding in rhythm with each step I take. As I round the bend and my house comes into view, I'm greeted by a sharp bark. The stray dog that was here before comes bounding toward me. Jesus, that's loud, I wince. Came back, eh? Shit, I knew I shouldn't have fed you. Unlike before, the dog comes all the way up to me with no hesitation this time. Gingerly, I reach down and scratch him behind one ear. He immediately plunks his ass down in the dirt and starts panting with pleasure. You like that, huh? You probably haven't had a lot of attention lately. Where's your owners, anyway? They skip town on you or something? People can be assholes, know what I mean? After a couple seconds of petting him, I straighten and make my way to my front porch. He follows close on my heels. I never bothered to lock my door when I left last night for the Viking, and it swings open when I twist the knob. The dog races inside before I can stop him. Fuck's sake, I grumble and go in behind him. Within minutes, it's like the damn dog owns the place. He races around the perimeter of the living room, then flies down the hall to the last door, my bedroom, and rushes inside. By the time I follow him in there, he's already on my bed, planted smack dab in the center of it on his stomach, tongue lolling and an expectant look on his face. Make yourself home, why don't you? I grouse. He lets out a noise somewhere between a whine and a yelp. Keep it down, will you? Let a guy nurse a hangover in peace. I take a step toward him and his whole body stiffens, like he's expecting me to chase him out of there. I don't have the energy to start a mad chase around the whole place, so instead I just shake my head and turn back down the hall to the kitchen. The coffee has just finished brewing when I hear the scrabble of claws on the wood floor. The dog appears in the archway, tongue hanging expectantly. Dude, I don't have any dog food. He cocks his head, ears flopping. I know you understand me, I tell him, pointing a finger. You're just pretending not to. Still, I set out a bowl of water for him because it would be rude for me to be the only one drinking. He rushes to it and slurps the whole thing up like he's just come out of 3 days in the desert. Damn, you're pretty thirsty. I open the fridge, sighing as I realize I'm about to give him the leftovers of a big honkin' sirloin steak I made for myself a couple nights ago. I pull it out and cut it into pieces. You go slow with this, I warn him as I hold the plate over his head. I had plans for this steak. Of course, he inhales the whole thing in about 2 damn seconds. Once I feed him for the second time, this dog is on me like I'm his damn savior. He starts to follow me around wherever I go, so close it's like he's stuck to my leg. I take my coffee outside and sit on one of the Adirondack chairs on the front porch. He plops himself right down on my booted foot and leans against my leg. So you're a leaner, eh? I bend down and pat him on the neck. My palm catches on something and I realize he's got burrs stuck in his fur. Well, shit, that can't feel too good. I pull a couple of them out. He sits patiently and doesn't resist. Good boy, I tell him approvingly. We'll get you fixed up. Once again, I find myself wondering where he came from. There's no collar on him. By the state of his fur, it looks like he's been out here for a while. Probably some asshole dumped him out by the side of the road or something. He's going to eat me out of house and home if he sticks around here. You get dumped, buddy? I ask him. I know the feeling. And just like that, I'm thinking about Rory again. The anger starts to rise up again inside me, making my head start to pound a little harder. Goddamn, I thought I could drink and fuck the thought of her away. And I was doing a pretty good job of it last night, too. But I can't live my life blackout drunk. Gonna have to get that bitch out of my mind somehow, I grumble. The dog looks up at me quizzically. Don't ask, I tell him. I've had a lot of women in my time. A hell of a lot more than I can count, that's for sure. If it hadn't been for Aurora, though, I never really believed the shit about love making sex better. Maybe it's just a coincidence, or maybe I'm romanticizing it because it was so long ago. But I swear to God, sex with her was like it was some sort of a fucking religious experience. Sometimes afterwards, there were tears in her eyes that I'd kiss away, the salt tasting like heaven to me, like life, like eternity. I knew for a fact we'd be together forever, that we could handle anything as long as it was just the two of us, side by side. I learned the hard way that just because you think you know something doesn't mean a goddamn thing. No matter how certain you are about anything, you can still be full of shit. I loved Aurora with my whole heart, with everything I had. I thought I knew her. I was full of shit. But just my luck. The bitch still managed to make it so that after her, I could never love anyone again.
Chapter 7. Rory. The morning after my run-in with Brody, I wake up restless after a night of confusing dreams about my teenage years. In one of them, I'm back in high school. I'm wearing my typical trendy popular girl attire, walking through the halls like I own the place. Nameless classmates stop and turn to look at me. My stomach is churning with a dread that gives the atmosphere the unmistakable tinge of a nightmare. Something terrible has happened. I've done something unspeakable, unforgivable. I knew that they are all passing judgment on me. I'm about to fall from grace. I'm about to become an outcast, a pariah. And even though I can't see him, I can feel Brody in the crowd, hating me, judging me, right along with the rest of them. The dream stays with me long after I've woken up, unsettling me on a morning that I need my self-confidence even more than usual. I'm tired and feeling shaky, my stomach growling from eating only fries for dinner last night. I decide to splurge and grab an egg muffin sandwich for breakfast, to give me strength and hopefully put me to rights. I remember there's a McDonald's half a mile or so away on the commercial strip where my motel is. I walk instead of driving to wake myself up. I order a breakfast sandwich and a coffee to go and eat my breakfast on the way back. As I do, I try to mentally prepare for seeing my father for the first time in years. I've been basically estranged from my dad for almost a decade. Our relationship took a pretty solid hit when I married Brody young. Instead of following the traditional path of going to a fancy school and meeting an up-and-coming boy from a good, read rich, family with prospects. It took another hit when Brody and I broke up. But what finished it off was when Dad threw my mom away for a younger model a year later, when I was 19. From what I've been able to piece together over the years, Dad had been sleeping with other women for almost the whole time my parents were married. I guess he was good enough at hiding it that Mom was blind to it for a long time. Until he met Stephanie. I don't know what it was about Stephanie Marsham that was special enough for her to not be just one more in the line of Dad's affairs. If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say that dear old Dad was creeping up on middle age and decided he needed to snag some arm candy while he was still able to. For whatever reason, when my mom figured out what was going on and confronted him about it, Dad chose the newer model over the older one. He told my mom the marriage was over, that he'd be having his lawyer draw up the divorce papers as soon as possible, and that he was taking the house, which was in his name alone. Dad locked Mom out of his bank accounts and made good on his promises. His lawyer made sure my mother went away with as little of his fortune as possible. Somehow, he got out of paying her any spousal support, even though she hadn't worked since getting married to him and had no employment history to fall back on in a job search. And since I was already over 18, there was no question of him paying her child support either. Mom went from riches to rags before you could say my asshole ex-husband, tossed out like so much garbage. Not long after that, Stephanie soon became the newest Mrs. Wilkins. Mom never tried to get me to choose between her and Dad. She refused to talk to me about his affair, the new woman, or the divorce. But there really wasn't much of a choice anyway. Learning about my father's infidelities and seeing firsthand the way he treated his first wife, I lost most of my respect for him. Plus, once his relationship with Stephanie was out in the open, Dad seemed mostly to want to forget about his life and his family before her. I wasn't interested in talking to him, but the feeling seemed pretty mutual. Once, in one of the few conversations I had with Stephanie right after they got married, she told me with a smirk that my father was looking forward to starting a family with her and couldn't wait for her to give him a son. It seemed pretty clear that Dad's goal was to wipe the slate clean and pretend that family number one had never existed. Marrying Stephanie gave him the perfect opportunity to forget all about the daughter who had disappointed him so much, and the ex-wife whose very existence was a reminder that he was less than perfect. By then, though, I didn't want his money anyway. When Mom decided to leave Ironwood for good a few months later, I was only too happy to go with her. I had, for all intents and purposes, lost my father and my husband. There was nothing holding me to the town where I'd grown up. Nothing but bad memories and reminders of a future that was no longer mine. From then until about a year ago, Dad and I have communicated only a couple of times a year. A phone call around Christmas, sometimes a card on my birthday, picked out, no doubt, by his secretary. Recently, though, he has started making more of an effort. A few months ago, he even started suggesting I might consider moving back to Ironwood. The only reason I could think of for his change of heart at the time was the failure of Stephanie to get pregnant and produce the much-hoped-for male offspring. Dad's proud of his legacy, and he's not getting any younger. Not having anyone to pass it on to would be a bitter pill for a man like that. So I guessed I was the consolation prize. But then, late last month, he called me again to ask me to come to Ironwood for a visit. But unlike the other times, he gave me a different reason.
"I'm ill, Aurora," he said, "and it's not looking good."
Dad doesn't know I'm in town yet. This way, I can leave on my own terms if I want to. That small measure of control is important to me, as is not staying at his house. His and Stephanie's house, that is. There's no way I'm staying under the same roof as the woman my father left my mother for. My stomach is roiling with nerves back at the motel as I put on the cleanest, most sedate clothes I've packed. Black slacks, fitted teal button-down shirt, not too scuffed ballet flats. I roll my blonde hair into a French twist and even make the effort to put on some subtle makeup. When I stand back and inspect myself in the mirror, I hope the effect says, I am a mature adult who is totally in control of my life. I arrive at the headquarters of RJW Commercial in the late morning. Even if he is sick, my workaholic dad is not likely to take time off from the office. Dad's office is in a sleek, modern office tower. It's the closest thing that Ironwood, Ohio has to a high-rise. I ride up the elevators to the 11th floor, then push through the heavy glass doors into a lobby and reception area full of dark wood paneling, travertine, and quartz. The whole thing carries an air of conspicuous elegance, which of course is the point. Across the reception area, a woman I recognize sits behind a high desk. The firm's name is emblazoned on the wall behind her in large, powerful letters. The receptionist, whose name is Tonette, glances up at me. Her face is a mask of studied professionalism. Her eyes meet mine. For a second, there's no recognition in them, but then they widen just a fraction. "Miss Wilkins, what a nice—" She falters for a moment, and I can literally see her shifting gears. She was going to say, surprise, but Tonette prides herself on being all-knowing. "How nice to see you," she finishes instead. "It's nice to see you too, Tonette," I say primly. "It's been quite a while, hasn't it?" It has. Her lips spread into a facsimile of a smile, then move into a practiced, sympathetic frown. "But I'm afraid I don't have you on your father's schedule for this morning. Is it possible you've written down the wrong time?" "I don't have an appointment. I was hoping to surprise him." Jeanette's eyebrows raised just slightly, long enough for me to see her doubt that a surprise from me would be a pleasant one for my father. "I see. Well, bad timing, I'm afraid. He's not in the office at the moment. Can you let me know where he is?" "He's gone to an early lunch," she says doubtfully. "But excellent. Just let me know where. I'll catch up with him." "Oh, well," she looks uncomfortable. "I don't think that's the best, or I could just wait in his office." I interrupt smoothly, nodding toward the closed door. I'm sure he'd prefer that to me sitting out here in the lobby for who knows how long. There's no way Jeanette would let anyone in my father's office unsupervised, even his daughter. But leaving me out here for what could be hours is also not an option. "He's gone to the club," she says reluctantly, "with Joshua Lansbury." I nod in recognition. I've only met him a couple of times, but I know Joshua's name well. He's my dad's right-hand man. "Perfect," I enthuse. "I'll just head down there and meet them." Jeanette starts to object, but I waggle my fingers at her. "So nice to see you, Jeanette. Bye," I sing and flee the office before she can say any more. My nerves start up again as I climb into my car and head in the direction of Oakwood Country Club. I push them down by telling myself that meeting Dad with another person there will make it much easier. He'll be less likely to start harping on me and my questionable life choices if he has an audience. Having Joshua there will probably mean the focus of conversation will stay on my father, giving me some time to try and figure out what Dad's real motives were for calling me here in the first place. The day is sunny and picture perfect as I pilot my car along the curvy, verdant road that leads to the club. To one side lies a sprawling golf course dotted with carts and players with their caddies. To the other, a man-made pond lined with trees and a neatly manicured walking path toward the clubhouse, which houses the pro shop and the Oakwood Grill. The grill is where my father will be having lunch with Joshua. Park my old rusting car in the large lot, trying not to be embarrassed at how out of place it looks among the Jaguars, Teslas, and BMWs. I take a final survey of my outfit, thankful that for once I'm wearing something that's appropriate for the club's dress code. I smooth down my slacks, then walk with purpose toward the front doors. Inside, the cool, climate-controlled air caresses me as though I have money to spend. I stride through the front foyer and into the entrance to the restaurant. Addressing the hostess before she can ask me if I have a reservation, I tell her I'm here to meet Richard Wilkins. "He's just arrived," she says in a honeyed voice. "I can have someone take you to him if that's not necessary. I'll find him," I reply and brush past her into the dining area. Scanning the room, I spot Joshua seated at a table in the center facing a man with gray hair. I force a smile and head toward them. Joshua spots me as I move closer. His eyes flicker first in surprise, then in recognition. He says something in a low voice, and the man facing him turns in my direction. Slowly, he pushes his chair away from the table and stands. My brain does a strange double-take, as for a second I'm not sure whether I recognize the man in front of me or not. He looks like photos of my grandfather from late in his life. Gaunt, gray pallor, and swimming in a suit that looks like it was cut for a man twice his size. And that's when it hits me for the first time. Something I realize I had never even considered could actually be true, despite what he told me. My dad is sick. Really, really sick. Chapter 8. Rory.
"Aurora,"
my father croaks.
"you came."
My voice dies in my throat. Clearing it nervously, I swallow the sudden tears stinging the back of my throat and try again. "Hi, Daddy." I smile. I've been angry at my father for a long time, for leaving my mom, for his absence in my life, for the knowledge that my mother's illness wouldn't have left her destitute if she had still been married to Richard Wilkins. If you had asked me 2 months ago whether I loved him, I would have had to think about it for a while before answering. But here, now, seeing him like this, it's like I'm a little girl again. I dealt with the fear of losing my mother every day while she was going through cancer treatments. But somehow I've never thought about what it would be like to lose my father to illness. I think that somewhere deep down, I always thought of him as immortal. But the shadow of death is etched into the skeletal features of the man standing in front of me. Dad beckons me forward into a hug. When I embrace him, I can feel his bones through his suit.
You remember Joshua?
He says, stepping back. Yes, hi, I say to the man standing next to him. Joshua Lansbury has been working for Dad for a decade now. He's tall and good-looking, with wavy dark blonde hair and straight white teeth. His suits always look impeccable and well-tailored. I don't know anything about menswear, but they have to be expensive. Today he's wearing a light gray suit and a dark blue tie with a starburst pattern in a lighter blue that matches his eyes.
Hello,
he says, flashing me a charming smile.
To what do we owe the honor of your presence, Aurora?
I go by Rory now, I reply, smiling back. Dad has been asking me to come visit for a while now. I thought it would be more fun if I surprised him.
You should have said something, Aurora.
Dad chides me, frowning.
Did you just get into town? I'll call the house and have a room made up for you.
It's okay, Dad. I'm staying with a friend. I lie. I don't want to be a bother.
Nonsense,
he says, cutting me off.
It's ridiculous for you to stay anywhere else. It's just the two of us rattling around in that house. You'll have a whole wing to yourself.
He peers at me.
I know you don't like Stephanie. You won't have to see her if you don't want to.
I blink, taken aback by his bluntness. Dad never talks like this. In fact, as far back as I can remember, he has never acknowledged that there would be any reason at all for me to dislike his second wife. I never thought he even thought about the situation enough to care whether or not I did. Dad turns to Joshua now.
Joshua, change of plans. I'm having lunch with my daughter. Go back to the office and have Tonette call Stephanie to prepare Aurora's old room.
Joshua hesitates for just a split second before giving my father a brief nod.
Should I have a car sent back to pick you up? My daughter can drive me back.
Dad answers, looking at me for confirmation. If you don't mind riding in my wreck of a car, I shrug.
Go now,
Dad tells Joshua brusquely. It might be my imagination, but I think I see a flash of irritation on Joshua's face. Though if so, it's gone as quickly as it comes. He says his goodbyes to both of us.
I do hope I have the pleasure of seeing you again soon, Aurora.
Rory. He nods.
Right, Rory.
Joshua leaves, and I take a seat next to my father, who signals to a waiter.
Please cancel his order,
he says, waving to the empty chair where Joshua was sitting.
And bring my daughter a menu.
No need, I say. Can I just get a chicken Caesar salad and just water to drink? The waiter moves away.
So,
Dad shifts in his chair. Am I imagining it, or is he having trouble getting comfortable?
You decided to surprise me, eh?
It was kind of a spur-of-the-moment decision to come.
Where are you living now? Still in Indiana with your mother? How is she? Doing all right?
I didn't expect him to ask me about Mom. He usually doesn't. She's fine, I answer, and close my mouth so I won't elaborate. Her life is none of his business.
What are you doing for work these days?
He asks. I'm, between jobs. His face curls into a frown of disapproval, which makes my insides churn. I resist the urge to make excuses. But then, to my surprise, he gives me a grudging smile.
Well, That will make things easier in one way, I suppose. Less baggage, as they say.
What do you mean? He eyes me.
I'd like you to come back to Ironwood to work for me.
I blink at him. What? The waiter returns to the table with our lunch orders. He sets my salad down in front of me and a fish entree in front of my father. When he moves away, Dad turns to me.
Aurora, I have stomach cancer. Second time around. The first time, the chemo and radiation damn near killed me. I'm not going through that again.
My own stomach drops. Daddy,
I want you to move back home. I want a chance to get to know my daughter again and teach you the business while I still can.
The business? I'm starting to feel a little dizzy.
Aurora, you're my only child. You and the company are my legacies. I want both of you to succeed. And what better way than for you to both succeed together?
You want me to work for you? I sound like an idiot even to myself, but I can barely take in what he's saying. It's too much info too quickly.
I want you to take your rightful seat at the table. You should have been there all along. That's my fault.
He pauses and gives me a long, searching look.
I don't have much time to change that, but I do have time. You're here now. Time to get started.
I realize suddenly that this is his version of an apology. I sit in stunned silence as he picks up his fork and starts to eat. He puts a first bite of fish into his mouth and begins chewing mechanically without pleasure. His face is almost grim with determination as he swallows and takes another forkful. He's not hungry, I realize. He doesn't want to eat this, but he's doing it because he has to keep fueling the machine. I pick up my own fork and spear a leaf of lettuce. I'm too taken aback by everything he said and the reality of how ill he is to argue with him. Most of the meal is spent in silence, Dad methodically chewing and barely tasting the food in front of him. When Dad is finished, he glances over at my salad, which I've mostly abandoned.
Finished?
He asks and pushes his chair away from the table.
Then let's get back.
Dad gripes about my car on the way to the office, telling me I need a new one. In another universe, one where he isn't sick, I shoot him a sharp retort about how one needs money to have a nice car. But in this universe, I don't argue with him. I go up to the office with him instead of dropping him off, because it makes me nervous that he seems so unsteady on his feet. Jeanette greets us and says she has talked to Dad's wife about having my room prepared. I feel kind of railroaded into staying there since I didn't refuse before. Frankly, I can't really afford the motel room much longer. Maybe I should just accept.
Good,
my father says.
Call her back and tell her Aurora will be having dinner with us tonight. Tell her to have Gina make something nice.
Dad,
Oh, Joshua, there you are.
Dad barks. I turn to see Joshua emerging from the hallway leading to the back offices.
Aurora is going to be coming on board the firm. Tonette, find her an office, will you?
Great, Joshua says, giving me a tight grin. I haven't actually said,
I'm going to get some work done now,
Dad tells us, then turns to Tonette one more time.
I'm not to be disturbed, you understand?
Of course, Mr. Wilkins. And just like that, Dad goes into his office and shuts the door. Bye? I say.
Afternoon nap,
Joshua says quietly.
He's been taking one every day lately.
Oh.
So,
he continues in a jovial tone, clapping his hands together.
You're coming to work for us then?
I haven't actually agreed to that. I shake my head. I'm not even really sure what just happened. One minute I was eating my Caesar salad and the next, this.
Your dad is a bit of a steamroller,
Joshua agrees.
But that's how he's made a successful career. Knowing what he wants, not taking no for an answer.
Yeah, imagine what he was like as a father. I crack. He lets out a soft breath.
I can only imagine. Though, from what I understand at home, he's not always the one in charge. Sounds like your stepmom is a whipcracker, too.
She's not really my stepmom. I was already 18 and out of the house when they got together. I look up at him. Do you know her? One side of his mouth quirks up.
Unfortunately.
I stifle a laugh. Well then, if you know, you know. Joshua gives me a sympathetic look.
From what I can gather, it couldn't have been an easy time for you back then. Or your mom.
I purse my lips. Hardly. But it's ancient history. I don't want to talk to a stranger about my life or my mom's. Plus, you never know what might end up getting back to Dad. It's not any of his business either.
Well, look.
Joshua clears his throat and holds out a hand.
For what it's worth, I hope you come on board at RJW. This place could use a little shaking up, and I know it would mean a lot to your dad.
Honestly, I can't imagine why. I can't possibly have anything of value to contribute to the company. I don't know anything about real estate. I've never even owned my own home.
Don't underestimate yourself,
he says.
Your dad obviously believes in you, and he's got a good eye for talent.
I snort. Come on, this is just a nepotism thing. He cocks a brow.
Why don't you just give it a try? You might surprise yourself, and hey, you might even find that you like it.
Maybe I've misjudged Joshua. I can't imagine why he'd be trying to talk me into this if he wants to take over after Dad's gone. We'll see, I concede. Anyway, thanks for lunch, and maybe I'll see you again soon.
Looking forward to it,
he says, and holds out a hand. I shake it, noticing how strong and warm it is. I decide I'm going to suspend judgment on Joshua Lansbury for now.
Chapter 9. Rogue. Jesus, Rogue, you look like shit, Matthias says as we sit down in the chapel for church. What the fuck? Did a truck run you over? Problems with the old ball and chain, brother, Mal quips. She put you out in the doghouse last night. Wait, what? Ball and chain? Yoda looks from one to the other. The fuck you talking about? Didn't you hear? Matthias grins. Rogue is hitched. What the fuck? When did that happen? Yoda blurts out. I'm not married, I bark. Lies? That's not what you told us at the Viking, Mal says. I distinctly remember you calling that chick your wife. What's her name again? Rory? Holy fuck. Yoda's eyes are wide as he stares at me. She's smoking hot, too. Mal lets out a wolf whistle. But shit, Rogue, if she ain't really your wife, then that means she's fair game, doesn't it? Any idea where she's staying? You stay the fuck away from her, I snarl. There's general hilarity around the table. A nerve starts to pulse in my forehead. Oh, now here we have a contradiction, Mal says, snickering. So, which is it? Is she your wife or ain't she? Because if that shit ain't legal, I'm gonna hit it, you best believe. Okay. Axel calls over the voices and laughter as he takes his seat at the head of the table. Can we turn our attention from Rogue's marital woes long enough to get some fucking business taken care of? He bangs the gavel. Church is in session. Thank Christ, I mutter. Main order of business is the situation with the Wretched Souls MC. The Wretched Souls are a club out of West Virginia. They're an older club, been around since the 70s. They're 1%ers, but from what we can gather, they keep mostly to themselves. They got beef with us because they're not happy the Lords of Carnage set up a club here in Ironwood, given that we're so close to the border with West Virginia. They're suspicious that our goal is expansion of our territory into their state. It's not a poor assumption, given that we've recently moved into Florida with our chapter in Jacksonville. There's been some displays of trying to assert their dominance on their end, including them starting a brawl in neutral territory a while back. Thing is, our club doesn't have any intention of expanding into West Virginia. Not right now, anyway. We ain't got time for a war with a club we got no interest in shutting down. We got enough on our plates right now. I reached out to the prez of the Wretched Souls, Axel tells us. His road name is Leadbelly. Leadbelly like the singer? Matthias asks. There's a singer named Leadbelly? Mal looks at Matthias quizzically. What band is he in? Matthias heaves a deep, disappointed sigh. You fucking musical illiterate, he growls. How the hell have you never heard of Leadbelly? He's only one of the greatest blues singers who ever lived. Then why the hell is the prez of the Wretched Souls named after him? Mal frowns. He a singer too? How the fuck should I know? Matthias shoots back, exasperated. Jesus Christ, Axel shouts. Can we focus here? Sorry, prez. Axel shakes his head, runs a rough hand through his hair. Anyway, like I was saying, Rourke and me reached out to Leadbelly and his VP to propose a peace agreement. What did you offer? I ask. A gesture of goodwill. Axel looks around at all of us. A pig roast and barbecue at our clubhouse. We're inviting the Wretched Souls and their old ladies to our turf to set up friendly relations, Rourke says. And, he adds with a sly grin, so we can check out their numbers face to face. We want these guys as friends, Axel explains, or at least not as enemies. Need to let them know we got no intentions of crossing the state line into their territory and putting down any stakes. So we're inviting them here to show a gesture of trust. Mi casa is su casa, like that. Hopefully they'll return the favor. We want to be able to ride through West Virginia when we need to, without problems. So when's this little tea party set to take place? Gage asks. Soon. We'll set it up and tell you when. Keep your calendars open. After church is over, I'm the first one up and out of the chapel before I can get any more ribbing or questions about Rory. Out in the main room of the clubhouse, a cluster of club girls are standing around talking by a couple of new couches we just got delivered. Mensa and Weasel, the two prospects, are over there with them. Sassy is saying something to the prospects and points at the couches. They grab one and lift it, and then carry it over to set it against the wall. Sassy looks over and sees me, then detaches herself from the group and saunters over.
Missed you this morning,
she says in a sultry voice, putting her hand on my chest.
You were gone when I woke up.
Had shit to do. I nod over at the couches. You girls redecorating?
We figured this new place could use more of a woman's touch.
It's a men's club, darling. We don't need no lace curtains and decorative throw pillows here. Sassy just shrugs and changes the subject.
I heard a rumor about you, she tells me. Word's traveling around that you got a wife.
Jesus Christ, this again. I close my eyes, pinch the bridge of my nose.
Is it true?
Not that it's any of your business, but no. It was a long time ago. She showed her bitch face back in town and the rumor mill started.
So she doesn't mean anything to you?
Sassy asks, hopefully. Not a goddamn thing. If I never see her again, it'll be too soon. She looks happier and takes a step forward, pressing her tits against me.
I'm guessing your house that you're building could use a lady's touch too, she whispers. Want me to come over and make it nice for you?
I let out a chuckle. Not a chance in hell, sweetheart. That house is just that. Mine. So you can get that Susie homemaker shit out of your mind. Sassy pulls a face at me and sticks out her tongue, but her eyes tell me she's sincerely hurt. I don't give a shit. She's a nice chick, and she gives head like nobody's business. But I ain't trying to put down a white goddamn picket fence. I know Sassy's wanting more from me. She's been with a few of the lords, but she always seems to come sniffing around me. But I've been straight with her from the beginning. She wants to be an old lady. She's going to have to find someone else to take the bait. In my life, women are for one thing, and I don't mean settling down to have 2.5 kids. I learned my lesson years ago with Rory. Speaking of which, I should probably think about getting some divorce papers drafted while she's still in town and make that shit official. Only trouble is that would involve seeing her again. Just my fucking bad luck. Rory Wilkins is the shit sandwich that just keeps on giving. After church, the main thing on my to-do list today is to go grab some groceries and take them over to my old man. I try to go over and drop off enough food to my dad's house for him to live on about once a week. I know if I don't, he'll just drink all his calories and won't bother to eat anything solid. I buy him mostly prepared packaged food, shit that's easy to heat up in a microwave. That's the only way he might actually eat some of it. Hell, maybe it absorbs some of the alcohol he's always marinating in. I had driven my truck the quarter-mile from my place to the clubhouse because it's a rainy-ass day. It's dark and gloomy as fuck out, which pretty much matches my mood. As I round the corner on the road to my place, I see the dog sleeping on my front porch, sheltered from the rain. He lifts his head up at the sound of my tires crunching on the gravel, and like a shot he's up, tail wagging so hard you'd think he's about to take off like a helicopter. "You getting to be a regular hang-around, eh?" I crack as I come up the steps. "Planning on prospecting for the club or what?" The dog lets out a sharp bark of agreement and follows me inside. He goes straight to the spot where I put down the plate last time I fed him and starts sniffing around like maybe there's an invisible steak hiding someplace. "Well, shit, you looking to be fed again?" I spread my hands wide. "I ain't got any more steak." Dog looks up at me and grins hopefully. "Damn it. Looks like maybe I got a shop for you too, huh? All right, look. Turns out I'm on my way to the store. I'll pick something up for you while I'm there." I ain't about to leave him in here in case he goes crazy and destroys everything while I'm gone, though he seems better behaved than that. I get a bowl, put some water in it, and carry it to the front door. I whistle for him to follow me, and he does. But when I set the bowl down on the front porch, he sniffs at it, but doesn't drink. "Not thirsty? Okay. Well, I'll be back in a while. See you later." I descend the stairs and head out to my truck. But when I open the driver's side door, he bolts down the steps and into the cab before I even know what's happening. I can't help but laugh. "It looks like you like car rides," I comment as I climb in after him. "All right, you win. But look, you better not chew shit up in here while I'm in the store getting supplies. We got a deal?" I hold out my hand. He lifts a paw and puts it in my palm. We shake on it. "Okay then," I say, and start up the truck. Dog stays in the truck while I go in and get a shitload of microwave dinners for my dad. I stop in the dog food aisle and try to decide what size of bag to get. Small won't last me very long with the way this mutt eats, but large is a commitment. It says he's staying around for a while. I really should try to find his owner, I guess. Maybe he's got one of those microchips. Probably should check with a vet or something. In the end, I get the large bag.
Chapter 10. Rory. Storms move in later in the day after my lunch with Dad. Like a coward, I'm a no-show at the house that evening, and I don't call to tell them I'm not coming. Instead, I book another night at the motel. The next morning, I wake up to a rainy, miserable day. I spend most of it holed up in my room, trying not to think about whether to accept my dad's offer of employment and move back into my childhood home. My breakfast and lunch consist of snacks from the vending machine outside the main office of the Casa Bella and bad coffee from the ancient drip coffee maker in my room. There's nothing that manages to capture my interest on TV, even though I flip through the cable channels at least a dozen times. So instead, I turn to the box of used paperbacks that I keep in the trunk of my car for just such an emergency. I'm a thrift store junkie, but not for clothing finds. Instead, I ransack secondhand stores for cheap books. I've currently got a cache of romance novels of all sorts that I grabbed on my way out of Columbus. There are Regency romances, the first 3 books in a Scottish Highlander series, a couple of books set on ranches out west, and even a recently released best-selling royal romance I've been wanting to read. There are also a couple of Stephen King books thrown in for good measure. I choose one of the Regencies first. The writing is great, and the plot has me sucked in almost immediately. But by chapter 3, somehow the rakish Duke starts reminding me of Brody. The more he and the plucky heroine verbally spar back and forth, the more I find myself picturing Brody's face and voice during the dialogue scenes. Gah! I cry out when the hero finally grabs the heroine in his arms and devours her mouth. I throw the book across the room like it's on fire and grab the next book on the top of the stack on my nightstand. Half an hour later, it's the strong, capable Montana rancher who starts to take on Brody's face. I toss that one down, too. Ugh, this is ridiculous. I've always loved stories of all kinds. I was always inventing them in my head when I was a little kid. Books have always been my refuge. When I was younger, I even wanted to be a writer myself. In high school, I had plans to go to college for creative writing. Brody and I even talked about it. We'd put ourselves through school together. I'd be a famous author someday. I'd write stories that gave people an escape from reality. Books that gave people hope. But that's not what happened, of course. I don't have an interesting enough life to be a writer. They always say, write what you know, right? But the life I have now wouldn't inspire anyone. And the everlasting, book-worthy romance story for the ages? The love that I thought would never die? Well, I don't have that anymore either. My life is hardly the stuff of a romance novel. I'm nobody's heroine. I'm not even Aurora anymore. I'm just Rory. Brody isn't Brody anymore either. He's Rogue. And Rogue fucking hates me. By late afternoon, I've blown through the royal romance. Thankfully, the hero of that one doesn't remind me too much of Brody. And I'm about 1/10 of the way through the Stephen King one, an alternate universe book about the Kennedy assassination. It feels like my butt is starting to form a permanent indentation in the mattress. Not only that, but I'm getting antsy from all this inactivity. It's time to face the fact that I need to make some decisions about how long I'm going to stay here in Ironwood, and whether I should accept my father's offer of a job. On the one hand, it's ridiculous. I don't know the first thing about corporate real estate. I don't even know what he wants me to do. On the other, if I don't stick around, this might be the last chance I ever have to really spend any time with him. Dad and I haven't been close for years. But do I really want to close the door on our relationship? Do I really want to just walk away from him when he needs me? Does he need me, though? Is this just an ego thing for him? And can I handle actually moving back to my childhood home? The home where he now lives with his second wife? If I do, how can I possibly keep lying to my mom about this? It was one thing to make up a story to cover up a quick visit here. But how would I explain being gone for months? As if on cue, a text message lights up my phone. It's my mom. How is the training going? Texting because I don't want to interrupt you at work. Ugh. The guilt washes over me like a wave. Gulping, I grab my phone and type a quick answer. Good, but yeah, in the middle of a meeting. Long days right now. I'll call you soon. Love you. Tossing my phone back on the bed, I grimace at the lie I've just told. I hate this, honestly. Part of me feels like maybe I should just have told her from the beginning that I was coming down here to pay Dad a visit. But now it's too late. If I tell her where I am now, she'll be hurt that I'm here and also hurt that I lied to her. Shit. I haven't felt this pulled between my parents since ever. Back in high school, when Brody and I first got together, Mom liked him a lot, and Dad didn't care for him much. But Dad was too preoccupied with work to spend a lot of time focusing on my personal life, so my parents hadn't really been at odds about it. Later, when Brody and I ran off and got married without telling anyone about it first, well, predictably, my parents were not happy. Dad especially kind of blew his stack. He kept telling me we were too young and too different to be compatible. But Mom reminded him that they too had been from different worlds. Though in their case, it was Dad who was from the rich family and Mom from the poor one. He called her a silly romantic, but he kind of let it go after that. But then my mom found out about my dad's affair. And around the same time, the unthinkable happened between me and Brody. I betrayed him. Not intentionally, but I knew that wouldn't matter in the end. I knew he'd be destroyed if he found out what I had done. So, stupidly, I kept it from him. I hoped against hope that maybe I could just forget it, push it all away like if I just stopped thinking about it, it could be like it had never occurred, and things could go back to normal. I couldn't stop thinking about it, though. It wouldn't leave me alone. And then, after that, Brody found out in the worst possible way. I didn't tell my mom what happened at the time, either. She was going through too much in her own life. I didn't want to add to her troubles. Then later, when Brody and I broke up, I gave her a version of the truth that hid most of the details, to spare her the heartbreak of learning the full extent of what was lost. It just seemed like that was the best way to protect everyone from as much hurt as possible. To this day, I have never told a single soul the whole story. Not even my mom. Certainly not my father. And definitely not Brody. It's too late for the truth anyway. At this point, there's nothing it would change. It would just rip open old wounds. The reason I decided not to tell my mom that I came to Ironwood was about protecting her, too. But now I realize I've set myself up in an impossible situation if I decide to stay and take the job at RJW. Gah, I blurt, throwing my hands in the air. I hate this. I'm so sick of getting myself backed into corners I can't figure out how to get out of. It's the story of my damn life. And not the kind of story that would make a good book. It's too pathetic. I stand up and start to pace back and forth in the tiny room. I argue with myself for so long that I feel like I'm starting to wear a path in the already well-worn carpet. I'm caught between my parents, between my past and my present, and I can't even see what could possibly be in my future. Typical Rory, spinning in circles for 13 years and counting. In the end, I drop back on the bed, exhausted and frustrated. And I decide to do what it seems like I always do. Take the path of least resistance. I'll go to my first day of work at RJW. You don't have to stay any longer than you want. You can just go in tomorrow and see what Dad has in mind. It's a way to spend some time with him. Probably the best way, in fact. That place, that company, is who he really is. Making a decision makes me feel a tiny bit better, even though it means I have to continue letting my mom think I'm in Indianapolis. And at that moment, I notice that sometime in the last hour or so, the rain has stopped. The sun is out now, streaming in through the gap between the ugly plaid curtains. A sign, or just a coincidence? Either way, suddenly I feel super cooped up in this room. I need to get out of here for a while. Glancing at my phone, I see it's more or less time for an early dinner. I decide to walk to the McDonald's down the highway. Yes, McDonald's again. For the second time since I arrived in town, the familiar taste of bad-for-me comfort food is a siren song I just can't resist. Grabbing my small crossbody bag, I sling the strap over my head, grab the key to my room, and step out into the wet but sunny late afternoon.
Chapter 11. Rogue. By the time I get to my dad's place, the rain has finally stopped, which is a good thing, because I don't want to leave the dog food in the cab with the dog. Instead, I pull out a tarp from the storage box in the back and put the bag of dog food on top of it. I roll the windows down in the cab just enough for it to be comfortable inside for the mutt. I'll only be about 15-20 minutes or so, I tell him. Then it hits me what I'm doing. Jesus Christ, I mutter. I'm getting way too comfortable talking to a dog. Grabbing the bag of groceries, I make my way up my dad's crumbling front walk. My father, Eugene Hicks, still lives in the same house where I grew up. Back when I was young, it was a simple but clean place. The outside, especially the lawn, trees, and shrubs, was a showplace back then. Since Dad considered a landscaper's house to be a form of advertising for his business, the grass had to be mown just so, at just the right height. The lawn had to be edged. The bushes had to be trimmed just enough, in a way that made the house look cozy and attractive. Back then, because of all that work he did, our place looked like the nicest one on the block. But that was a long time ago. These days, it's the worst one by a long shot. The paint is chipped and faded. The front cement steps are so far gone they should have been replaced 5 years ago. They're a hazard just to walk up them. The lawn is mostly dirt and weeds, the grass dead for years. Gigantic dandelions almost 3 feet tall sprout up against the front foundation. The old beater van he used to use for work is in the driveway. There's a dark rectangle of less faded paint on the side door panel, where the magnetic sign that had his logo on it used to be. The whole damn place smells of negligence, rot, and desperation. I'm surprised the city hasn't sued Dad for the state of the place. Hell, maybe they have. I wouldn't know one way or another. The small mailbox next to the front door is hanging crookedly off one screw, stuffed with flyers and junk mail. I grab the lot of it and toss it into the grocery bag. I pound a couple of times on the door, then walk inside. "Dad?" I call. "It's me." The smell inside the house, acrid sweat and dust, is unpleasant, but familiar by now. When my mom lived here during my childhood, it always smelled like laundry soap and food cooked in the crock pot. But that was a long damn time ago, before my mother decided she finally had enough of my dad's bullshit. I move from the front door into the living room and call for my father again. The couch where he spends 90% of his time is empty. The cushions are flattened and discolored, dented with the imprint of his body. A couple of beer cans sit on the end table beside an ashtray overflowing with butts. There's a radio on loud in the kitchen, tuned to some talk radio dude ranting about something or other. Just then, the flush of a toilet upstairs alerts me to where my father is. "Dad!" I call again. "Yeah!" he yells back. "Hold your damn horses!" I head into the kitchen with the bag of groceries and start to unload them into the refrigerator. Dad shows up in the doorway. He's unshaven, gray-skinned, and gaunt. His eyebrows are bushy and unkempt, like a Russian general's. "Brought you some food," I tell him. He grunts a response. Coming closer, he angles himself past me and grabs a can of beer from the top shelf. A blast of stale sweat odor hits me, making me grimace. "Might be about time to take a shower," I remark. "Fuck you," he shoots back. He cracks open the beer and moves to the counter. Grabbing a salt shaker, he tips it over the opening of the can, then lifts the can to his mouth and takes a long, gulping swig. I pull a plate out of the fridge. There's the remains of a sandwich on it, covered in fuzzy mold. You know, you can throw shit away sometimes, unless you've got some sort of science experiment going on that I don't know about. Dad makes a noise deep in his throat. "What are you, a woman?" he rasps. "You gonna tell me to put up some lacy curtains next?" He lifts the hand that isn't holding the beer and wiggles his fingers in an impression of daintiness. "Christ," I say under my breath, turning away. When my mother was still around, she tried like hell to make our home like something out of Leave It to Beaver. The worse things got between her and Dad, the more focused she'd be on whether the throw pillows on the sofa were just so, or making sure there was a little vase of flowers from the garden on our kitchen table. Dad, for his part, treated her like a piece of furniture, comfortable and useful enough, but easy to ignore. Mom left when I was 14. I guess she finally got sick of Dad's drinking and womanizing. She took off during the day while I was at school. I didn't find the note she left for me until that night. By that time, my father had come home from work to an empty house and no dinner. He had gone from disbelief to anger to calling around to anyone who might know where she had gone, to throwing shit against the wall, to making his way through all the bottles of hard liquor we had in the house, to finally collapsing fully clothed in the bedroom that was now his alone. The note from my mom was laying on top of my dresser. I was sitting next to a framed picture of the three of us from when I was 5 or 6 years old, taken at a cheap carnival somewhere in front of one of the rides. It was short. It just said,
"I love you. I can't take you with me. He'll come find me if I do."
And he did try. But with no information on where she had gone, her parents claimed to have no idea where she was. Dad eventually gave up on looking for her. At first, he never talked about her leaving. He never talked about her at all. But then, once it seemed clear she was never coming back, he got bitter. He'd get drunk more and more often, until it was most nights, then every night, and then eventually most days, too. He'd rail about backstabbing bitches and tell me real men like us didn't need women except to fuck or cook for them. Even when I was young, I was never all that close to Dad. He wasn't the kind of father to play with me or teach me to throw a ball. He didn't pay a lot of attention to me until I got old enough to start working for him. So I was a bit of a loner growing up, and as an only child, I had a lot of time to myself. I was a big reader, too, which he seemed to think was suspicious. Not something boys did, was the way he grumblingly put it more than once. The older I got, the more concerned he was with whether I was doing what he thought I should be as the proud possessor of a dick. Not long before I met Aurora, he had started asking me whether, in his words, I had gotten my dick wet yet. He offered to take me out somewhere and pay for me to get it done if I was too much of a damn lily. When he found out I had a girlfriend, he didn't know at first that she was the daughter of his richest customer. His main reaction was, "Well, at least you're not gay, thank Christ. But whatever you do, don't let her pussy whip you. You're the one who wears the pants. Act like it." The summer I met Aurora, Dad was still only drinking on nights and weekends. But he was angry and bitter, and I knew enough to limit contact between them. I was embarrassed at the idea of her seeing him drunk. I didn't want her to look at my dad and see a future version of me. I also didn't want him to say anything to Aurora about his views on women in general. Even before Mom left us, he had always been what he liked to call old school about women, meaning he thought of all women as belonging to one of two categories, either angels or whores. After Mom left, the two categories shifted to whores and potential whores. To be honest, I'm not sure he ever really saw women as real people. Maybe he loved my mom at one point, I don't know. But I sure as hell never saw him act like it. I knew well enough about life that I didn't want to replicate how my dad treated my mom. I knew enough that I wanted a better relationship than what they had. Hell, back then I even wanted a family. I wanted to prove to myself I could do a better job of it than my old man. When I met Aurora, I knew within weeks that she was it for me. With her, I knew I was different. I knew we were different. We'd be solid. We'd be together forever. We'd have a family. Kids who we loved, and who knew we loved them. Yeah, what a fucking chump I was. Mentally shaking off the memories, I go into the living room where Dad has gone to finish his beer in front of the TV. I tell him what all I brought him in terms of groceries. He listens and occasionally grunts, so at least I know he's hearing me. I extract a half-assed promise that he'll eat so it won't all go to waste. I go back into the kitchen to throw away some of the piled-up containers on the counters and haul the trash out to the garbage can. Back in the living room, I sit with him for a couple minutes and try to make small talk. When I figure I've done my bit, I say goodbye and take off. When I get out to my truck, the first thing I notice is that the passenger door is hanging open. The second thing I notice is that the damn dog is in the back, munching happily from a ripped-open bag of kibble. "Get down from there and get back in the goddamn truck," I shout. He jumps out nimbly and hops right back into the passenger seat, looking completely devoid of guilt, I might add. "Unbelievable," I groan, wiping a hand over my beard. "I should dump you out with that bag of food and leave you to fend for your damn self, you know that?" I spend most of the drive back home seriously contemplating whether the appearance of this damn dog in my life is some sort of payback for all the sins I've committed. Meanwhile, he just sits next to me, tongue hanging out, looking pleased as fuck with himself. "I really should just dump your ass out on the side of the road," I complain. His grin just gets bigger. He doesn't buy it for a second. "Fine, I wouldn't do that to you. But you're seriously hammering on my last nerve here, dog." Just then, he sits up in his seat. He lets out a sharp bark, his ears perking up at something he sees out the front windshield. I turn to see a lone figure up ahead, walking along the shoulder of the highway. From their build, it looks like a woman. Weird place to be taking a stroll. Reflexively, I tap the brakes and start to slow down. I'm wondering if I should ask if she needs any help. I hit the button to roll the passenger side window down the rest of the way. The dog barks again, louder this time. Then, before I know what is happening, he launches himself out the window and starts racing toward the woman. "Hey!" I yell. I slam the truck into park and bolt out the driver's side door. Running toward them, I get ready to tackle the dog before he can knock her down or hurt her. She turns around just in time to sidestep his launch, but then he's bounding around at her feet and she's laughing in surprise and reaching down to pet him. And it's only then, when I hear the unmistakable music of her laughter, that I finally realize who it is.
Chapter 12. Rory.
Hey!
The shout startles me enough that I turn around just in time to see a large, crazy-looking dog bounding up to me at top speed. I have a flash of panic, but just before I start to freak out, I realize its tongue is hanging out like it can't wait to see me. Instinctively, I brace for impact, and the dog plows into me with a happy yelp. "Whoa!" I cry, staggering. Somehow, we don't both go flying into the ditch. The dog leaps up again, tongue out like he's trying to lick my face, and I start laughing hysterically at the ridiculousness of it all.
Shit.
The male voice that shouted at me yells.
God damn it, dog. Down.
I look up to see Brody, of all people, coming toward me, murder in his eyes. Whether his anger is at me or the dog, I can only guess. "It's okay," I gasp in between giggles. Eek, stop it, dog. He's fine." I manage to grab hold of a hunk of his fur close to his neck and pull him down onto all fours, long enough to catch my breath. He's just a little crazy, though.
He's a damn idiot is what he is.
Brody growls.
Down, you idiot.
He frowns at me.
You okay?
"Yeah, it's fine. No harm done." Brody shakes his head in disgust.
I don't know what the hell got into this damn mutt. He jumped clean out the window on my truck to get to you.
If only I was as attractive to all men, I quip. Then realize who I just said this to. Reddening, I hurry to change the subject. "What's his name?" I ask, nodding at the dog. Brody is quiet for a second, then answers,
I don't know. I've just been calling him Dog.
I cock a brow at him. "Isn't he yours?" Brody shrugs.
I don't really know that either.
The dog jumps up on his hind legs and paws at the air with his front feet like he's trying to bat away something. He lets out a weird roar, almost like he's trying to say something. I start to laugh as I realize what he reminds me of. "Is dog short for Dogzilla?" I ask. Brody makes a rude noise.
Could be. He's enough of a damn monster for sure. He's eating me out of house and home. Tore right through the bag of kibble in the back of my truck.
The two of us share the moment of mirth, looking at this ridiculous dog who is still batting the air, trying to get my attention. Unexpectedly, my heart does a little leap in my chest.
The hell you doing out here walking on the side of the road, anyway?
He asks me then. The smile leaves his face. Dogzilla falls back on all fours. I reach down and scratch him behind the ear. "I was walking back to my motel," I say. "I just got back from grabbing something to eat."
"Where are you staying?"
Brody asks, and then his eyes widen in surprise as he glances down the road.
"The Casa Bella. Are you fucking kidding me?"
"Yeah, well," I say, reddening. It was cheap, and I didn't know how long I'd be sticking around, so I shrug. The fact is, as horrible as the Casa Bella is, at least I'm independent there. No one is really watching me coming or going. But once I'm at Dad's, I won't just be passing through Ironwood any longer. I'll have to admit that I'm truly back here indefinitely.
"So, are you?"
Brody asks.
"Sticking around?"
I sigh. "Looks like it." My dad is legitimately sick. He has stomach cancer. So as much as I had been planning on leaving, I need to stay here for a while and spend some time with him before... I trail off, not willing to say the words. Taking a deep breath, I continue with a smile that feels ridiculously fake. So it looks like I'll be staying at the house starting tomorrow. On the bright side, no more Casabella.
Shit, cancer. I'm sorry.
Brody looks legitimately upset.
You doing okay?
His tone is so unexpectedly kind that my throat tightens. It loosens something inside me. I'm not sure, I admit. I've basically been estranged from him for years, but I guess I never thought about... Dad's emaciated face appears in my mind, and for a second I feel like I can't breathe. He's really sick, Brody. Brody's features soften.
Jesus.
He wants me to come work at the office with him for a while, learn the ropes, I guess. He's hoping I'll take over for him, I think. Brody says nothing for a few seconds.
That's a lot to ask, expecting you to uproot your life like that.
Why is he being so nice to me? It should feel good, but instead it just makes me uncomfortable and embarrassed. Oh, it's not like I have much of a life to uproot. I laugh, waving a hand. I'm 31 years old and I'm still just doing bullshit odd jobs here and there. I don't even know why he wants me to do this, really. I sure don't have any qualifications for whatever he expects. And I don't know what I want, either, to be honest. I just never thought I'd be back in Ironwood, you know? My eyes meet his. Something passes between us in an instant. The collective sum of all the memories between us, maybe. The knowledge both of us have of why I left here in the first place. Because he hated me. And as a result, I couldn't stand to be here anymore. I look away. I just never thought I'd deal with this with my dad, somehow. Mom had cancer a while ago, actually. She pulled through, though. She's fine now.
I'm glad to hear that. I always liked your mom.
I smile at him gratefully. She's always liked you, too. Brody doesn't say anything more. I realize he's waiting for me to go on. I don't know, I say. Dad said he had stomach cancer once before this. He didn't even tell me at the time. I shake my head. He said that this time he isn't going to do chemo.
What does that mean?
I think it means he's just... I draw in a shaky breath. Planning to die. Brody opens his mouth to say something, but Dogzilla interrupts him with a loud whine. I look down, realizing I had forgotten he was even there. He's jumping up and down on his hind legs, head pivoting back and forth between us. Whatever it is, the moment between Brody and me is suddenly broken. He clears his throat, shoves his hands in his pockets. Looks like Dogzilla is anxious to get somewhere, I say with a smile. I should get back anyway.
Sure thing. You need a ride?
No, that's okay. I wave him off. It's not that far, and I can use the exercise. Thank you, though.
No problem.
He pauses, reaches up, and rubs his neck.
Hang in there, Rory.
I gaze at him across the years, across all the pain between us, to the boy he used to be, to the girl I used to be, to the girl who loved him so much, sometimes she thought her heart would burst from the enormity of it. God, right now, looking at him, I would give just about anything to go back just for a few minutes, to have him feel the way about me that he used to, back when he thought I hung the moon and that I could do no wrong, back when he believed in me. But those days are long gone. That boy and that girl don't exist anymore. Thanks, Rogue. I nod. And before he can see the tears that have suddenly formed in my eyes, I turn and walk away. A few seconds later, I hear a car door slam and the sound of an engine turning over. The truck drives past me, then accelerates, a cloud of dust kicked up by the wheels. A hand reaches out the window and waves. Slowly, I raise my hand and wave back as Brody drives off into the distance.
Chapter 13. Rogue. You know, you're really pushing it, dude, I say to the dog as we drive away. That chick was the last person in the world I wanted to see. The only response I get from him is a shit-eating grin. Fuck's sake, you really are a dogzilla, I grunt. It was probably crazy to hope I was never going to run into Rory again in Ironwood while she was here. Though if it hadn't been for the dog, maybe I wouldn't have. Maybe there's a silver lining to it, though, because now I know where she's going to be staying and where she'll be working, which means I can avoid her easier. For the second time, I tell myself I should take advantage of the fact she's in town and get my ass in gear on hiring a divorce lawyer. About time we took care of that, after all these years. Then again, maybe that's kind of a shitty thing to do right now, given what she's going through. Hell, I don't know. It's fucked up that she's been staying at the Casa Bella. Does that mean she has no money? I'm driving past the motel as I have the thought, and I find myself squinting at the parking lot. There's only one car there, a piece of shit subcompact that looks like it barely runs. Is that hers? Why the hell isn't she rich, though? Her daddy's got more money than God. I guess she really has been estranged from him all this time. I knew Rory's mom left town a long time ago, through Jessie from the bar. Apparently, Daddy Wilkins had been cheating on Rory's mom, Susan, off and on throughout their marriage, but Susan only found out about it when one of his side chicks decided she wanted a big rock on her finger. From what Jessie says, the side chick called Susan and told her about the affair. Susan confronted Rory's dad, and instead of him begging for forgiveness and breaking it off, he decided to divorce Rory's mom and start all over with the side chick. All that shit happened after Rory and I broke up. I didn't know about it until way later. Made me sad for Rory's mom. I always liked her, once I got to know her. When I first saw Aurora's mom that fateful summer, she was walking from the house to her fancy SUV to go out for a day of shopping or some other rich lady shit. She looked just like an older version of Aurora, except her hair was a couple shades darker. She caught sight of me out in the yard on her way to the car and gave me a brief nod without breaking her stride. Then she climbed in her car, drove off, and that was pretty much it. I figured she was just a stereotypical rich bitch and didn't give it any more thought. Once Aurora and me got together, I was pretty sure her mom would lose her damn mind when she found out. But that's not what happened at all. Instead, she invited me to dinner that weekend. It was awkward as hell, me sitting around with my girl and her parents. I felt like I'd been invited to dine with the Queen or something, and nobody had told me which fork to use with which course. They even had a cook who served the meal for us in the dining room. Aurora's dad had a dark frown on his face the whole time. He barely talked to me except to launch a couple of stink bombs about how unexpected it was that his employee was dating his daughter. Then again, he hardly talked to his wife and daughter during dinner either. He just scowled through the meal, then muttered something about how he had to make some calls and left the table. Susan, on the other hand, asked me all sorts of questions during dinner. She wanted to know about school, what I liked to do in my free time, and whether I planned to go to college or do something else after graduation. After dinner was over and Aurora and I were hanging out in their living room, I told her I was surprised at how friendly her mom was.
She doesn't come from money,
Aurora explained.
She knows that a person's bank account doesn't say anything real about them. She likes you, Brody. I can tell. She told me that as long as you treat me well, she's happy for us.
And I did treat her well, my Princess Aurora. The thought of her ever looking elsewhere for another guy made me crazy, so I tried my damnedest to make sure she was happy with me. And she was. She told me all the time that she never would have believed she could be so happy or so in love. I felt the same way. Aurora's dad wasn't very happy about us, though, and he made sure to tell Aurora that. He thought she should be with some big man on campus football type, a golden boy whose family had money like her, someone who didn't have dirt under his nails. My dad was pissed about it too, but for different reasons. He told me I was at risk of being pussified, as he called it. "You're a good-looking enough boy. You don't need to work for tail. Why the fuck are you going straight for that expensive pussy? That little princess is gonna expect presents and shit to put out, son. If she even will put out," he muttered in disgust, spitting on the ground. "She's gonna lead you around by your dick till you don't know whether you're coming or going. Ain't no woman worth that. Shit, I thought I taught you better than that." I remember flinching when Dad called Aurora princess. The same word I used as a term of endearment sounded ugly and bitter from his mouth. It pulled me up short, made me wonder, just a little, whether a girl like her could be happy with a guy like me. Could the princess and the pauper have a happy ever after? Did Dad know something I didn't? Dad was doing his best to look out for me, I knew. Even at the time, I understood that he was trying to teach me the life lessons he thought I needed to know. Truth was, he had taught me lessons, but not the ones he thought. He taught me that if you treat a woman like shit for long enough, eventually she'll leave. I knew my mom hadn't deserved the way he treated her. She didn't leave him as much as he drove her away. I missed her like hell, but I understood why she had gone. I just wished she hadn't cut ties with me, too. I hoped she was happy, wherever she was. I didn't want the life my dad had. One thing I knew for certain is that he wasn't happy. I told myself I'd never treat Aurora like he treated my mom. And I kept my word. But she still betrayed me. And I never even saw it coming. Aurora and I knew our parents would all be worried when we decided to run off and get married, not long after we graduated high school. We knew they all thought we were too young, even her mom. We both understood their concern, but it was what we wanted. I didn't have a doubt in my goddamn mind that it was the right decision. She was my forever. God damn it, I loved that girl. When I found out that she had cheated on me, it happened in the worst fucking way possible. I found a pregnancy test that had been shoved to the bottom of the garbage in the bathroom of the tiny studio apartment where we had moved after we got married. I never even would have seen the thing, except I was cleaning the place one day when she was gone as a surprise for her. The test was positive. Only problem was, we'd been using condoms religiously since we weren't ready to have kids. When I confronted Aurora with the test, I don't know what I expected. I guess somewhere in the back of my mind I hoped there was a logical explanation for how she got pregnant, even though we were using protection, and how it was that she hadn't told me about it. But as I held the test up between us, her face crumpled into an expression of agony. Then a second later, it transformed into an unreadable mask.
"Yes,"
she said, her voice monotone.
"I'm pregnant."
And then, a few seconds later, the words that would change my life.
"No, it's not yours."
The fucking irony of it all is, even though I did everything I could not to end up a bitter asshole like my old man, I ended up getting fucked over in the end. Aurora wouldn't tell me who the bastard was that she cheated on me with. I left the apartment that night, so angry with her that I was afraid I'd do something violent if I stayed. When I came back the next morning, she was gone. To her parents' place, I assumed, and it turned out I assumed correctly. I was too proud to try to get her back, too angry to forgive her. She didn't try to contact me either. The only news I heard was from Susan, who called me 3 weeks later. She told me that Aurora had had a miscarriage. The way she said it, the gentleness and sorrow in her voice, told me that Aurora's mom thought the baby was mine. Aurora hadn't told her mom what had happened and why we weren't speaking. It took me almost a month to get my head right, to the point where I was finally ready to show up to the Wilkins' house, ready to see her. Susan told me that Aurora had skipped town, and she wouldn't tell me where. She said she was sorry, but that Aurora made her promise not to. After Aurora left, I spiraled downward. I spent my days drinking to forget. I went to jail for assault after a fight outside the bar. I joined the military, got sent to Iraq toward the end of the conflict. Came back stateside, fucked around for a while. Eventually, I got my shit together. I joined the Lords of Carnage MC. I didn't swear off women, but I swore off relationships. Piece by piece, I put my life back together again. Life was fine. And then she showed up back in town. And ever since she came back, I can feel her presence. It's like there's this invisible string that's tugging at me, constantly reminding me that she's here. So I can never quite get her out of my mind. God damn it, I mutter to myself as I pull into the club compound. I gotta get myself together. So Rory's back, so fucking what? It ain't got nothing to do with me. I just need to stay away from her until she leaves. How hard can that be? In the passenger seat, Dogzilla whines. You keep your opinions to yourself, I tell him. Back at my place, I unload the ripped-open bag of kibble from the back of my truck and put it in the kitchen pantry, high enough that the dog can't get to it. I go back out on the porch to have a smoke, just in time to see Mal walking up the road toward my house. Hey, he calls, lifting a hand in greeting. I was going to text you, but I saw you driving past and figured I'd stretch my legs. What's up? Axel's planning the pig roast and bonfire for this weekend. The wretched souls are going to come in on Saturday for it. That's soon. Yeah, come on. He motions back toward the clubhouse and grins. Axel's calling church. It's all hands on deck to get shit ready for a big-ass party.
Chapter 14. Rory. My first day at RJW Commercial passes in a flurry of weirdness. I show up on time, wearing the same outfit I was wearing the day I came to see Dad here. The way Tanette's eyes flicker over me, I can tell she's noticed, but of course she's not about to say anything. She sends me down to Human Resources to fill out a small mountain of paperwork that takes most of the morning. For some reason, it hadn't occurred to me to wonder how much I was going to be paid. The number the HR person tells me is so large it makes my eyes pop. It's easily 3 times more than I've ever earned at a job in my life. She doesn't seem that fazed by it, though, so maybe it's a standard salary for someone who does whatever it is I'm supposed to be doing here. Once all the paperwork is processed and I've gotten my keycard identification, HR sends me back downstairs to Tanette, who leads me to my new office. Here you go, she says, pushing open the door. It's not much, but it's the only executive office we had available on this floor. Travis from IT will be here after lunch to set up your computer. In the meantime, just make yourself comfortable. She gives me a smile that's so impersonal she could be speaking to an inanimate object. I'll leave you to it. She pulls the door quietly closed behind her. I take a look around and start to laugh in disbelief. It's the first and only office I've ever had in my life. It's not that impressive compared to my father's, but still, even at 1/3 the size of his, it's got room for a large desk, a high-tech-looking ergonomic chair for me to sit in, and 2 chairs across my desk for visitors. There's a bank of windows behind the desk that covers basically the whole exterior wall. Against the right-hand wall, there's a small love seat covered in a slippery-looking corporate fabric. It doesn't look all that comfortable, but still, I could actually sleep here. Moving over to the desk, I sit down in my sleek ergonomic thingy, taking a moment to marvel at how comfortable it is. I reach down and start playing with the various knobs and levers to adjust the height and the back, getting so absorbed in it all that when a knock comes on the door, I startle and instantly bolt upright into what I hope is a professional pose. Yes, come in, I call. The door opens and Joshua pokes his head around.
Hey, how are you settling in?
Just fine, I stammer, flashing him a quick smile. Though I don't have the faintest idea of what I'm doing.
Well, since you're not buried under a mountain of work yet, you'll have time for lunch. How about I take you out?
I frown uncertainly. I feel like I haven't even done anything yet. Going out to lunch seems kind of like wrong? He laughs.
It's okay. Your dad asked me to shepherd you through the first day personally.
I haven't even seen him yet.
He's off-site today,
Joshua says vaguely.
So what about that lunch? There's a Mexican place in town that does fantastic street tacos.
I'm so relieved he didn't propose going to the country club that I accept on the spot. We take his car, a late model Lexus, to a tiny hole in the wall on the far side of downtown Ironwood. As he promised, the tacos are absolutely out of this world. Joshua is funny and self-deprecating, and I surprise myself by having a good time. Walking back to his car after we finish eating, Joshua is telling me an amusing story about Tanette when we round a corner and I almost physically run into a tall, rangy man with longish hair. Oh, I'm so sorry. I begin, and then freeze, because I recognize him. He's literally the last person in the world I would have ever wanted to see again.
Well, hello there.
Thorpe's lips pull back into a wide, mocking smile.
I heard you were back in town.
I choke on a reply. I simply stare up at him, a riot of emotions rendering me mute and unable to move.
Rory?
Joshua's puzzled voice sounds like it's coming from inside a tunnel. Yes, I blurt out, willing myself to recover. Sorry. Swallowing painfully, I look up at Thorpe Summers and square my shoulders. Yes, I'm back in town for a little while. Excuse us. Brushing past him, I stomp away, focusing all my concentration on putting one foot in front of the other. I hear Joshua say something to Thorpe and then hurry to catch up with me.
Hey,
he says when he's by my side.
You okay?
Yes, I'm fine. I lie.
Are you sure? What happened back there? You're white as a sheet.
I force myself to sound casual. He's just someone I don't particularly like. Let's get back to the office, okay? On the ride back to RJW, the blood is buzzing in my ears as I try to push the image of Thorpe's smirking face from my mind. He looks different now, older, of course, but he sounds and acts exactly the same. Oh, God. How did it never occur to me that he might still be here in town? He has no power over you. Everything happened a long time ago. He doesn't matter. None of that matters anymore. Just forget him. Forget it all. The afternoon goes by a little more quickly than the morning did. I get my computer installed, and the IT guy helps me get logged into the system and set up my email. My father doesn't show up to the office at all, but around 4 o'clock, Tanette comes to tell me that he's waiting for me at the house. I leave work and drive to Dad's place with all of my stuff in the trunk, since I checked out of the motel early this morning. I park in the back like I always used to, but when I climb up the steps to the back door, I hesitate. Do I knock? Should I just walk in? This isn't really home anymore, but it feels weird to act like I'm just a visitor. In the end, I push my feelings of awkwardness aside and just go in. Hello? I call as I walk through the kitchen. It's been remodeled with an ultra-modern, expensive style, updated with the latest high-end appliances. I barely recognize it. Stephanie's idea, I presume. Dad? I'm here.
Come through,
he calls from somewhere in the house.
In the library.
My father's library is really a home office/man cave. There are very few books in it, and the ones that are there, I'd be surprised if he's read. Dad has never really been the type to spend long hours in silent contemplation. He's more a man of action, which is why it's so surprising and shocking when I walk into the library to see him reclining in a massive lounger I've never seen before, almost as big as a hospital bed. He's wearing navy blue flannel pajamas and slippers in the middle of the day. Another shocker. Trying not to show my dismay, I don't break my stride as I walk in and sit down in a chair facing him. I missed you at work today, I tell him.
How are you settling in?
he replies, ignoring the implied question. Fine, except I still have no idea what I'm even supposed to be doing there.
Joshua didn't show you the ropes?
He frowns. He did, as much as he could, I guess. I don't want Joshua to get in trouble with Dad. I pause, and it's then that I realize how quiet it is in the house. Where's Stephanie?
Not here.
Dad shrugs.
She left for Europe this morning. Shopping trip.
That seems sudden, I say. She must hate me even more than I thought. But Dad waves my comment away.
She's been planning it for weeks. She's sick of me, and I'm sick of her, to be frank.
Wow, okay. I don't know what to say. A tiny part of me can't help but feel vindicated on behalf of my mom.
Stephanie married me strictly for the better, and this is starting to feel like the worse part.
Dad continues in a sour tone.
She's hardly the nursemaid type, you know. She's not cut out to take care of me. And I can't stand her bitching, so...
He trails off. His face is strangely impassive as he says all this. I can't tell whether he's actually bothered that she's gone or not. A stab of something like sympathy hits me. I'd hate to be in a marriage like this. To have a spouse who'd rather skip town than take care of you sounds terrible. It would almost be better not to have a spouse at all. My mom went through her cancer treatments without a husband, but she had me. At least she didn't have to put up with a fractious spouse on top of everything else. But Dad doesn't seem to want to talk about Stephanie or about being sick. He leans forward and asks me questions about how I like my office and how I spent my day. He gruffly apologizes for not being there, but says he'll be in tomorrow and that we can ride in together. Dad, I say, taking a deep breath. Look, I still am not really sure what you want me to be doing at RJW. Surely you realize I have no actual qualifications to be doing whatever you think it is I should be.
Your qualifications are that you're my daughter, and it's time you take your place at the company.
I blink. But I don't have a place at the company.
You do. You're my heir.
He fixes me with a sharp gaze.
You need to come back and settle down in Ironwood, Aurora. It's time for you to take my place at the helm of RJW.
What? I blurt. You can't be serious. I thought Joshua...
Yes.
He interrupts me impatiently.
I admit I have been operating under the assumption that Joshua would be taking over someday. But that was before. I thought it would be far in the future. I thought I'd still be in charge for at least 15 or 20 more years. But now I'm dying.
He says the word with such force, it takes me aback.
And I can't stand the idea of the business I built slipping away from me.
Again, he pierces me with a determined stare.
You are my family, Aurora. You are all that's left.
I'm speechless. Does Joshua know this is what you want? I ask in a strangled voice.
He knows I want you in upper management. He's a smart boy. He'll figure it out.
God, I can't believe it. Joshua has been working for my dad forever. Dad talks about him all the time. I always assumed he was like the son he never had. I can't believe Dad is planning to just toss him away like an old sock. But honestly, it feels a little bit like my dad's MO. He did it to my mom, after all. And he sort of did it to me when I disappointed him by getting married so young and then having the marriage fall apart.
Joshua mentioned to me what an attractive young woman you are.
Dad continues, and something in his tone changes then.
He's single, you know. The two of you could make a very good couple. And,
he adds with a twinkle in his eye,
together you could raise the next generation to take over RJW. 2 birds with 1 stone, eh?
Dad! I exclaim, staring at him.
Okay. He chuckles. Just don't dismiss it out of hand. Think about it. It's time you settled down. This would take care of a lot of problems at once.
It's on the tip of my tongue to tell him that I and my lack of relationship and children is not a problem. But just then, his body tenses, his face twisting into a grimace. He lets out a soft grunt, and I realize he's in pain.
I think I'm going to go upstairs and take a rest,
he tells me.
Gina left dinner in the fridge to be heated up. There's enough for both of us.
I watch in silence as he gets slowly and awkwardly to his feet. I know instinctively that he won't want me to help him. He half walks, half shuffles out of the room and up the stairs, his posture erect and stiff. It's only when he's completely out of earshot that I let out the breath I've been holding. Whew. I exhale noisily and flop back in my chair. My mind is reeling with everything that's just happened in the last 10 minutes. I'm feeling crushed under the weight of my dad's expectations and terrified that I don't know how to say no to him, even though I'm sure that saying yes is not what I want. I need to get out of here, my brain clangs. Out of this house, away from my past, and away from the future my father is trying to write for me. I need a drink. And because I basically know almost no one in town anymore, I decide to go to the one place where I know at least one person who will be a sympathetic ear. The Viking Bar. Chapter 15. Rory. That's quite a story, Jessie murmurs, her eyes widening as she takes it all in. I know. I gulped down a generous mouthful of the Chardonnay she poured me about 10 minutes ago. I'm not normally much of a wine drinker, but I needed something stronger than beer. I have no idea what to do. What's your mom say about all this? She asks. Across the bar, Vinny tries to catch her eye, but she makes a show of polishing down the bar counter in front of her. She was always a smart lady. She have any words of wisdom? I haven't told her yet. I haven't even told her I'm in town. She doesn't know Dad is sick. There is no way I can talk to her about any of this. So, do you want to work for your dad? She cocks her head at me, a skeptical expression on her face. Do you want to stay in town? It's a lot to ask, him wanting you to uproot your whole life and come here. Yeah, I suppose it is, I mumble. But Jessie's words, uproot your whole life, hit me differently than she probably thinks. Because, to be honest, uprooting my life wasn't really that big of a sacrifice. I barely had any roots to pull up. My whole adult life has been a series of failures and false starts. A string of meaningless jobs. The totality of my worldly possessions, everything that I didn't bring with me to Ironwood, fits into one small, cramped room at my mother's house. I don't even have my own place. Sure, I moved in with her originally to help care for her during her cancer scare, but she's been in remission for a while now. She doesn't need my dubious cooking and nursing skills anymore, that's for sure. Mom has never once suggested I move out now that she's cancer-free and can take care of herself. But I'm sure she wouldn't mind reclaiming my bedroom as the craft room it was before I moved in. Well, look, Jessie says, flashing me a smile. I have this technique I use for making hard decisions. Do you want to hear what it is? Sure. I lift my glass and drain the last of the Chardonnay. I can use all the help I can get. Okay, what I do is I ask myself, what's the worst thing that could happen if I do this? And then I ask, what's the best thing that could happen if I do this? I consider her words. That's a pretty good technique, to be honest. She leans forward, elbows on the bar. So let's do you. What's the worst thing that could happen if you take this job at your dad's company and stick around in Ironwood for a while? I bite my lip, considering. I could be a colossal failure at the job and get fired. And then what? I shrug. My dad would be super disappointed in me, I guess, and I'd have to leave town. Okay, right? She nods. But in the meantime, you would be spending time with your dad before he dies. And since it's a job in the field you've never worked in before, getting fired wouldn't be that much of a setback, would it? No, I admit. So that's not so bad. She looks at me expectantly. Am I right? Not so bad, no, I drawl. Okay, so now what's the best thing that could happen if you do this? I pull in a deep breath. I could, end up loving my job and being amazing at it, I guess. My tone is light and flippant at first, but then I start to let myself daydream a little more. My dad and I would get along, and he'd be happy I was here. And I'd admit to my mom I was here, and she wouldn't be mad that I was doing it. And then But then the words that were forming in my head die in my throat. Because in the mental image I'm creating of the best thing that could happen here in Ironwood, suddenly Brody's face appears. I reach up and finger my necklace, then ask Jessie for another Chardonnay. Hey, Jess, you trying to grow roots over here? Vinny approaches, an irritated look on his face. We got other customers too, you know. He glances at me. No offense, Rory. None taken, I say automatically. I was just engaging in the time-honored tradition of giving bartenderly advice. Jessie replies to him, then takes note of a couple of women standing down at the other end. They're about my age or a little younger, and one of them looks to be about 4 or 5 months pregnant. Jessie gives them a wave, and they wave back and smile. Be right there, she calls. Clearly they know each other. Jessie refills my wine and gives me a wink. You good here? I raise the glass. I've got good company. I sit and sip my Chardonnay, staring into space. Some more customers arrive, and Jessie tends to them as well. A few minutes later, I'm pulled out of my thoughts by a voice I don't recognize. Excuse me. I turn to see the pregnant woman. You're Rory, right? Confused, I say that I am. How do you... We asked Jessie about you. The woman grins. The bartender? None of my friends recognized you. She indicates a group of women sitting at a table a few feet away. So we asked her if you were new in town. She said you grew up here and you were here visiting your dad. And well, her lips quirk up. We put 2 and 2 together. You're Rogue's wife, right? Whoa. I'm so startled I almost fall off my chair. The woman notices and starts to laugh. Oh, sorry. I guess that was pretty direct. I'm kind of like that. I'm Tori, she says, holding out her hand. My husband is the enforcer for the Lords of Carnage MC. My friends there, they're also married to lords. The big gossip around the club right now is that Rogue was secretly married and that his wife is back in town, so I couldn't resist coming up to talk to you. She shrugs. So you're Rogue's wife, yes? Technically, yes, Rogue and I are still married. We haven't been together in a long time, though. Jessie said you've been away for over a decade. She also said Rogue found out you were back because he ran into you here at the bar. Wow, this chick comes on like a freight train. Yes, that's all true. Wow, so how come you never got divorced? She asks. At my expression, she snorts. Sorry. Like I said, direct. She points at herself. I've also been called nosy more than once. I probably should be offended, but the weird thing is, her frankness is almost charming. It ends up disarming me a little. I left town after we had a falling out, I tell her, and we haven't seen each other since. I guess maybe we both just wanted to pretend none of it had ever happened. So, are you with anyone else now? I shake my head. Well, neither is he. As a matter of fact, I've never seen him get serious about any other woman. She grabs my drink and links her arm through mine. Come on, come join our table and meet the others. And before I can protest, I'm led over to the rest of the Lords of Carnage wives, where a seat is waiting for me. So, everyone, this is Rory, and we were right. She's Rogue's wife. Tori tells the women. Plunking herself down in a seat next to mine, she keeps talking, which means she's one of us. In short order, Tori introduces me to all the women around the table. There's Eden, a lithe, leggy brunette. She's the old lady of the MC's president, whose name is Axel. There's Bailey, whose pale, creamy skin contrasts with her almost black hair. She's with a biker named Gage. Next is Lainey, also with black hair and green eyes that remind me of a cat's. Her husband is the Rourke, the club's VP. And finally, Bethany, a sweet, quiet-seeming woman with caramel-colored hair. I'm a little intimidated by this group of women who obviously know each other really well, and who are also obviously very curious about me. Wow, so you're Rogue's wife. Bethany stares at me wide-eyed. I can't even imagine it. Rogue married. But I begin, getting ready to explain that I'm not. Tori just waves my words away. I know, she says. So you guys are estranged. But if there's one thing I know about all of the Lords of Carnage, it's this. When they fall in love, they fall hard and deep. Unless you're a grade-A lying, thieving, cheating bitch, he's still in love with you deep down. She peers at me. Are you a grade-A lying, thieving, cheating bitch? I gulp. No. She nods and sits back in her chair, satisfied. So there you go. I don't know what happened between you, but I do know Rogue has never looked at any woman twice except as, shall we say, a serviceable body. I mean, the man has needs, after all, but that's just 'cause you haven't been around. This is unbelievable. This chick is acting like it's a done deal that Rogue and I should be back together. I hardly know what to think. So look, let's all of us tell Rory more about us, and then she can tell us how she met Rogue. Tori continues on and says she's a reporter for the local paper and that she is 20 weeks pregnant with their first child. It's amazing Dante even lets me out of his sight at this point. She chuckles. I've got a heart condition. It's totally under control with medication, but Lord, he worries so much about me. And of course, with this little one inside me, she rubs a hand on her belly, he's twice as nervous. Like a cat in a room full of rocking chairs, isn't that the saying? The other women laugh and agree. Eden is next. She says that in addition to being a mother to a 5-year-old boy and the MC president's wife, which sometimes feel like 2 full-time jobs in themselves, she owns a yoga and massage place in Ironwood. You should come to a yoga class, she suggests. All of these ladies come to the Monday night one and usually the Saturday morning one. Well, I say dubiously, maybe. I mean, I don't really know that much about yoga, and right now I'm kinda low on cash. No worries, Eden says brightly. I own the place after all. Come on in and I'll give you a month pass. Come on, Rory, it'll be fun, Lainey enthuses. You need a social life while you're here. Eden's classes are very popular and fun. Even Jessie comes. Her eyes flit to the woman behind the bar. I can tell these women are not planning to take no for an answer. I'll think about it, I promise. I learned that Bailey is an elementary school teacher with an 11-year-old daughter named Addie, and that Bethany works in the main office of the same elementary school. Her daughter, Paisley, is Addie's best friend. Bethany also has a 5-month-old son with her husband whose road name is Yoda. It makes me want to laugh that she calls him that, too. I can't help but picture a guy in biker leathers and Yoda's head. Finally, Lainey tells me she's a social worker at the local hospital. She and her husband, Rourke, don't have any kids, and she's not sure whether they will. We're taking our time. I don't know, we might adopt or foster or something. She shrugs. Time will tell. Okay, so? Tori slaps her hands on her thighs. Now you go. Tell us about you and Rogue. I do my best to give them the basics of how we met and how we got married just out of high school. When it comes to why we broke up, though, I try to keep it vague, just saying we had a falling out and never really reconciled. But when I try to keep myself from thinking about the real reasons, the memory of my unexpected encounter with Thorpe Summers earlier today comes roaring back with the force of a thunderbolt. I see his sharp gaze and taunting smile in my mind's eye. I start to feel a little dizzy and shake my head to clear it before the irrational fear overtakes me. It was years ago. It's long past over. He can't hurt you anymore. I managed to finish telling my abbreviated version of the story, how I left town and just now have come back for the first time in years. So that's why we never got divorced, I guess. I finished. I wasn't around, and we weren't talking to each other when I left, so we weren't in contact. Unexpectedly, my heart drops a little when I say the next part. I suppose that since I'm in town now, I should probably get it taken care of while I'm here. Psh! Lainey scowls. Don't go jumping the gun on that. I have to laugh. I don't think 13 years is exactly jumping the gun. No, I mean, you need to give it time. The two of you haven't seen each other in so long. Give yourselves a chance to get to know each other again. That's hardly likely, I point out. It's not like we're going to be hanging out with each other. Suddenly, Tori's face lights up. I've got it! She looks around the table with a broad grin. Rory's coming to the pig roast. What pig roast? I frown. The club is having a big one in a few days. She points to me. You're coming. I mean, is that a good idea? I haven't been invited. I'm inviting you. More importantly, Eden is inviting you. She glances over at the woman. Eden is the queen of the MC, the prez's wife, so her invite is gold. Eden nods soberly. It's true. I'm very important, you know. Then she bursts into a bubbly laugh. But seriously, you should definitely come. There are going to be a lot of people there. It's our club hosting another club from West Virginia. A goodwill gesture. It'll be easy to get lost in the crowd if you want to. This seems like a very bad idea, I mutter. Nah, it'll be fun, Tori says cheerfully. Besides, we'll all be there. We'll protect you. Strength in numbers, right? And the men cook meat to die for. As my daughter would say, the food is gonna be lit, fam. Bailey smirks. Your daughter would not say that, Bethany protests. But it is gonna be pretty lit. And that's how I end up agreeing to go to a pig roast with dozens of big, bad motorcycle men I don't know. And my estranged husband.
Chapter 16. Rogue. Holy shit, Mal hoots. Look at this spread. It's the day of the pig roast with the Wretched Souls MC, and our club has splashed the fuck out. Rourke and Axel got in touch with Red Andrews, a local butcher from Youngsville, the next town over. We run protection for him, so he was more than willing to cut us a deal on the pig and some other meat to grill. You think this will be enough to feed us all? Matthias jokes, nodding toward the giant animal rotating on the spit at the edge of the compound. Damn well better be, Axel growls. This shit is costing the club a fortune. Worth it, Rourke replies, lifting up his half-drunk bottle of beer. Even if we don't eat it all, we'll have leftovers. Nothing better than roast pig leftovers. We're expecting at least 50 people today, counting our club and the Wretched Souls, since this is an adults-only event. A couple of the club girls, as well as Eden and Axel's nanny, Mariah, are taking care of the Lords of Carnage kids at Axel's house for the day. Most of the rest of us are here already, waiting for the souls to show up. The atmosphere is festive, with a little underlying tension. Seems like the old ladies are pretty damn excited about having a day to party and not worry about their kids. They brought a bunch of side dishes and desserts and set them up on tables outside for everyone to help themselves. Now that they're done with their part, the alcohol is flowing, the music is thumping, and the women are shouting and laughing almost as loud as the men. I walk past a large group of them, not paying much attention, as I make my way over to the roasting pit to see if I can grab a sample of meat. It smells damn good, and my stomach is rumbling like a Harley engine. "Hey there, brother," Dante calls out as I approach. He's standing near Red, who's supervising the roasting process and exchanging jabs and tips. "Hey." I nod toward a huge mound of meat that's already been cooked and taken off the spit. "That looks ready to eat." "Help yourself," Red tells me. "We ain't started serving yet, but it's ready for sure. Buns are over there." I grab a plate and a couple of buns from a huge stack, then stick a large pronged fork into the meat and make myself 2 large ones. Over at the next table, there's plates full of fixins and a huge vat of potato salad just begging for me to eat some. I'm in a damn good mood, seeing all this food. All the shit that's been on my mind lately evaporates for a while, and I get ready to just party and have a good time. As I heap food on my plate, a low rumble of engines sounds off in the distance. The wretched souls are here. 24 or so motorcycles file in through the compound gates. Like choreography, they pull up in rows and park their bikes. Axel and Rourke head over to meet them. I watch as Axel approaches Leadbelly, the wretched soul's prez. The 2 of them speak for a few seconds, then shake hands. Leadbelly calls out something to the rest of the wretched souls. Loud laughter rises up. Axel claps him on the back and points him toward the roasting pig. In minutes, the wretched souls are descending on the food and the kegs of beer that are lined up next to the food tables. Our prospects are manning the kegs, and will be for the whole day. I finish my sandwiches and go inside to grab one of my own beers from the cooler so I don't have to wait in line. When I come back out of the clubhouse, Mal comes up to me, a plate of food in his hands. "It's a damn good thing we got this new compound with all this land," he remarks. "Look at this fucking crowd. We never could have done this at the old clubhouse." "No shit. You think it's a good idea to let the souls know where we are, though?" Mal snickers. "No way we could hide out here. Shit, our patch of land is big enough you can probably see it on Google Maps. Anyone who lives in Ironwood could tell them where we are. Our safety comes from the security systems Yoda's put in place, and being in a place where no one can sneak up on us or get close enough to us to surprise us." His eyes sweep the compound. "We're as safe out here as we can possibly be." Someone turns up the music even louder. The wretched souls let out a collective whoop. Looks like this show is on the road. 2 hours later, I'm over talking bikes with Matthias, Mal, and a dude from the Wretched Souls who rode over here on a 1999 Harley Softail custom build. I'm asking him about the guy who did the work, when Mal turns away for a second to look at something. Turning back, he says, "Hey, Rogue, I didn't know you brought your wife to the barbecue. You 2 back together then?" What the fuck? I follow Mal's gaze to see Rory standing in a group of old ladies. The first thing I notice is that she's looking hot as hell. She's got on a tight burnout tank top, faded jean shorts that mold to her ass, and lace-up ankle boots. Her aviator shades glint in the sun, her blonde hair brushing her tanned shoulders. Jesus. In an instant, my dick is so hard it fucking hurts. Mal's words echo my thoughts. "Fuck me running. That girl is hot," he declares. "Shut up," I snap. "What?" Mal turns back to me and snickers. "Ain't I allowed to look?" Rory must feel eyes on her. She looks round for a moment, then glances over at us. We lock gazes. A second passes, then 2. She inhales and quickly looks away. "How the fuck did she get in here?" I hiss under my breath. "What, you didn't bring her?" Mal asks, puzzled. "No, I fucking did not," I bite out. "But I bet I can figure out who did." Fucking nosy-ass old ladies. I'd bet my left nut Tori's behind this somehow. I toss my empty beer in a trash can a couple feet away and stomp toward the group of women. Sure enough, when Tori catches sight of me, her face curves into a guilty little grin. "The fuck are you doing here?" I demand when Rory turns to me. She blanches, but then a moment later recovers, straightening.
"What business is it of yours?"
I bark out a laugh. "Are you fucking kidding me? This is club property. It is exactly my business."
Eden invited me, she says, looking over at the Prez's wife. Eden looks me in the eyes and nods. I did. God damn it. Come here, I grit out, grabbing Rory by the arm. This ain't a conversation I want an audience for. I lead Rory away from the old ladies, past clusters of MC men, and away from the pounding music. When we're far enough away that no one can hear us, I swivel to face her. You can't be here, I growl. What do you mean? Rory challenges. I think I hear a little tremor in her voice, but her chin juts out defiantly. You can't be here, like this. I wave my hand up and down. Like what? Like... I search my brain for the words. Nothing comes out. You smell good, I blurt out, finally, angrily. She blinks. I smell good? Yeah, I run a hand through my hair. It's distracting. Ugh, this fucking sucks. Instead of intimidating her into leaving, she actually smirks. Should I have rolled in a cow pasture before I came? You want me to stop showering or something? That would be an improvement, yeah. Not gonna happen. And then you dress like... I wave my hand at her again. That. Rory looks down at her clothes, then back up at me. Her eyes narrow. Are you trying to police what I wear, dear husband? She puts ice into the word. Shit. God damn it. My anger mounts with my frustration. It ain't like I have any problem with women dressing however they want. I'm the last guy in the world to tell a hot chick to put on some more clothing. I don't give a shit about modesty or anything like that. It's just that smelling the way she does and then looking like that, guys here are going to notice her. And I'm going to have to watch them noticing her. And maybe she'll decide she likes one of them. And then I'm going to have to watch that, too. And all my brothers will know my wife is stepping out on me. My wife. My throat tightens. Why do you want to be here anyway? I rasp. This is my turf, not yours. She shrugs. The women asked me to come. I didn't want to be rude. What? What the fuck were you doing talking to them anyway? I was in the Viking talking to Jesse. They were in the bar, too. Tori came over and asked me if my name was Rory. She had heard about me, I guess. I knew it. Fucking Tori, I seethe. Rory rolls her eyes. So, you're gonna stick around, huh? She purses her lips, looks around. I just got here. It would be rude not to stay for a little while. For a hot second, I consider just grabbing her, tossing her over my shoulder, and marching her off the damn property. But then, as I'm contemplating whether it would work, she surprises me by changing the subject. Brody, she says quietly. I ran into Thorpe Summers on the street. Thorpe is one of my buddies from high school. The two of us ran with the same crowd back in the day, so Rory knew him too. Yeah, he's still around, I say. He works for the MC, actually, at our garage. Oh, her eyes widen. Does that mean he might show up here today? She whispers. There's a weird look on her face. She looks kind of scared, somehow. Nah, that doesn't make any sense. She hasn't seen the guy in forever. No, today is for the club, I tell her, putting emphasis on the word. He's an employee. Oh, good. She visibly relaxes at my words. But still, she's gone kind of pale. I don't know what to make of it. Who's this? A familiar voice says just then. Sassy comes sidling up with a couple of the other club girls, Tony and Mandy in tow. Sassy's dressed in a tight-as-hell red leather skirt and sky-high heels. Her tits are on full display in a tiny cropped Harley t-shirt that looks like it's sized for a 5-year-old. She looks damn good, to be honest. Hi there, she says to Rory, the words coming out sickly sweet. I'm Sassy. Rory blinks. Her eyes travel up and down Sassy's form from top to toe. I'm Rory, she replies, in a voice tinged with ice. Are you with the Wretched Souls? Sassy continues. She inches closer to me and puts a possessive hand on my forearm. I haven't seen you around here before. You don't look much like a club girl. You a house mouse or something?"
Rory's eyes flicked to mine, her expression searching. She doesn't know what club girl or house mouse mean, but it doesn't take her long to figure out sassy means to insult her. My jaw tightens at the verbal slap. Sassy's being a jealous bitch. I take her hand off my arm.
"No, I'm not with the other club,"
Rory retorts.
"I was invited by Eden and the other wives. I'm a friend of theirs." "Ah, a friend. Well, that's sure nice of them,"
Sassy coos, but there's an edge to it that makes it clear she doesn't think it's nice at all.
"Isn't that nice, Rogue? The old lady's taking in a stray."
Leave it alone, Sassy, I warn. She stares up at me and moves closer again until her tits are brushing up against my arm. She ain't wearing a bra, and I can feel her nipples hard on the skin of my forearm. I ain't gonna lie, the sensation gets me a little hard, even though I don't want it to.
"Are you Rogue's little plaything, then?"
Rory asks Sassy.
"Or do you just want to be? 'Cause it looks to me like you're just a wannabe." "Ooh,"
Tony and Mandy chorus. Sassy looks pissed, but she tries to hide it.
"She really is a mousy one,"
she remarks to me cattily.
"Don't you think?"
"No, I don't," I growl, pushing her away just hard enough that she stumbles a little. "And neither do you. You're just being a cunt. That shit ain't gonna work on me, Sassy."
"What shit?"
she asks, batting her eyes. "You know damn well what I mean." I poke a hard finger at her. "Your games are getting damn tiresome." I turn on my heel and walk away. Behind me, the women's voices start to rise. Seconds later, there's a shriek. I spin around to see Sassy shove Rory in the chest. Rory staggers backward, then regains her balance and charges at Sassy. "Holy shit! A catfight!" Mensa's voice shouts from the crowd. Sassy tries to take a swing at Rory, but Rory dodges the hit and grabs her by the hair. Sassy screams as Rory yanks downward, bringing her to her knees. Blindly, Sassy flings a leg out, catching Rory's feet and kicking them out from under her. But Rory manages to spin as she falls, letting go of Sassy's hair only to pin her to the ground as she lands on top of her. Rory grabs both of Sassy's wrists as Sassy starts to scream and try to buck her off. "God damn it!" I roar. "Knock this shit off! Matthias, help me out here!" I grab Rory and pull her off Sassy, and Matthias hauls Sassy up to her feet and restrains her.
"You fucking bitch!"
Sassy yells, trying to lunge for Rory. "Knock it off, Sass!" I shout at her, loud enough that she knows I mean business. She stops struggling against Matthias and glares at me. Rory shrugs me off and shoots Sassy a warning glare.
"You better tell your whore to stay away from me, Rogue. I don't start fights, but you best believe I know how to finish them."
Rory shoots me a look of disgust, then rolls her eyes and turns away. I watch as she walks back toward Eden, Tori, and the other old ladies. I round on Sassy. "What the fuck did you think you were going to accomplish with that shit?"
"Me? I ain't the one with a problem here,"
she protests, looking to Tony and Candy for support.
"That uptight bitch needed to be taught a lesson. She thinks her shit don't stink. She ain't all that. She just thinks she's important because the old ladies like her. She ain't been around the club. She hasn't done shit for the lords."
Angry tears spring to her eyes.
"I've been here the whole time. I've done anything you wanted me to."
"You knew the score from the beginning, Sassy. I never led you on. You were good for a fuck or two, but I'm sick of your shit. We're done. You get it?"
"But
I mean it, Sassy. You're a club girl. You ain't old lady material. Last goddamn thing I need is problematic pussy. You ain't worth it." Sassy yells my name a few times as I walk away. She also yells a bunch of shit at me that's meant to get me mad and come back to argue with her. Hit her, maybe. She's the kind of chick who mistakes any attention for good attention. But ain't no way I'd ever do that. She was a decent lay, but nothing beyond that. I'm hoping I don't regret fucking her. Next hour or two I spend ignoring Sassy, who's crawling all over any man who will give her the time of day, doing anything she can to make me jealous, and trying to ignore Rory. It takes me a few more beers to manage the latter, but I'm doing okay after a while, to the point where I lose track of where she is in the crowd. Until, that is, I see her sitting on the knee of one of the wretched souls.
Chapter 17. Rory. I can have Axel kick her out if you want, Eden tells me, crossing her arms. No, I sigh. I don't want to cause any more commotion. I just want that bitch to stay away from me. All I was doing was talking to Rogue. She didn't even know that I'm married to him. She was just pissed that I was anywhere near him. Sassy's a pain in the ass, Bailey grumbles. She's always wanted to be an old lady. She's had her sights set on Rogue forever. She's pissed whenever another woman gets any of his attention. Well, if she is any good at reading body language, Lainey says, she probably picked up that Rogue is into you. No wonder she went crazy jealous. He's not, though, I protest. Though he did say I smelled good. The way he said it made my stomach do a little flip-flop of hope. Like maybe a tiny part of him actually was still attracted to me, in spite of all the bad history between us. But then that bitch Sassy came swaying up to us like she owned him. What's the deal with that sassy chick anyway? I ask the wives, trying to keep the jealousy out of my voice. What's her relationship to the club? Psh, Tori replies, waving a dismissive hand. She's just a club girl, and not a nice one either. At my puzzled expression, she explains. So think of club girls like band groupies. They hang around the club, basically to do sexual favors for any of them who want it, whenever they want it. Sassy's dream has always been to land one of the lords and get him to claim her. Claim her? All this club jargon is so weird. Yeah, Lainey interjects. Once a biker claims a woman, she becomes his old lady. They're permanent. Together forever, legally married or not. We're old ladies. She makes a circle with her finger indicating the group. Sassy wants to be one, which is why she hangs around Rogue like a lovesick puppy. But she never will be. I glance back to see that Sassy and Rogue have separated, and Sassy has moved over to another group of bikers. Still, it was pretty apparent to me by Rogue and Sassy's body language that they've slept together. The realization makes the back of my throat ache. Don't worry, Tori murmurs in my ear. Remember, you're his wife. I saw the way he was looking at you when he thought you weren't noticing. We can all tell he's still into you. Fat lot of good that does me, I say hoarsely. He also hates me. I doubt that. But maybe he just needs to be reminded that he still wants you. Tori gets a twinkle in her eye. Come on, let's have you meet some people. Before I can ask her how she'd propose to do that, she's leading me away from the other old ladies toward a large crowd of bikers and women drinking and dancing to the music over the huge booming speakers. By people, it soon becomes clear, she means men. She starts to introduce me around to a bunch of the lords, many of whom seem to already know who I am. Two of them in particular, Mal and Matthias, look me up and down and make no secret that they like what they see. But they don't touch me, instead keeping a respectful distance, like I'm some sort of fragile China doll or something. It's not that I want them to touch me, but it feels weird to be treated like this by men who are clearly used to taking what they want. They're just being loyal to their club brother, Tori tells me when they've moved away. They know you and Rogue are married. So I'm an untouchable, I say with a trace of bitterness. Not to everyone, she smirks. Not to the wretched souls. We thread our way through the group and over to one of the kegs, where a bunch of men with wretched souls patches on their leather vests are standing around a picnic table. Tori grabs each of us a plastic cup and reaches for the tap head. But before she can grab it, a large hand covers hers.
Wait just a second there, darling, a deep voice says. We can't have someone as pretty as you doing that for yourself.
I suppress an eye roll as Tori turns to the bearded biker and gives him a dazzling smile. Thank you so much. She hands him her cup with a little cock of her head. I'm Tori, Dante's old lady, and this here is Rory. The bearded biker turns to look at me. Like Mal and Matthias, his expression instantly tells me he likes what he sees.
Ain't you a pretty thing?
He grins as he fills Tori's cup. Thank you, I say, smiling back. Tori shoots me a look of satisfaction. I don't let myself look to see if Rogue is watching.
Name's Wrecker,
the man continues, handing Tori her glass and taking mine. His eyes have slipped from my face to my chest.
I'm the VP for the Wretched Souls.
I check out the patch on his chest that reads Vice President. It says that on your vest.
Vest?
Wrecker lets out a rumbling laugh.
Ah, honey, you ain't been around clubs much, have you? It's called a cut.
You're right. I am kind of new around here, I admit, then add coyly, I guess I have a lot to learn. I'm not attracted to Wrecker. He's got a certain attractiveness, but he's not really my type. Still, I do my best to act flirty, hoping against hope that it might bug Rogue enough to make him jealous if he sees me talking to a guy from a rival club. But it turns out I didn't really think this through. Because bikers, they aren't like other guys. They take what they want, which is what Wrecker does next. Grabbing me around the waist so fast I barely have time to react, he pulls me hard against him.
"Aw, babe, you best believe I can teach you,"
he says, his breath hot against my neck. I bet you can, I sputter, trying to pull away. But Wrecker's arm clamps even more forcefully around me the more I struggle. A shot of adrenaline washes through me, but I'm not too afraid quite yet. After all, there are lots of people around. It's not like he'd do anything too rough in public. You're hurting me a little bit, I warn, hoping that will be enough to get him to let go.
"You ain't gonna play hard to get, are ya?"
he rumbles. Leaning against the picnic table, he pulls me onto his lap. I can feel his hard shaft pulsing through his jeans. He tosses his cup away and slides his other hand onto my thigh, roughly pushing his fingers up underneath my shorts. "No!" I gasp. I start to struggle harder, but that just seems to turn him on. The tips of his fingers are inches from my pussy. The fabric of my shorts strains, and I realize he's about to rip them to get to what he wants. Wrecker's mouth closes over mine. His thrusting tongue almost chokes me, tasting of beer and stale cigarettes. Somewhere far away, I hear Tori's voice, but my panicking brain can't make out the words. Wrecker's large head is all I can see, his hard, huge body all I can feel. I realize with a sickening jolt that no one's going to stop him. I even hear male voices cheering. What he wants to do to me is clear, and it's about to happen in front of a crowd of strangers. Nausea grips me. I can't breathe, can't think. Tori's voice pierces through my haze again, louder and shriller this time, and then another voice, deep and angry. Suddenly, my arm is wrenched painfully, my mouth pulled from Wrecker's. I stumble away, gasping for air, spots in front of my eyes. Tori calls my name up close now. Arms that can only be hers pull me upright. Around us, the cheers turn to shouts of alarm, then anger. The scene unfolding before me when my eyes finally begin to focus is surreal. Rogue is there, pinning Wrecker back against the picnic table. The rage on his face is unmistakable as he begins to pound his fist repeatedly into the other biker's face. Wrecker roars and throws an uppercut that connects with Rogue's kidney, but it's like Rogue doesn't even feel it. Wrecker manages to roll the two of them off the table. They land with a thud against the bench and then the ground. Wrecker lands on top. I scream and bolt forward, but someone grabs me and pulls me back hard. Thinking it's Tori, I turn to argue with her. But instead, a woman I've never seen before punches me full in the face. "You fucking cunt!" she screams. Something snaps inside me. I let out a yell and launch myself at her. Seconds later, we're on the ground too. She's pulling my hair and trying to get in another punch as I straddle her. Something animal inside me has taken control, and I'm screaming my throat raw as I try to get my hands around her throat.
Jesus fuck. Rory!
For the second time today, strong arms pull me upright. The woman who attacked me scrambles up and tries to come at me again, but a wretched soul holds her back. Jesus Christ! I yell. Is everyone here insane? The man who pulled me away is one of the lords, the one named Mal.
You okay?
Except for being punched in the damn face, you mean? The initial shock of pain is starting to give way to a dull throb.
Yeah, that's gonna give you a shiner,
he tells me.
She got you good.
Is Rogue?
He's okay. Can't say as much for the Wretched Souls VP, though.
He nods toward the picnic table where Wrecker is slumped unconscious. Just then, Rogue comes storming up.
Come on,
he snarls, reaching for my arm. You're mad at me? Fuck you, I spit, pulling away.
Rory, stop. Rory!
Rogue grabs me by both shoulders and pierces me with his eyes. His face inches from mine.
Believe me when I say we need to get you out of here. Now.
I glance at Mal and then at Tori, who has come up beside him. They both nod.
He's right, Rory,
Mal says.
It's not safe for you here right now.
Mal's words shock me into complying. But where are you taking me? I stammer as Rogue leads me off.
My place,
he rasps.
But it's only safe if no one sees us leave. Come on.
Chapter 18. Rogue. I hurry Rory toward my place by the back way. Once we're out of sight of the wretched souls, I turn to her angrily. "The fuck were you doing back there?"
Me? Nothing,
she says as she stumbles after me.
I didn't mean for any of that to happen.
What did you mean to happen?
Nothing.
Her voice goes up an octave.
I just was with Tori, getting some beer from the keg, and Wrecker jumps in to pour it for us, and the next thing I know, he's...
Rory doesn't finish her sentence, but she doesn't have to. I saw exactly what that motherfucker was going to do. A white-hot jealous rage floods me. The same rage that took control when I first saw her in Wrecker's arms. It's a good fucking thing there were other people around, or I might have shot the son of a bitch right then and there. As it is, shit's gonna go down as a result of what just happened. And it ain't gonna be pretty. But I'm not gonna think about that right now. Right now, I'm gonna get Rory to safety and try to ignore the fact that as strong as my urge to kill Wrecker is right now, I have an even stronger urge to take Rory over my knee and spank her for being such a goddamn idiot. Especially because the urge to spank her is making me hard as hell. I slam through my front door with Rory in tow, waking the dog who's sleeping on the living room rug. He leaps to his feet and starts dancing around, wagging his tail. I swear I've never seen any animal happier to see a human than he is to see her. Rory still looks stricken and dazed by everything that's just happened, but she sits down on the couch and absently starts petting him. The dog immediately jams himself between her legs to get close to her and starts licking her face.
Dogzilla!
Rory giggles. She bends down and hugs him around the neck. Her face crumples, tears beginning to leak down her cheeks. Shit. In the middle of all the craziness and my anger, I kind of forgot that Rory just got fucking assaulted and almost raped. Fuck, I mutter. I cross the room and sit down on the couch beside her. "Go lie down," I order the dog. Surprisingly, he complies. Dogzilla goes back to his spot on the rug and curls up, keeping a protective eye on Rory. "You're gonna have a couple black eyes, I think," I say. I reach up and brush a lock of hair out of her face so I can see it better. "You're already starting to bruise." She lets out a shaky breath.
Who was that woman, anyway?
She asks. "The one who punched you?" Rory winces as I press my thumb against her cheek. "My guess is she's with Wrecker." Or was, anyway.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, hell hath no fury and all that.
But I didn't do anything. He attacked me.
Yeah, I don't think she cares about that. All she saw was her man getting busy with someone else.
What's going to happen now?
Rory asks in a small voice.
You said we weren't safe there.
Not gonna lie to you, Princess. It's not gonna be good. The Wretched Souls are a rival club. We had them here to make nice with them, try to establish good relations. Not sure that's gonna happen now.
I'm sorry,
she whispers, suddenly contrite. Ain't your fault, I say. I'm surprised to realize I mean it. Besides, what's done is done. The Lords will deal with it.
How?
Don't you worry about that.
How are you, though?
She asks in a worried tone.
You got beaten up a lot more than I did.
The hell I did, I joke. That fucker barely landed a punch. That's not, strictly speaking, true, but I did leave him a lot worse off than he left me. She reaches up toward my face.
You've got blood on your forehead, and your cheek is split open.
The second she touches me, my cock stiffens again. I tense every muscle in my body against the sudden need to pin her to a wall and kiss her until she forgets her own name.
Thank you,
she says softly,
for saving me.
Princess, I croak. There's no way in hell I could have done anything else. And then it happens. The thing we've both been dancing around ever since she got back into town. My mouth is on hers almost before I realize I'm doing it. My tongue searches for hers, devouring. Her arms are instantly around my neck, and then she's in my lap, my hands on her ass, pulling her to me. Aurora. My brain, my skin, every cell calls out to hers at this reunion of our bodies that's taken 13 fucking years to happen. The memory of the way she feels, how she sounds, the smell of her is right there. Familiar as my own name, but new, too. Different and exciting as hell. My cock is pulsing so hard I'm already close to coming just from this fucking fantastic kiss. With a little moan, she wraps her legs around my waist and starts to grind her pussy against me. Jesus fuck, it feels so good I can hardly stand it. Barely thinking, I get up and carry her toward the bedroom where I climb onto the bed and start taking off her clothes without breaking the kiss until I need to pull her shirt off.
Oh, God, please,
she gasps. I know, baby. Urgently, I wrestle the shorts off her hips, then tear off my shirt and kick out of my jeans as she wriggles out of her bra. She's naked on the bed now, lying on her back and looking up at me with sex eyes that are the most beautiful goddamn thing I've ever seen. I lower myself over her, moving my mouth to her nipple, rubbing my tongue over it just to hear her gasp again. She weaves her hands into my hair and pulls. I grab her legs and pull her close, continuing to tease her buds as she starts bucking her hips, her body taking over. Her need for me just about sends me over the edge. Grabbing the backs of her thighs, I lower her down so that her hot, sleek entrance is sliding against the tip of my cock. Fuck. It's so good that I freeze and have to will myself not to thrust inside her and let go. I won't be able to last much longer, but even so, I need to do this right. I need her pleasure first. I need it. My tongue slides over her belly, tasting the salt of her sweat, the soft grain of her skin. She lets out a loud moan, and it's music to my ears as I go lower, lower until I find the sweet, sweet center of her and take a long, wet lick. She shouts, pulls my head closer by my hair, and I do it again. And by the fourth or fifth time, she starts shaking under me and shatters, her entire body convulsing with the force of it. I keep licking until she starts to push me away. And then, thank fuck, I move back up and start to position myself at her entrance. That wet slickness, all I want to feel. And then, shit, I rasp. Condom.
No, she begs. I'm on the shot, and I'm clean. Please, I want you like this.
I should argue, should insist. But Jesus Christ, I can't stand not to be inside her for one more second. And I know I'm clean too. I never fuck without a condom. But this time, with her, my cock decides for me. I sink deep inside her. Her heat envelops me, and God, it's good. I let out a loud groan. Oh, princess, I croak. Fuck. Yes. Don't stop, she pants. Couldn't if I tried, baby, I say, my voice thick. I close my eyes, taking it all in for a second, and then pull out halfway, feeling every nerve ending, everything concentrated into this moment with her, the place where we are joined, together, infinite. I thrust again, and the building begins, like an unstoppable wave. And Aurora arches her neck, throws her head back, and lets out a long, low moan that ends in my name.
Oh, Brody.
Her thighs start to tremble uncontrollably and comes again, hard. That, and the fucking music of my name on her lips, are what finally sends me over the edge after her. I explode inside her, going deep with every thrust and coming so hard, it feels like it's turning me inside out. And as I do, I remember how much I used to love this girl, and all the years I thought we'd have together. We fall asleep like that. Rory's in my arms, and it's almost like old times. I tell myself I'll think about that another time. Sometime later, I wake up to Dogzilla barking and someone pounding on the door. It's morning, the sun already up. Stay here, I tell Rory. Grabbing my jeans, I pull them on and go to answer. It's Matthias. You ain't answering your phone, he explains. Axel called church to talk about the shit with wretched souls. I nod. Be there in 5. Back in the bedroom, Rory is sitting up, looking worried.
What is it?
She asks. I gotta go back to the clubhouse for church. Her confused expression makes me smile. Church is a meeting. Stay here, okay? I'm gonna lock the door when I leave, so you'll be safe. Don't open up for anyone but me.
Okay.
Dogzilla will protect you too. At the sound of his name, Dogzilla trots in and jumps up on the bed. Good boy, I say, patting him on the neck. You two stay put. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Chapter 19. Rory. Rogue's place is eerily silent without him here. The only thing I hear is the sound of Dogzilla's panting as he lies next to me on the bed. I stroke his fur and look around the bedroom. I've been in here for hours now, but this is the first time I've really seen the room. It's bare bones, just a bed and a dresser. No art or anything on the walls. No rugs on the hardwood floor. The most noticeable feature is a large, almost floor-to-ceiling window on one wall, which opens up onto a beautiful valley and small wooded area. The pink and orange hues of the morning are stunning to behold. If Brody was still here, lying in bed with me, it would be incredibly romantic. But Brody is at a meeting with his club. Church, he called it. And the meeting is basically because of me. If I had stayed far away from the man called Wrecker, the party between the Lords of Carnage and the Wretched Souls would probably have continued long into the night. But if I'd stayed away from this party, hadn't gotten tangled up with Wrecker, I wouldn't be in Brody's bed right now either. Wondering what just happened between us and whether it meant anything to him. Because it did to me. Now that I'm sitting here without him, my heart squeezes a little. I wish more than anything time could have just stopped last night as we were falling asleep. It can't, though. Brody will come back in here after his meeting, and he'll be Rogue again. The man who doesn't want to be married to me. The man who wishes I had never come back to Ironwood. and I bet he wishes that even more now. There's a familiar ache between my legs, one I haven't felt for a long time. To be truthful, I never enjoyed sex much after Brody and I broke up. With him, it was always so magical. I loved him so much, and sex with him always felt like we were two people merging into one. With that as my first sexual experience, it's no real surprise no one else ever seemed to measure up. But last night with him, it was better than good. It was magical. Like being with the Brody I've remembered for years, but somehow even better. Back then, we were just fumbling kids, learning together. Now, to have this older, more experienced version of him touch my body, well, it's like coming back to the instrument you learned chopsticks on and playing a concerto. Being with him like this has been a time warp of past and present. Memories of us from way back, things I haven't thought about in years, come flooding into my mind as I sit here without him. Back then, we always used condoms. But we both knew we wanted kids eventually. I knew he would be a great dad, and I could hardly wait to be the mother of his children. But then I got pregnant with someone else's child. When he found the pregnancy test, I almost did something horrible. I almost lied to him. My brain started pinging around in my head, trying to figure out a story about how the condom must not have worked, hoping that I wouldn't have to lose him. But in the end, I couldn't stand it. I had to tell him the baby wasn't his. I still didn't tell him the whole truth, though. After I saw the pain in his eyes when I admitted he wasn't the father, I couldn't bring myself to go one step further. I couldn't tell him that the person who had gotten me pregnant was his best friend, Thorpe Summers. I knew that he had to either find out that his wife or his best friend had betrayed him. I couldn't bear to destroy Brody's heart by telling him both of us had. But there was another reason I couldn't stand to tell him everything, a more selfish one. I was afraid he wouldn't believe me when I told him I didn't remember it happening. I remember the party. It was at the house of some random friend of his. When I got together with Brody, we started running with his crowd more than mine. To be honest, I didn't have much of a crowd anyway. I had been popular by virtue of being rich, but my heart had never been much in it. The girlfriends I had in high school had been shallow. The boys, immature muscleheads who spent more time lifting weights than they ever did on anything else. They were like dumb 12-year-olds in 18-year-old bodies. Brody was out of town that weekend with his dad for some reason related to Mr. Hicks's landscaping business. We were already married and living in a studio apartment the size of my walk-in closet at my parents' house. I was bored, missing Brody, and turning around in circles in the small space, which was the reason I decided to go to the party in the first place. The party was walking distance from our apartment. When I got there, Brody's friend Thorpe was instantly at my side. He got me drinks, hung around me, and seemed to be playing the role of my bodyguard while Brody was gone. At the time, I remember wondering whether Brody had asked him to do that. The thought bothered me. For a brief moment, I wondered if somehow Brody didn't trust me. But I didn't brush Thorpe off, because he was actually being nice and funny, and I was enjoying his company more than I usually did. After I finished my second beer, I was heading to the kitchen to grab myself another drink when Thorpe appeared at my side.
"Hey, let me get you a refresher on that,"
he said, grabbing the cup from my hand. He was gone before I could reply. I turned back to some girls I was talking to. A minute or so later, he returned with a refilled cup and handed it to me. A few minutes later, I started to feel woozy. It was hot in the house, and the music was booming, so I figured I'd just had a little too much to drink. I decided to go outside for some air. But by the time I reached the front door, I was stumbling, and almost unable to see in front of me. My eyelids didn't seem to want to stay open.
"Hey,"
Thorpe's voice said next to me.
"You look like you need some help."
His hand wrapped around my bicep, his arm around my shoulders. I was so relieved that I could only thank him as he led me out of the house. He told me he was taking me to his car. Then, as far as I remember, I fell asleep. I don't know how long I was in Thorpe's car. I don't know how long I was passed out. All I remember is that when I finally woke up, he was dragging me through the front door of my apartment building and that my clothes weren't on right. He pulled me along as far as to get me inside our studio, then left me there on the floor, tossing my keys and my purse next to me. The next morning, I woke up on the floor with the worst headache of my life. I found my cell phone in my bag. It was turned off, which I knew I hadn't done. When I turned it back on again, I found about a dozen text messages from Brody and 3 calls that had gone to voicemail. Pulling myself upright, I stumbled to the bathroom to pee. When I pulled down my underwear, they were sticky and wet. I realized with a jolt what the substance had to be. I spent most of the morning on the bathroom floor, crying and hyperventilating. When I finally managed to calm myself down enough to call Brody back, I told him I had fallen asleep early that night and didn't hear my ringer. He accepted the lie because he trusted me. I tried to block out what happened. Part of me was screaming inside, screaming at me to tell Brody, but I didn't know how. I didn't remember what happened, and all I had to go on was the sticky wetness on my underwear and a dull ache between my legs the next day. I loved Brody so much, and I wanted to trust him, like I always thought I would have trusted him with my life. But still, there was a part of me that was afraid he'd blame me for what had happened. Or worse, think I'd seduced Thorpe and was lying to protect myself. After all, it would be his best friend's word against mine. I hoped Brody wouldn't be like that, but I couldn't be sure, and I was terrified of losing him. So as the days and then the weeks went by, I tried to block it all out. I hoped that if I tried hard enough, eventually I could just convince myself that the whole thing had just been a nightmare and it would simply recede into the background. I'd forget about it. I'd be able to go on with my life. The life I always wanted with Brody. Then one day I realized I was late for my period. I've sometimes wondered what would have happened, how my life would have turned out if I hadn't miscarried. I had always assumed I'd be a mother someday, but with Brody as the father. After we split up, after I left town, I sort of gave up on the idea of having a family of my own, or even a lasting relationship, really. Maybe that's why I never went ahead filing for divorce. I knew things were over between me and Brody, but making it official felt like pretending I could actually turn the page and eventually have a new relationship. One that might lead to marriage and a family with someone other than him. That just never seemed possible. So I didn't bother. I've done my best over the years to forget about the future I could have had with him, the life we always wanted. But sitting here in his bed, it all comes rushing back to me, and the sorrow is almost too much to bear. A strangled sound emerges from my throat, and I have to swallow it down so I don't burst into tears. I need to get out of here. I should never have come. I shouldn't have let Tori and the other old ladies talk me into it. I've just ruined more things for Brody all over again. I slide out of bed, find my clothes, and dress hastily. Dogzilla follows behind me as I walk through the living room. He must think we're going on a walk or something. I'm sorry, I whisper, patting him on the head one last time. Rogue will be back soon. Thanks for keeping me company. There's a notepad on the kitchen island. I pull it toward me and write Rogue a note, apologizing for the trouble I caused. Outside, I walk down the main road back toward the clubhouse and the parking area where my car is. The whole time, my heart is pounding, afraid I'll be stopped by one of the lords, but no one is around. They're all still in church, I guess. My car starts without trouble for once. I steer it down the driveway toward the exit and get a jolt of adrenaline when I see there's someone standing guard at the gate. 2 someones, to be exact. A couple of the men I saw during the party wearing leather cuts that read Prospect. I prepare to slow down, but I guess because I'm leaving instead of trying to get in, they wave me right through.
Chapter 20. Rogue. Nice of you to join us, Axel says dryly when I walk into the chapel. I was taking care of Rory. I know Axel's my prez, but I don't feel like apologizing. Matthias coughs out a laugh. How many times did you take care of her? Fuck off, brother, I toss back. Okay, we're all here. Axel cuts us off, banging the gavel. Let's debrief. Most of what the men say is shit I already figured out. After I got Rory out of there, shit started to go south. A couple of fistfights broke out, but Axel and Rourke managed to keep shit under control until the wretched souls finally left. Wrecker was pissed because he kept saying Rory isn't claimed, so as far as he's concerned, she was fair game, Rourke tells me. We're fucking married, I explode. Next to me, Mal snorts. Oh, so now you're married to her. God damn it, I seethe. Wrecker was yelling that we should have given Rory to him as a goodwill thing, Rourke continues with a sneer. Didn't matter that we told him Rory wasn't a club whore. Also that chick who attacked Rory, Gage adds. That's Wrecker's old lady, so she's pissed as hell too. She was so fucking wild, Wrecker had to haul her out of here over his shoulder. She was beating on him, trying to kick and bite him. The whole works. Laughter erupts around the table, but it doesn't last long. Shit, I mutter. Yeah, shit is right. Rourke's jaw tenses. Now Wrecker's demanding that we give him a woman. What? What the fuck does that mean? He's saying that if we want to make things right, we'll send him one of our club bitches. As a gift. Are we going to do that? Matthias asks. We could give him... No, Axel shouts, cutting him off. We don't do that. Not even a club girl. They're here with our club of their own free will. Sending one of them to the souls is slavery. Then what are we going to do? I ask. You should have thought of that before all this shit went down. Axel stares daggers at me. What the fuck were you doing bringing that girl in here? Well, she doesn't know the first thing about how an MC works. I didn't bring her here. My voice rises. I didn't even know she was coming until she showed up. Then why the hell didn't you make her leave? This is on Tori, Dante cuts in angrily. Much as I hate to admit it, she invited Rory here. She told me she was trying to get Rory and Rogue back together. She was hoping Rogue would get jealous if he saw Rory flirting with other men here. Oh, Jesus Christ, Axel sighs. Your woman's going to be the death of all of us, Dante. This club ain't no place to play matchmaker, for fuck's sake. Dante nods grimly. She should have known better for sure. You best believe I handed her ass about this. She knows she fucked up big time. The wretched souls did some damage to the property on their way out, so Axel and Rourke give some orders out on fixing the shit that got damaged. Axel tells us he's going to beef up security on the compound. Yoda, he says, turning to our tech guy. You need to make sure all the security cameras are working. I'm beefing up security around the perimeter. No one gets in or even near the compound without us knowing. I've got the prospects guarding the front gate, but after church is over, I'm switching it up so at least one of the guards is a patched member at all times. He scans around the room. Rogue, I need you to run over to the shop this morning. Make sure everything's good over there, and the souls didn't trash anything on their way out of town. Understood. Axel bangs the gavel and church is over. I book out of there and head back to my place to check on Rory. But when I get there, she's gone. Son of a bitch, I groan. Turning to Dogzilla, I ask, You didn't stop her leaving? He hangs his head and at least has the decency to look guilty. I let the dog out and slam down the front steps to my Harley. Firing it up, I peel out and stop at the front gate. Mensa and Weasel are there standing guard. Mensa lifts his hand to his forehead in a salute. Hey, I call over the sound of my engine. You see Rory take off? Yes, sir, Mensa chirps. A little less than an hour ago. Damn it. What's she driving? Piece of shit faded red Toyota hatchback, Weasel grunts. Needs a muffler bad. I file that away for future reference and take off out of the gate. First stop is Ironwood Car and Truck Repair. It's the weekend, so I don't expect to find anyone there, but it turns out one of our mechanics, Thorpe Summers, is there working on his own truck. "Hey, buddy," he calls out. "What's up?" "Came to check on the shop. We had some trouble over at the clubhouse with another MC. Axel sent me over here to make sure they didn't come over here and give us a parting gift on the way out of town." "Huh. Well, everything looked okay when I got here this morning. Ain't seen anything or anyone except you." He pulls a rag from his back pocket and starts wiping oil off his hands. "Good to hear." The tension I'm carrying in my shoulders eases a bit. "What you doing to the truck?" "Just an oil change," he shrugs. "Handy to have the shop to do it at." Thorpe and I have been buddies since high school. We're not that close now since I've got the club. I got him hired on here a while back after he had some trouble with a divorce and some legal trouble I don't know too much about. He was around when Aurora and I first got together, back in the day. I remember he was against it at first, telling me she was too high maintenance and I should just fuck her a few times and move on. It was the closest Thorpe and I ever came to a fist fight. He figured out pretty quick not to badmouth Aurora around me. After that, the most he would ever say was to give me shit, jokingly asking when the wedding was going to be. Of course, then, not long after graduation, Aurora and I eloped, and that was that. Seeing Thorpe now reminds me what Rory said to me earlier about running into him downtown. It's almost like Thorpe can read my mind, because he brings it up himself. "Hey, you know who's back in town?" He smirks. "Aurora." "Yeah, I knew that." For some reason, I don't elaborate. "She was looking like a high-class snack," Thorpe continues, one corner of his mouth curling up. "All dressed up. No more slumming with the bad boys for her, I guess. She was with some rich-looking corporate dude in an expensive suit." "That was her dad," I say, pissed that Thorpe is telling me this like I care. He shakes his head. "Nah, not her dad, unless he's had a fucking mountain of plastic surgery. This guy was mid-30s tops. Looked more like a date, albeit a boring as fuck one." Thorpe eyes me. "Think she's back in town to get some more of that sweet Daddy Wilkins money. I heard through the grapevine he might be kicking the bucket soon." "How the hell would I know?" I snarl. "Hey, I wasn't saying you would." Thorpe raises his hands in mock surrender. "Just shooting the shit, my man. Shoot, you're a little touchy about your ex-bride." "Fuck that shit," I mutter. "It ain't anything to me." He laughs again. "I sure as shit hope not, dude. You were whipped enough by her back in the day. I know you ain't trying to catch feelings for her again. Fool me once, know what I mean?" I don't say anything in response. Thorpe doesn't know that technically Rory and I are still married. Just like everyone else from back then, he just assumes that it all got dealt with. I don't feel like telling him I've seen Rory more than once since she's been back, or the fact that she and I just slept together, and that it was the best sex I can ever remember having. I wonder who the suit Thorpe saw her with was. I get a little stab of something unpleasant in my gut thinking about it. Shit, just because we slept together doesn't mean she ain't also seeing another guy. One who wears suits instead of leather. Someone who her daddy would prefer over someone like me. I start to get a pain just behind my eyes, and I realize it's because my jaw is clenched so tight I'm at risk of cracking a tooth. "I gotta head out," I say, my voice like gravel. "Call me if you see anything fucked up." I barely hear Thorpe's answer. I'm already outside on my bike, the engine roaring almost as loud as the blood in my ears. Barely thinking about where I'm going next, I find myself on the way to Rory's dad's house. She mentioned she's moved over there from the motel for now. I need to talk to her. Now. As I pull up in front of the Wilkins' mansion, my anger subsides a little as a flood of memories overtakes me. Aurora and me in the swimming pool. Aurora sneaking out at nighttime to be with me. Aurora and me standing in her parents' foyer, telling them we'd just gotten married. Aurora's tear-stained face as I drove away from her the day we broke up. My gut churns. Past Aurora and present Rory have me all tied up in fucking knots. I don't see her car out front, but she's probably parked it at the end of the long drive in the back of the house, which is invisible from the street. I march up the front walk and pound on the door before I remember there's a bell, so I ring that too. About 15 seconds later, the door opens and a woman with dark hair pulled into a bun answers. "I need to talk to Rory," I demand. "Aurora, is she here?" The mask of professional blandness doesn't flinch.
I'm not sure. Let me check. May I tell her who's calling?
Brody. The woman lets me in and leaves me in the front hall as she climbs the stairs. I hear her call Rory's name and then a muffled response. The woman comes back down.
She is here.
She smiles pleasantly.
She'll be down in a moment.
A few seconds later, Rory appears at the top of the stairs. She's freshly showered, her hair hanging damp around her shoulders. Her face is puffy, her eyes more darkly bruised than they were a few hours ago. The woman turns to look at her and gasps at the sight. Clearly, she hasn't seen Rory since she got back.
"Miss Aurora,"
she cries.
"What happened?"
Rory's face registers the reason for the woman's surprise.
"Gina, don't worry,"
she says as she reaches the bottom of the stairs.
"It's nothing, I promise. I just got hit by a tennis ball. It doesn't even hurt, I swear." "Are you sure?"
Gina gapes at her, her hands reaching for her own face in shock.
"I'm absolutely sure. Really."
Rory turns to me.
"What are you doing here?"
she asks. "I need to talk to you," I say gruffly. "About church." Gina blinks, turning to look at me in surprise.
"Church?" Sure,"
Rory stammers as I grab her by the arm, turning to Gina.
"Rogue here is a member of one of the congregations in town. He's invited me to a service."
She grabs a set of keys off a table as I hustle her out the door.
"I keep forgetting about my face,"
Rory murmurs as I lead her away from the house.
"My dad hasn't seen me yet either. He's going to flip if he sees me like this. I must really look like shit."
"It's not that bad," I lie. "It is. But somehow Rory still manages to look beautiful like this. Don't know how the hell she does that."
"So, what do you need to talk to me about?"
She's huffing a little bit, struggling to keep up with me. "Rather tell you somewhere else," I grit out. "I'm bringing you back to my place." I don't give her a chance to argue. We're at my bike now, so I climb on and nod toward the seat behind me. She purses her lips, but gets on behind me.
Chapter 21. Rory. Rogue is pissed at me for leaving. The whole way back to the clubhouse on his bike, he doesn't say a word. With my arms around him, I can feel the tension in his muscles and his anger at me. His body is so close that I can't help but think about the way he touched me, devoured me in his bed. I suppress a shiver of desire and try to focus. Back at the compound, 2 different lords wave us through the gate. We go straight to Rogue's place. Inside, I expect him to chew me out. Instead, his mouth is on mine as soon as the door is closed.
"I was worried about you,"
he growls against my lips. I open my mouth to reply, and he covers it with his. Rogue tastes like magic, his anger spicy on his lips. My back bangs against his door. Our kisses get deeper, more frantic. His face presses against my bruised one, and I wince in pain. He freezes, starts to pull away. "Don't stop," I beg. With a growl, he sucks my bottom lip into his mouth. I press against him, the throb between my legs making me desperate. He slips his hand into my jeans, fingers beneath my panties, and lets out an animal growl when he feels how wet I am.
"Need this. Missed this,"
he grunts. My heart soars. "I missed it too," I gasp, and my gasp turns into a moan when he slicks a wet finger over my clit. I buck against his hand, astonished that I'm already so close. "How'd you do that?" I pant.
"Muscle memory."
He strokes me again, I buck harder, clamping my mouth onto his. It's the deepest kiss I've ever known, the two of us breathing together, moving together. And when I shatter, he swallows my moan and holds me against him. I cling to him and wonder if I'll ever have the strength to walk away from him a second time. Coming against his hand isn't enough. I need you inside me, I croak. Please. Then I'm fumbling with his belt, his zipper, and he's fumbling with mine, and soon our jeans are on the floor and the glorious heat of him is in my hand. I stroke a few times, and then he's lifting me up against the door and entering me in one long, deep thrust. He takes me like that, hard and fast, my legs wrapped around his waist.
Couldn't wait to have you.
He breathes against my neck.
Needed to be inside your sweet pussy.
Oh, God. The way he says those words, all husky and dark. This is new. Brody didn't talk dirty to me when we were 18. But now he says all sorts of filthy things to me, and oh my Lord, I am here for it. He notices the effect it's having on me and lets out a low, wicked laugh that sends electricity shooting straight to my core. Brody, I moan. Yes, God, yes. I'm so close. His voice grows urgent.
Come for me, baby, he urges. Give me your hot, wet pussy. Come around my cock.
I let out a whimper that turns into a shout. My whole body tenses and then releases in an orgasm that rocks my whole body. I cry out his name as I come. Brody! And seconds later, he groans into my shoulder and lets go. I feel every pulse as he empties himself deep inside me. He lowers us to the floor, me still straddling him as we come back to earth, gasping.
Don't leave again without telling me where you're going.
He rasps against my throat.
Was fucking worried.
My heart does a little flip-flop. I'm sorry, I was just trying to stay out of the way. Brody lifts his head to capture my gaze.
You weren't in the way. I told you to stay put. You need to listen to me when I'm trying to protect you.
But the rest of his words die in his throat. Brody's eyes have dropped to my neck. His face stills. Puzzled, I look down, and I realize that the rings on my chain are no longer tucked inside my shirt.
What are you doing?
He asks tonelessly. I'm not doing anything, I stammer. My face grows hot. I just wear them is all.
You weren't wearing them before.
No, I say in a small voice. I took the necklace off for the barbecue. The truth is, the outfit I wore to the barbecue showed a lot of skin. The necklace would have been clearly visible if I had worn it. I didn't want Rogue to see it on me and jump to any conclusions. Like he's probably doing right now. His eyes narrow as he studies me. Shame washes over me as I realize he's trying to decide whether I'm lying. It's not a big deal, I whisper. It doesn't mean anything. The words hang between us. I'd give anything to take them back, to have said something else, because they aren't true. But I can't think of anything else to say to make them sound better. A couple seconds pass. Then Rogue nods, almost imperceptibly, and rolls me off of him. My heart sinks.
I need some coffee,
he says.
And some breakfast.
He stands.
You want any?
Wordlessly, I nod and watch as he turns and heads into the kitchen. I go into the bathroom and clean myself up. When I come back out, the coffee maker is on and Rogue is scrambling eggs. He clears his throat when he sees me.
I need to tell you about what I learned at church. Everything I can tell you anyway.
Suppressing a sigh, I sit down at the kitchen island. What does that mean?
This is club business,
he says soberly.
Intel that stays confidential among us. The lords keep our shit close to our vests, for the safety of the club, and also of our families.
Okay, what can you tell me? As he cooks, Rogue tells me about the wretched souls leaving the pig roast angry. He says the woman who attacked me is Wrecker's old lady, which makes sense why she was so mad seeing him pawing me. I may not have been around Rogue for 13 years, but I still know him well enough to realize he's a lot more worried than he's letting on, which in turn makes me start to worry. But I try not to let it show. Rogue pours me a cup of coffee, black with sugar, just how I like it. He makes us a big mess of scrambled eggs, bacon, and toast and slides a plate over to me. I accept it gratefully. You know, I think this might be the first time you've ever cooked for me, I remark as I pick up my fork. I don't remember you knowing your way around a kitchen.
A lot of time has passed,
he retorts a little sharply, then softens.
I live by myself, can't exist on takeout alone.
You're right. A lot of time has passed. I hesitate. So, what did you do during all that time? What did you end up doing after? He shoots me a glance.
I fucked around for a while, joined the military, got sent to the Middle East.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was okay. Hot as a motherfucker and boring as shit most of the time. What about you?
Not much. A couple semesters of college eventually. I wanted to go for creative writing. You remember, I had dreams of being a fiction author. I let out a little laugh. But he doesn't join in the laughter.
Yeah.
He nods.
I remember.
It occurs to me that even after all this time, Brody still knows me better than almost anybody.
Why didn't you keep going with school?
He continues.
Why didn't you graduate?
I didn't have the money. I didn't want to drown in loans, so I'd work for a while and save up, then go for as long as I could. After a while, I started to feel like it was stupid that I was spending so much money on a degree with such an uncertain career future. Then Mom got sick, and I had to take care of her. He does a double take.
Didn't your dad give you money for college?
Nope. Dad said he wouldn't fund college if I majored in something frivolous like creative writing instead of business like he wanted me to. So he cut me off.
Damn, that's some cold shit.
Yeah, well, I shrug. Between me getting married to you and then me siding with Mom when he cheated on her and dumped her, he was probably looking for reasons not to pay for it. Let's just say the years have taught me a lot about Dad's brand of conditional love. Brody frowns.
Then why are you here in Ironwood helping him out?
I let out a tired breath. He's dying, Brody. I don't know exactly how long I'll stay here, but I do know that I'd rather stay too long and regret it than leave him here to die and regret that, you know? He scoops a giant forkful of eggs into his mouth and chews, pensive.
My dad's become a fucking falling down drunk,
he says.
Hasn't worked in years. He spends his days pickling himself. I bring him over groceries, otherwise his stomach would never see solid food.
We're both losing our dads then, I observe, just in slightly different ways. For a few minutes, the only sound is the clink of silverware on plates and our chewing. We're both lost in our thoughts. Brody is the one to finally break the silence.
I ran into Thorpe down at the shop today,
he says casually. I instantly freeze, the fork halfway to my mouth. Oh? I ask.
Remember I told you he works at the club's garage?
Uh-huh, I say carefully, setting the fork down.
He mentioned running into you in town. He said you were with some guy in an expensive suit.
Oh, yeah. I exhale. That was Joshua. He works for my dad. He's showing me the ropes at the company. Brody gives me a sideways look.
That all he's showing you?
I pause, letting his words sink in. Yes? Why?
Just wondering. Thorpe said you two looked kind of friendly.
Are you jealous?
Fuck no,
He says brusquely.
just curious.
I hide a smile.
So you think you'll keep working for your dad's company after...
He trails off. After he dies? The word sticks in my throat.
Yeah. You and Joshua gonna run the company together?
Oh my God, Brody, you are jealous.
Not jealous. Just never thought you were the corporate type.
Why? I challenge. You think I'm not smart enough?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He blows out a breath, rubs a hand over his beard.
You know damn well that's not what I meant. You were always smart as hell, Aurora. I just don't see you as a suit.
Well, neither do I, but maybe it's time I at least try to be. Because so far, my adult accomplishments have amounted to exactly 0.
That's not because you're not smart.
He retorts.
If anything, maybe it's because you're too intelligent. Hell, you could be a writer, Aurora. It's always been your dream.
Right. I roll my eyes. Come on, Brody. Just because I read a lot doesn't mean I'm author material.
Why not? I mean it. You don't need a degree for that, right? Plenty of people have become authors without a piece of paper saying they're good enough. You've read more books than probably 90% of people out there. You know books. You've got the chops for it. I know you do.
I don't say anything. There's a tiny part of me that warms to his words like a freezing little girl to a roaring fire. Apart from my mom, he's the only one I ever told about my dream of being an author. I thrill to the idea that Brody still believes in me like that. I don't know, I admit. I feel like I'm supposed to work for my dad.
But do you want to?
No, I don't know. He pokes his fork at me.
You only get this one life, right? You can't spend it doing something just because you think someone else wants you to.
He's right, of course. I stare at his earnest face and realize that Brody doesn't seem to hate me as much anymore. I guess he's forgiven me for showing up at the barbecue. Not sure if he's also forgiven me for what happened between us years ago, but I'm not about to ask. After we clean the breakfast up, I ask him to take me home. If I keep disappearing, Dad will worry about me. Besides, I am supposed to be here visiting him, after all. Brody nods.
You want to come back here tonight? My bed's pretty comfortable.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Keeping the shock off my face, I reply casually. I have to go to work tomorrow. You'd need to drive me back home super early so I can change and try to do my makeup to hide these bruises.
I can do that.
Brody takes me back to Dad's place on his bike. The whole way there, my head is filled with thoughts of spending the night with him again. It feels so much like it was when we were first married. The thrill of living together, making every moment seem special and golden. I miss it. I miss all of it. And even though I know I shouldn't, I find myself hoping that him asking me to come back and stay the night again means something. You're gonna get hurt badly. You know that, don't you? Pushing my inner voice to the back of my mind, I nestle against Brody's back, close my eyes, and let myself dream. Just for a little while.
Chapter 22. Rogue. I drop Rory off early Monday morning while Ironwood is still mostly asleep. She makes me stop half a block from her house, hops off my bike, plants a soft kiss on my cheek, and scampers down the street to her dad's house. I huff out a laugh as I watch her go. It's almost like we're in high school again and she snuck out at night after curfew to be with me. Afterwards, I go grab some breakfast at Della's Diner, then grab my truck and head out to work. My job today takes me to the house of a client named Sandra. She's divorced, about 40 years old, with a killer body that looks at least 10 years younger. Her ex-husband is out of the picture, but he must have had some money. Sandra doesn't work, but she still lives in the same fancy house she did when they were married. I don't talk about her husband, though, and neither does she. Truth be told, neither one of us does much talking when I'm there. Thankfully, she's not around when I show up, so I just get straight to work. I'm not in the mood to talk to her, or anyone else, right now. I need to be alone with my thoughts. For most of my life, I've been more comfortable alone than with other people. Maybe that's why I ended up following my asshole father into the landscaping business. Working for him was never part of the draw, but I like making things grow. Even more than that, plants are an escape from the fucking bullshit of humanity. Plants aren't assholes. They don't talk back. They don't give a shit about human problems. All they want is sun and water and food. They can thrive even when everything else in life is chaos. As I work, I finally let myself ponder the question of why I brought Rory back to my place and asked her to stay the night. Twice. It's something I've never asked another woman to do. She's the only one I've ever shared a bed with. When we were teenagers, I used to dream of waking up next to her. I hated driving her back home to her parents' place and spending the night without her. The first morning I woke up with her in my arms, I felt like I'd won the goddamn lottery. And I swore to myself I'd never forget how lucky I was. That I'd never, ever take her for granted, like my dad had with my mom. Dad absolutely hated Aurora back then. Not that he ever really got to know her. Mostly, I think he hated the idea of her. By then, my mom had been gone a while, and he had started drinking more and more frequently. When he got drunk enough, he'd go from never, ever talking about my mom to talking about her pretty much nonstop. How she'd betrayed him. And then he'd tell me that Aurora would eventually do the same to me. "All women do, in the end," he'd say, bitterness soaking his slurred words. "Isn't that too good for you, fancy pussy you got yourself? You fucking wait." But I knew better than that. I loved Aurora like I loved life itself. She was my light in the darkness, just like her name. But then, in the end, she did betray me. Just like my dad said she would. I hated like anything that he'd been right. Had he really seen it in her, even when I hadn't been able to myself? Was love really as blind as people said it was? Whether Dad knew something I didn't or not, I vowed to myself I'd never let myself be fucked over by love again. I'm just finishing up at Sandra's place when her late-model white BMW pulls into the driveway. She emerges from the car in a cream-colored sheath dress and hair that looks like she just came from the hair salon. As always, she looks great, in a high-class society lady kind of way.
"Hello, stranger,"
she coos as she approaches. Her eyes travel appreciatively up and down my torso and my bare arms.
My, aren't you dirty?
"Hey, Sandra. Just about done here."
"Come inside and have a shower."
She gives me a little smirk.
"I just had a new mattress and box spring delivered for the master bedroom. Care to try it out with me?"
My relationship with Sandra up to now could be described as professional with some extracurricular activities. Only today I'm just not feeling the extracurricular part. No can do. I grab my t-shirt from where it's been sitting on the back of one of her patio chairs and pull it on. I got someplace I need to be.
"Oh?"
She looks momentarily surprised.
"Are you sure it can't wait?"
"Yep, sorry." For a second, her air of casual indifference falters. Then her smile returns.
"I have a feeling there's something you're not telling me."
"Sandra," I try to keep the irritation out of my voice. I don't quite succeed. "It's not a big deal, okay? I just have some shit to do."
"Something or someone?"
"It ain't that."
"Oh, yes, it is."
She lets out a soft laugh, though her eyes are telling a different story.
"Darling, I've been around long enough to know when a man's got another woman on his mind. You've got another woman on your mind.
Okay, I do. But it's not what you think.
You don't have any idea what I think.
She laughs again.
But for the record, I think it is.
Look, Sandra, I scrub the back of my neck with my hand. You're great. And this has been a good time, but yeah, I think this thing should be over.
Well, she really must have a hold on you.
She clicks her tongue.
I'm impressed.
I don't take the bait. I could give you some referrals if you want to hire someone else. Sandra waves me off.
I'll get over it. Don't worry. As for hiring someone else, do you think I'm going to give up on the view of watching you work from my back bay window?
Now it's my turn to laugh. Okay, then.
I do hope she's worth it,
she says, peering at me. No comment. Sandra turns away, and as she starts to walk back to her house, she says one more thing to me in parting.
And if she is, I hope you're not fool enough to screw it up.
I'm still thinking about Sandra's last remark as I pull into my dad's driveway. His front screen door is hanging off its hinges, wide open. I pull it shut with the hand that's not holding the bag of groceries I brought. The place smells even worse than usual. I really need to get a cleaning person in here. But I doubt the old man would put up with that. Besides which, he hardly leaves the house. I'm not about to leave a woman in here alone with his sorry ass. Hello? I call, but there's no response. Setting down the groceries, I put the stuff that will spoil in the fridge and go in search of him. I find him passed out cold in his bedroom, lying in the sweat-stained nest of blankets and sheets on his bed. Hey, old man. I kick his foot with my boot. Get up. He groans and says something indistinguishable. I brought you a bottle of whiskey, I lie, and go back out to the kitchen. A minute or so later, he comes stumbling out. Glad to see you can still stand, I tell him. Where's the whiskey? He croaks. He looks and smells like he hasn't shaved or bathed since last time I was here. Later. Here, eat this. I hand him the wrapped sandwich I bought on the way over. He takes it without complaint, unwraps a corner, and looks at it. What is it? Ham and cheese. You'll like it. Eat the whole thing and I'll give you the whiskey. He gives me a suspicious glance, but takes a bite. I keep putting groceries away while he chews. What's new with you? He asks, watching me work. Not much. No point in telling him about my life. He won't remember anything I say later anyway. Even so, for some reason, I find myself telling him about Rory. You remember Aurora? I open a cupboard, stack some cans of canned soup on a shelf. She's back in town. Dad scowls. Aurora? What the hell's she doing here? She's back for a while to help her dad. He's sick. Don't know if you heard that. Nope. Didn't know. He's got money for nurses and shit. Why does he need her here? Dad used to sort of like Aurora at first, before I started dating her. When we'd go over to the Wilkins place to work, he'd chat her up, tease her and stuff, flirting with her like old men who don't want to admit to themselves they're old do with young, pretty girls. He never crossed any lines with her, though. Probably because Mr. Wilkins paid well. Dad didn't want to lose a plum job. When it finally came out that Aurora and I were seeing each other, reactions among our parents were mixed, to say the least. Aurora's mom, Susan, was the most accepting. She made the transition from knowing me as the landscaper's son to me being Aurora's boyfriend pretty easily. Aurora's dad was less than thrilled. He made it pretty clear to her that he felt she could do better, but seemed to take the attitude that he'd just wait for the relationship to fizzle out on its own. My dad, though, went through the roof. I knew he didn't trust women, but I wasn't expecting the white-hot anger. Thankfully, she wasn't there the day I told him about Aurora and me. He called her every name in the book, told me she'd destroy my life if I let her. I told him he didn't know what the hell he was talking about and left the house. I crashed at Thorpe Summers' place that night and didn't come back home for 3 days. When I did come back, Dad met me with a set jaw and the silent treatment. We barely talked about her after that. I made sure to keep her away from our house and him whenever possible. When Aurora and I broke up 2 years later, the first words out of Dad's mouth were, "Oh, you can't trust a woman. That bitch could have ruined your life. You'll thank your lucky stars for this, boy. Mark my words." I remember it like it was yesterday. He was so fucking happy to be right. So happy he didn't even give a shit that I was hurting. Some dad. Turns out, mentioning to him that Rory is back in town was a mistake. In his drunken state, hearing her name sends him on a tangent back into the past. "You remember how I told you she was bad fucking news, son?" he grunts. "You should have listened to me from the beginning." Dad goes to the fridge for a can of beer. Cracking it open, he takes it with his sandwich to the living room. Seated on the ratty old couch, he puts the sandwich on the end table and promptly forgets about it in favor of the beer. He takes a long swig, Adam's apple bobbing greedily up and down. When he's drained about half of it, he exhales in satisfaction and leans back, closing his eyes. "You were always so whipped about that bitch. She had you wrapped around her finger with that nice ass and those tits." He chuckles meanly. "You were so blind. All she needed was a little push to show her true colors. That's what I told Thorpe." "Thorpe," I say, puzzled. "You talked to Thorpe about it?" Eyes still closed, Dad doesn't reply. A few seconds later, his breathing slows to a light snore. Does he mean he talked to Thorpe about Rory back then, or more recently? Well, I'm not going to get any more out of him now, that's for sure. Shaking my head, I take the can out of his hand and set it on the table next to the sandwich. Back in the kitchen, I spend a little time cleaning up and haul the garbage bag out to the trash. That night, I'm at home with Dogzilla, still puzzling about my convo with Dad. I find myself wanting to call Rory, but spending 3 nights in a row with her is probably dangerous for my sanity. She's wormed her way back under my skin for sure. And if I'm honest, she's made a few inroads into my heart as well. I can't forgive her for what she did to me back then. But hell, we were young and stupid. People change, don't they? Or am I fooling myself because I want to believe she's a different person now? Seeing her wedding rings on that chain around her neck, resting against her soft, golden skin. Hell, for a second that almost broke me. I remember, I was so damn proud to buy those rings for her. I still remember the tears in her eyes the day I slipped that engagement ring on her finger. 10 minutes later, I find myself digging through some old boxes at the back of a closet. When I find it, lying at the bottom of a manila envelope stuffed with ancient photos and other memorabilia, my chest tightens. I shake the contents out on the floor. The silver band spins on its edge for a few moments before falling over and settling. I stare at it, wondering, what the fuck am I doing? I haven't worn this thing since I took it off 13 years ago. Why the hell I kept it, I have no idea. I pick it up. For a second, I think about putting it on to see if it still fits. God damn it. I'm falling for my wife all over again. "Fuck!" I yell and throw the ring across the room. It hits the far wall, bounces off, and rolls away under a chair. That's it. Tomorrow, I'm calling a lawyer. I need to end this fucking fantasy, once and for all.
Chapter 23. Rory. Rogue drops me off at Dad's place early in the morning before anyone else is up. I slip upstairs to take a shower, and after almost an hour of artful makeup application to hide as much of my facial bruising as possible, I deem myself presentable for work. I get dressed and go down to the kitchen to make myself some breakfast. Gina is already there and offers to make me a plate of eggs, but I tell her I can get some cereal for myself. I catch her a few times giving me subtle glances when she thinks I'm not looking, probably to check out my face. Where is Dad? I ask to distract her. Growing up, he was always awake with the sun. He hasn't come down yet, she tells me. He sleeps later these days. Do you think I should wait for him to go to work? She frowns. Maybe let him go in on his own time. He has good days and bad. It might take him a while. I agree that she's probably right, and leave for the office in time to arrive at 8. Joshua is already there. He spends the morning helping me get up to speed on some of our most important accounts. He's really nice, ambitious, but not in a way that he feels threatened by the boss's daughter potentially coming in and taking over. Or if he is, he doesn't show it. We work in companionable tandem. Once or twice, I see Joshua studying my face, but he quickly glances away when I meet his eyes. Dad shows up a little after 10, looking frail but alert. He doesn't notice my face at all, thankfully. He calls me into his office just as Joshua is leaving to prepare a pitch for a potential new client.
I expected you home at dinner last night,
Dad tells me, sounding irritated, just as I'm sitting down across from him at his desk. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I had a date.
Really?
His eyes cut hopefully toward the door.
With Joshua?
No, just, some guy I met. It's nothing. I don't know why I don't just tell him I was with Brody. Well, I do know, actually. I'm just not in the mood to try to explain what I was doing with my estranged husband when, honestly, I don't even know myself. And then there's the part where I would have to explain that Brody is still technically my husband. Dad has me go to my office and come back with a presentation he's having me prepare for a local chain restaurant we're pitching to bring on as a new account. I know he's testing me, which makes me nervous, even though I'm not actually sure I want this job in the first place. He asks a few pointed questions, nodding his approval from time to time at my answers. It's clear he's satisfied with my progress. Dad looks very tired, though, more than usual, and off somehow. I ask him if he's okay, but he brushes me off with a wave.
Don't infantilize me, Aurora,
he says in a brusque tone. I know my father better than to push it. He hates not being in complete control of anything. Still, he looks relieved when the meeting is over and slumps back in his chair when I get up to leave. I shut the door behind me quietly and mention to Tanette on the way out that he might not want to be disturbed for a while. She nods in understanding. Toward the end of the day, just when I'm thinking about heading home, I get a phone call from a number I don't recognize. When I answer it, Tori's voice comes over the line. Hey, how are you doing? She asks. I haven't talked to you since the craziness at the clubhouse. I wanted to check in. I'm fine. My face is a little bruised, but I used some makeup wizardry and it's not that noticeable. Look, I'm so sorry about that whole thing, Rory. Dante has been chewing my ass nonstop about putting you and the club in danger. It was a really dumb thing to do. I should have known better. It's okay, I assure her. Honestly, I shouldn't have agreed to come to the pig roast in the first place. It worked, though, right? What do you mean? It made Rogue jealous, she says gleefully. I saw him spiriting you away. I think he was just trying to protect me. Maybe. She doesn't seem convinced. But where did he take you? To his place. Aha!
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence.
she crows. Did you sleep with him? You did, I knew it! I can almost see her fist pumping on the other side of the phone. You are very nosy, you know that? She laughs. I know. Listen, are you free tonight? Come to Eden's yoga class with us. I think about saying no, but I'm starting to realize that arguing with a force of nature like Tori is probably futile. Besides, I could honestly do with the company of women tonight, to keep my mind off of whether and when I'll see Brody again. So in the end, I agree. After work, I make a quick stop at Dad's place for some workout clothes and show up at the address Tori gave me. Eden Yoga and Massage turns out to be a small and intimate space with a feminine aesthetic. Off the main lobby are a couple of small massage rooms to the left and a bright, clean yoga studio to the right. When I arrive, all the other old ladies are already there, plus a few other women I don't know. Eden comes up immediately and gives me a warm hug. "I'm so glad you could come," she enthuses. "This is Mariah." She waves over a young woman who might be around 20. She's holding the hand of a little boy who looks about 5 years old. "And this is my little boy, Bryson." She leans down to him. "Bryson, this is my friend Rory." "Hi, Rory." Bryson grins up at me, waving. One of his bottom front baby teeth is gone, giving him an adorable little gap-toothed smile. "Hi, Bryson, it's nice to meet you." Mariah smiles at me. "We have co-ed yoga classes on the schedule, but this one is women only. Bryson is the only boy allowed, right?" "Right," he agrees. "I'm Bryson's nanny," Mariah explains. "I live with Eden and Axel. I watch him when I don't have classes." "Are you in college?" I ask. She nods. "Yeah, I'm going for fashion merchandising, I think." She shakes her head. "I just finished up with my generals, but that's the plan so far." The other women come up to greet me and ask how I'm doing. Tori emerges from the bathroom a few seconds later wearing an adorable yoga outfit that shows off her compact pregnant belly. "Have to drain the bladder before class," she says, leaning in for a hug. "Otherwise, Dante Jr. will be doing downward dog on it the whole time I'm in class." I've only done yoga a handful of times in my life, so I'm a little nervous at first. But Eden is a really good teacher, and she makes sure to help me when it's clear I have no idea what I'm doing. The 45 minutes go by quickly. Even so, it's surprisingly exhausting. I use muscles I didn't even know were there. At the end of the class, I know I'll be feeling sore the next day. I mention it to Eden, and she chuckles. "Yeah, people think yoga is an exercise, but it's quite a workout depending on the type. If you want to book a massage with me to loosen up the tightness, just let me know. I'll give you the friends and family rate." "Hey, you two." Bailey comes up to us, taking a big swig from her water bottle. "A bunch of us are going to go out for drinks and dinner after this. Want to come?" "I can't," Eden says. "I need to get Bryson and Mariah home. Mariah's got a test tomorrow, and I want to give her time to study without having to watch Bry." "Will you come?" Bailey asks me. "Please." "That sounds like fun, sure," I say, touched that she really seems to want me there. I meet Bailey and the others at the Viking bar, which is beginning to be a routine hangout for me. Vinny and Jesse greet me with no expression of surprise that I'm hanging out with the Lord's old ladies. Jesse is thrilled to hear that I've gone to a yoga class with them. "Maybe I'll see you there next time," she says as she takes our orders. Jesse brings us our drinks, and we all settle in to wait for our food to come. Talk soon turns to family life and gossip. Lainey tells us she and Rourke had a little fight this morning, and she regales us with tidbits of the argument. "I love him, but he can be such a caveman idiot sometimes," she says, shaking her head in exasperation. I swear, Eden is doing the Lords of Carnage a service with her yoga studio. Those men should pay her rent on that space. in gratitude that we don't kill them when they're being buttheads. It does kind of seem like pig-headedness is a trait in these biker men, I muse. Why is that, I wonder? They, none of them, bow down to authority, Bailey states. It's what drew them to the MC life in the first place. It's also why they need strong women to keep them in line, Bethany agrees. We don't let them walk all over us. It drives them crazy, but that's also why they love us. You must have a similar backbone to you, Tori says, looking at me. For Rogue to marry you, I mean. Well, let's not forget he married me a long time ago. Jessie brings us our drinks. I pick up my beer glass and take a sip. I'm not sure the Rogue of today would marry the Rory of today. I think he would, Bethany argues. Though I have to say, Lainey muses, Rory's not what I expected. As Rogue's wife, I mean. My stomach does an unpleasant flip. Her words sting more than I want to admit. What did you expect? I ask, trying to sound nonchalant. Lainey considers. I'm not sure. Honestly, I can't imagine Rogue with anyone. He's too... What? Grumpy. Tori jumps in. The others laugh. Oh, you mean the grumpiness is not because of me? I joke. Honey, Lainey snickers. That man could look at rainbows and puppy dogs and scowl hard enough to turn the puppies to stone. Speaking of which, has Rogue forgiven you yet for the barbecue incident with that wrecker guy? Tori asks. The alcohol must be starting to have an effect, because what comes out of my mouth next surprises even me. Well, I'm not sure if he's forgiven me, I say slowly, a gleam in my eye. But he's sure fucked me a few times, so I guess it's okay. There's a half-second of stunned silence, and then all the ladies explode in cackles and shouts. Loud female laughter resounds through the bar, loud enough that several of the patrons turn to look at us. That makes us laugh harder. Eventually, we start to get hold of ourselves and the laughter dies down. Bethany puts her arm around me. I like her, she says. She's got grit. We finish our food and stay there talking until Tori starts to yawn and says she's getting tired. Jessie brings us our bills. I stand up with the rest of them, feeling happy and light. On the way out the door, Tori whispers in my ear, You know, you fit right in with all of us. You might not think Rogue and you are back together, but we're not going to let you go that easily. We're keeping you. I give her a silent hug, because suddenly I don't trust my voice. We emerge into the evening and make our way to the parking lot. As we're exchanging goodbyes, Bethany lets out a low whistle and points. Whoa, look at the number someone did on that car. We all turn to look. I let out a little scream, because it's my car. The front windshield is totally smashed. The driver's side door looks like a baseball bat has been taken to it, and the side mirror is hanging loose by its wires. As I move closer, I see the taillights have been smashed too. Shit, I hiss. Oh my God, it's probably totaled. The others gape. Who would do this? Lainey asks, looking at the others. It could just be random, Tori says. Shitty kids acting out. Bailey steps closer to the car. I doubt it, she says, pointing to a word scrawled on the hood. Bitch. God, this is just what I need. I groan. I don't have the money for another car. Why me? Why now? But it seems that life isn't quite done fucking with me just yet. In my purse, my cell phone starts to buzz. Dazedly, I fish it out and answer. Hello? Miss Aurora? Gina's panicked voice comes over the line. You need to go to the hospital. Your father has had some sort of attack.
Chapter 24. Rogue. The next day, I head on over to the Viking to go over some accounting stuff that Mal and Vinny wanted me to look over. Neither one of them are there, but Jesse tells me Vinny's left the folders he wants me to look at in the back office.
Hey, how's Rory, by the way?
She adds. I frown. She's fine, as far as I know. Why do you ask?
She was here last night with the other old ladies from your club. They left after they had dinner and drinks here. But then a couple minutes later, Tori came back in and told me Rory's car got trashed in the back parking lot. They had to leave it here because Rory needed to get to the hospital. Still hasn't been picked up.
Wait, what? Alarm makes my pulse spike. What happened to Rory?
Nothing happened to her,
She corrects me.
Her dad collapsed or something at home. I guess the maid found him. She called an ambulance and they brought him in.
Shit. Tell Vinny I'll look at the paperwork later, I say, already heading for the back door. I gotta go. I push out into the back parking lot, and sure enough, there's a car back there that's all beat to shit. The windshield's smashed in a couple of places, and a spiderweb pattern spread out over the glass. There's no way the car can be driven. On the front, over the hood of the car, someone has spray-painted the word bitch in all caps. Jesus H. Christ, I mutter. This doesn't seem random. I wonder if it has anything to do with the incident with Wrecker and his old lady. Seems like it's the most likely scenario, but I don't have time to think about that right now. I need to find Rory. I cut back through the bar, ignoring Jesse as I pull out my phone and punch in the number for Ironwood Car and Truck Repair. Thorpe answers. Hey, buddy, I need you to send someone over to the Viking with a tow truck, I say. There's a car in the back lot, all smashed up. You'll see it. Take it over to the garage, see what it would take to fix it. What the hell happened there? Anyone we know? Rory. Apparently someone vandalized it last night. Thorpe chuckles on the other end. Oh, shit, man. She's only back in town for a couple of weeks and already you're doing all sorts of shit for her. Seems like you should have learned your lesson with that chick. Shut up, Thorpe, I snarl. You don't know what you're talking about. The hell I don't. I know she'll open her legs for anyone who wants her to. All a guy's got to do is crook his finger and she'll come running. You're just her latest victim. All over again. That's enough, I roar into the phone. Holy shit. You're still whipped over her, ain't you? He lets out a loud cackle. When he starts talking again, his tone is sharp. You better watch yourself with her, man. She's bad news. You used to know that. You can't trust a word out of that bitch's mouth. I'm mad as hell by now, partly at Thorpe and partly at myself for wondering if there's a chance that he's right. Just get your fucking ass over to the Viking and get her car, and keep your goddamn opinions to yourself. I end the call and stop just short of throwing my fucking phone into traffic. Fuming, I speed over to Morningside Hospital on my bike, weaving through the streets and pissing off more than one driver in a cage. At the hospital, I storm through the doors and up to the info desk. I need to know where Richard Wilkins' room is, I say to the older lady behind it. She looks me up and down, eyes wide and wary.
Are you a relative?
He's my father-in-law. Now her wariness turns to skepticism.
Can I see some identification?
She asks. Now what the hell kind of identification would I have that would say I'm his son-in-law? I demand. Tell me what room he's in.
Rogue.
Turning, I see Lainey approaching. She works here at the hospital as a social worker. The tension in my shoulders eases. Lainey, thank Christ. Where's Rory?
Come on, I'll take you to her.
Not even breaking her stride, she nods at the woman behind the desk who is now glaring at me. I flip her off and follow Lainey.
Rory's dad had a heart attack last night,
she tells me as we walk.
The cancer is advanced enough that it's putting stress on his other systems. His body is just too weak to deal with it right now. The doc stabilized him and they're giving him fluids. They'll decide later today whether he can go home or whether they'll want to keep him another night.
We arrive at the cardiac ward. Lainey turns right and knocks softly on a door that's slightly ajar.
Hello?
She says softly as she pushes it open. Inside, Rory is slumped in a chair next to a hospital bed. Her dad is lying in it, asleep, his mouth hanging open as he snores softly. He looks about 80 years old right now, even though he can't be more than 60. Rory looks up. When she sees me with Lainey, she's instantly out of her chair,
How did you know I was here?
She whispers, coming closer. I take her in my arms. I do it without thinking, and she clings to me like she's drowning and I'm a life preserver. I went to the Viking to look at some paperwork, and Jessie told me. Why didn't you call me? I murmur into her hair.
I didn't want to bother you. I didn't want to assume...
Stop it, I say, cutting her off. How is he? She sighs tiredly.
Not great. Stable, apparently. He's exhausted.
Lainey observes us in silence, a curious expression on her face.
I should get back to work,
she says.
Rory, you know where my office is. Come get me if you need anything at all, okay? I will. And thank you so much, Lainey. Thanks to all of the old ladies. You've been so great.
There are tears in Rory's eyes as she hugs the other woman, who hugs her back and then gives me a quick nod as she leaves the room. You look like you haven't gotten any sleep, I tell Rory.
That's because I haven't, she admits.
You want to go grab something to eat at the cafeteria? Some coffee?
I suppose now's a good time, since Dad is sleeping.
We follow the signs to the hospital cafeteria, where I buy Rory a cup of coffee and a pastry. I sit down with her and watch her as she eats. Saw your car in the parking lot of the Viking, I tell her.
Yeah, that's one more float in the parade of shittiness that is my life,
she sighs.
I need to go back there and get it taken care of.
No need. I had it towed to the club's garage. Someone will look it over to see what it'll take to repair it. Rory stops eating to stare at me.
Thank you, Brody.
I try to ignore the warm feeling in my gut. It's nothing, really. You need a hand right now.
I'm not really used to having people there to help me out,
she says softly. Well, it might have been Wrecker's old lady who did it, so it falls under the umbrella of club business. Her mouth quirks up.
Is that the only reason you're doing it?
I can't help but grin back at her. Maybe not. We sit there in companionable silence for a few seconds. I wait for her to finish her cinnamon roll. Underneath the fatigue in her eyes, she looks younger than usual. Maybe because of the strain. She looks like my Aurora. Aurora. Wait. It's then that something hits me. Something that's been nagging at me just under the surface since I was on the phone with Thorpe at the garage. I know she'll open her legs for anyone who wants her to. All a guy's got to do is crook his finger and she'll come running. The thing is, I never told Thorpe why Aurora and I broke up. I never told anyone about her cheating on me, or how I found out. I was too embarrassed. Then, something else pops to the surface. What Dad said to me when I was at his place yesterday. You were so blind. All she needed was a little push to show her true colors. That's what I told Thorpe. A little push. A push. Rory.
Yes?
She looks up at me, the cup of coffee halfway to her lips. Was it Thorpe?
Was...
The color drains from Rory's face, telling me my hunch is correct. The cup slips from her hand. It lands at an angle and sloshes over the table, pouring into her lap. Crying out, she jumps up and grabs her napkin, wiping at her pants with trembling hands. My brain is spinning at 100 miles an hour. I'm numb with confusion and disbelief as I grab some napkins from a dispenser the next table over and turn to give them to her. Which is when I realize tears are streaming down her face.
I didn't know,
she says, her voice breaking.
I don't remember it.
You don't... I have no idea what she's trying to say to me.
I didn't mean for it to happen,
she sobs.
I don't know how it did. You were out of town with your dad and there was a party. Thorpe was there, and I thought he was hanging out with me because you asked him to. I didn't drink very much. But then somehow I got really dizzy and passed out. And then when I woke up,
She chokes up and starts crying harder. I can't believe what I'm fucking hearing. There's like a buzzing in my ears, a hammering in my heart that starts to get faster. Are you saying he raped you, Rory? Rory lifts her stricken face to look at me.
I never would have cheated on you, Brody, she whispers. Not in a million years.
The buzzing is getting louder. Why? Why the fuck didn't you tell me?
I don't know.
She's shaking her head, hard, like she wants to shake the thoughts away.
I just couldn't stand hurting you. I knew it would kill you. I didn't know what to do.
Everything around me seems to collapse. The past, the present. Everything I thought I knew about what happened all those years ago. Rory, my Aurora, was raped. Got pregnant from that rape. Didn't think she could tell me. And then, when I found out...
I didn't know what I was going to do about the baby,
she continues miserably.
I couldn't bring myself to tell you, and I couldn't imagine telling Thorpe. I couldn't stand the thought of trying to parent with him. But then I lost it.
She breaks down again. Jesus, Rory, I croak, my throat so tight it's like I'm being strangled. Jesus Christ, what have I done?
Nothing,
she cries. She looks at me desperately.
You didn't do anything, Brody. I'm sorry.
Stop. Fuck, now I'm crying. In a second, I'm next to her, gathering her into my arms. Shh. Stop it. It's okay. You're okay. Shh. We sit there, alone in the deserted cafeteria, me stroking her hair, her face buried against my chest. I get a hold of myself, and eventually, she quiets down and stops crying. I grab her some more napkins so she can wipe her face.
I should get back to Dad,
she murmurs. We stand, and silently I walk her back to her father's room. He's awake when we get there, and alert enough to do a double take when he sees me. Hello, Mr. Wilkins. I nod to him. It's been a while. He glances at Rory, his eyes demanding an answer.
Brody found out you were in the hospital, Dad, and came over to help me out,
Rory tells him. A familiar expression settles on his face, the one I used to see back when we were teenagers. This one isn't good enough. But to his credit, all he says is, I see. Lainey comes into the room.
Hey, everyone. Mr. Wilkins, I spoke to the attending doctor. Looks like you get to go home this afternoon.
Well, that's good news, Rory's dad replies in a frail voice. As it turns out, I'm not such a big fan of hospitals.
I'm going to have to go back to the house and get your car, Dad,
Rory says, wrinkling her brow.
I don't have transportation here at the hospital.
I can grab a car and come back to pick you up, I say. Don't worry about that. Rory looks at me gratefully. Lainey continues.
I understand your nurse will be by with some discharge paperwork in a bit. Just sit tight, sir.
She turns to Rory.
Can you come with me to my office for a few minutes? I'd like to talk to you about some options for follow-up care at home for your dad.
The two of them leave together. I tell Rory's dad I'll be back in a little while to take them home. As I'm turning toward the door, he calls to me. Brody. His voice is weak but stern. I'd like to know what exactly it is you're doing. Not sure what you mean, sir. Oh, I think you do know exactly what I mean, he shoots back. You were never my favorite person back when you started dating my daughter. Even less so when the two of you ran off and eloped. And least of all when you broke my Aurora's heart. He struggles to sit up in bed. I take a step forward to help him, but he shakes his head. No, leave me be. When he's finally arranged himself, he looks back up at me, eyes piercing through me. Now, I have my finger on the pulse of this town well enough to know what you are and who you are. He points at my cut. You can't expect me to be happy that you've shown back up in Aurora's life. Yeah, I can understand that, I reply. I ain't exactly every parent's dream. That's an understatement, he barks. So I'll ask you again. Why in the hell are you here? I let out a breath. Mr. Wilkins, I say, I've spent the last 13 years thinking I hated your daughter, and I've recently come to find out that I was wrong. I ain't making any excuses for the man I am. What you see is what you get. My choices are my own. I don't need any man's approval for them. Your daughter is the best damn woman I ever met, and I'm sorry as hell I wasted 13 years not knowing that. But I'm going to make sure she knows it, starting right now, and I don't need your approval for that. All I need is hers. I turn on my heel. I'll be back to pick you up, I say over my shoulder as I walk out the door. Outside the hospital, I fire up my bike. I'm going to go get the car and bring Rory and her dad back to his house. And then, I've got some people I need to see.
Chapter 25. Rory. After all these years, I can't believe I finally told Brody the truth. I just didn't have the energy to make up a story. Too drained and exhausted from lack of sleep to lie to him anymore when he asked me. Still, in a way, it was a relief to finally just get it out. Now there are no more secrets between us. I thought maybe he would hate me all over again, or blame me, or worst of all, I was afraid he wouldn't believe me, but seemed like none of that happened. I'm still in a daze as we get Dad discharged. Brody comes with a car to drive us home. He doesn't talk much on the ride. At the house, he pulls up in the circular driveway right at the front door and makes sure we get inside okay. Then he drives away. Not long after I get Dad situated in his room, Lainey calls and says she's working on setting up a home health nurse for him. I'm incredibly grateful to her and say so. It's what we do, girl. When you're part of the MC life, you're family. The thought of being in a family that takes care of each other like that sounds so nice. I find myself hoping against hope that someday I'll have something like it. I call into work next and tell Tanette what happened. I explain that Dad and I won't be in for the rest of the week and ask her to let Joshua know. The next few days are kind of a blur. I barely leave the house. The home health nurse comes in and gets himself set up and organized, which includes ordering a hospital-type bed. We set it up in Dad's office on the first floor. Dad complains a little about the changes, but I can tell he doesn't really have the energy to protest them. Rogue doesn't stop by or call. I don't know what to make of it. I guess he didn't take my revelations about Thorpe as well as I thought he did. When Ironwood Car and Truck Repair calls about my car, it's not Rogue on the line, but Mal.
Sorry to tell you, darling, but we're having some trouble getting a replacement windshield for you. We're calling around to salvage yards at this point. It'll be a few more days, maybe a week.
That's okay, I tell him, my heart sinking. I can drive my dad's car until it's repaired. How much do you think it's going to cost to fix everything?
Oh, that depends on whether we can get the parts used for you. Don't you worry about it right now. It ain't gonna break you, I promise.
Later that day, I decide there's a call I need to make. One I should have done weeks ago. Hello, Mom? My mother is overjoyed to hear me. We've mostly just been exchanging texts since I got to Ironwood. I've responded to her queries about how work was going with vague platitudes, saying it's fine but not particularly interesting. But now it's time for me to face up to what I've done, come clean with the truth. How are you, Rory? How's work? I'm fine. I trail off. But about work, I have something I need to tell you. Oh, this sounds serious. I hope everything's okay. It is. I mean, sort of. The thing is, I take a deep breath. Well, actually, Mom, the thing is, I haven't been telling you the truth. I'm not at a training program in Indianapolis. No? No. I'm actually in Ironwood. There's a short silence. Then, I know, honey. What? I sit up in my chair. You know? How? A mother knows, Rory. A mother's bond with a child is unbreakable. How is this possible? How could you know where I am? When I was a kid, Mom always seemed to know when I was lying, but this? She giggles. Well, maybe it's time for me to come clean myself. I did know you were in Ironwood, but that's because technology told me. Remember when I was sick and you and I shared the Where's My Phone app so you wouldn't worry about me? Well, it's still on your phone, sweetie. Oh my God. I put a hand to my forehead. So you've known I was lying to you this whole time? Why didn't you say something? Well, not the whole time, but yes, I think it's fair to say I've known for a while. I let out a dejected sigh. Well, since that's the case, I guess it's about time you learn why I'm here. I tell her everything. About how Dad asked me to come down for a visit. About how when I got here he roped me into working for him. About Dad's illness and his recent hospitalization. About how I feel like right now I can't leave him. About how ambivalent I am about the job at his company, but it doesn't seem like now is the time to tell him that. And there's something else. I pause. I ran into Brody. Oh? I hear the phone shift in her hand. And how was that? I squeeze my eyes shut. Ugh, it's complicated. He hated me at first. He was furious that I was back in town. And then we kept running into each other. And I don't know, eventually he just started seeming to hate me less. And I guess now we're friends, sort of? I shake my head. No, it's more than that. Oh, Mom, I don't know what to think. My voice rises to a wail. I'm happy he doesn't hate me anymore, but I almost wish I'd never seen him again. It's painful, you know? I thought I was over this, but now, seeing him around, knowing he's here, I wish that... You wish you were back together, she finishes for me. Well, is that a possibility? I don't know. A few days ago, I almost thought maybe, but now... I stop myself, not sure how to continue. I don't want to talk to my mom about everything I told Brody. She doesn't know the real truth of what happened years ago. I know I should tell her, and I think I will, but not over the phone. Dad had an attack and went into the hospital a few days ago, I say instead. Brody helped me with getting him home, and I thought maybe we had turned a corner, but I haven't seen him since. I don't know what to think. Maybe Brody just needs some time to process, she says gently. You showed up in his life after all this time, and he wasn't expecting it. Give him a little bit to catch his breath. I don't know, Mom. Maybe it really is too late. As I say the words, I realize for the first time how much I don't want them to be true. My baby girl, she soothes. Listen to me. Your father and I should never have gotten married. We weren't meant to be. I'd say I regret it, but I don't, because I have you. I realized a long time ago that was the meaning of why I was with him. Now I'm better off by myself. Maybe I'll find someone in the future, maybe not. I'm at peace with it either way. But you, on the other hand, you were always meant to be with that boy. She sighs. I always felt sad for the two of you that you didn't meet each other later in life, once you'd lived a little. But it was always clear he was the one for you and you for him. I don't know, Mom. Trust me, she replies. More importantly, learn to trust yourself. Then she changes the subject. She tells me to say hello to Dad and wish him well, which surprises me. We end the call a few minutes later. I'm still mulling over my conversation with her when I go into Dad's study to check on him. His color is better today, probably as a result of Hans the nurse making him eat a balanced diet. Hans and Gina have been butting heads ever since he came to work here. I think Gina takes his presence as an affront to her authority. "Dad," I greet him. "How are you feeling today?"
"I'm fine," he grunts. "Getting sick of sitting here on my ass doing nothing. I should be at the office. This is for the birds."
"Hans says you might be able to go in for a couple of hours next week, just to give it a try. But Dad, you don't want to tire yourself out."
"Doing nothing is tiring me out."
But he lies back against the pillows, closing his eyes. Part of me thinks he needs to complain about not working to show me and himself he's not that sick. "I just talked to Mom," I say tentatively. "She said to say hello." Dad's eyes fly open.
"She did?"
We never discuss her. I know he hasn't talked to her since she moved away. I nod. She says she hopes you're well. Something in his face sags.
"Your mother was a good woman. She wouldn't be off in Europe shopping right now."
He pauses.
"I should have done better by her."
I don't reply, because he's right. He should have. He definitely chose the wrong wife.
"Do you think,"
Dad continues, subdued,
"she'd talk to me sometime if you called her back?"
Something in the regretful tone of this man, who knows he's dying, rips at my heart. I swallow to keep my voice steady. "I don't know. Probably." We chat for a little longer, and then Dad drifts off. I leave him to sleep. Back out in the front hallway, I swipe at the tears that are threatening to spill down my cheeks. I'm almost unbearably grateful that I'm here for my father. No one should be alone when they're sick. I'm going to stay in Ironwood, I realize, at least until Dad passes. After that, who knows? The melancholy I feel after talking to my dad has made me feel antsy. I decide to go for a run. I go upstairs to change, and as I'm leaving, I cross paths with Hans. I tell him where I'm going and that I should be back in an hour or so. Shoving my earbuds in my ears, I punch in a playlist and head out the door into the warm day. I'm determined to leave everything behind for a little while and just be in the moment. Running through residential streets in the nicest neighborhood in Ironwood, there isn't much traffic this time of day. I don't notice the car behind me at first. I have the volume turned up and I'm happily running in rhythm to Shut Up and Dance by Walk the Moon. It's not until the car pulls up alongside me and slows that I see it. I'm so startled I almost stumble, but I recover my rhythm and move closer to the edge of the road to let it pass. It pulls ahead of me, West Virginia plates, I note, and then the brake lights come on. The men are out of the car before I realize what's happening. I skid to a stop, a scream in my throat, and pivot to start racing in the other direction. And that's when I see the gun. One of the men grabs me and pulls me toward the vehicle. My music is still blaring in my ears, an insane soundtrack to the nightmare unfolding. The earbuds are yanked from my ears, and the music is replaced by a scream that I realize is mine. A split second later, a punch to my kidney cuts it off. I gasp at the sudden sharp pain. A hand goes around my mouth. I'm shoved inside the trunk of the car. The world goes black.
Chapter 26. Rogue. "Where are we going?" Thorpe asks as I turn off onto a side road. "This ain't the way to the bar. Got a pit stop to make." I look in the back at Dante and Mal. "You guys good with stopping for a bit out here?" "Sure," Dante says. "We got time." You'd think Thorpe might have been immediately suspicious that we invited him out to watch a game at a sports bar. seeing as how none of my other MC brothers have ever hung out with him before. But you'd be wrong about that. The game's gonna start pretty soon, Thorpe complains. I got money on the Pats. Mal chuckles at Thorpe's whiny ass. You're feeling lucky today, eh, man? It's not until we drive down to the end of a gravel road that leads to nowhere but an open field that Thorpe finally starts to worry. Hey, what are we doing out here? I put the truck in park, then grab the handle to open my door. Get out of the car, Thorpe. Dante, Mal, and I are standing outside now, but Thorpe hasn't moved. He doesn't know what's going on, but he knows enough to be afraid by now. He squinches up his face in apprehension. What the fuck, dude? I said get out of the goddamn car. I guess somewhere in his lizard brain he thinks that staying put might give him some protection from the inevitable. He thinks wrong. I reach behind me, pull out my pistol, point it at him. Now. The sight of my gun breaks the spell. He stumbles out of the car so fast he loses his balance and falls to the ground. Scrambling to his feet, he lets out a high-pitched yelp. What the fuck? What the fuck? He screams. I think you know. No, I don't, he pleads, eyes bulging. Jesus, Rogue, we've been friends for years. Whatever you think I've done, you got it wrong. Mal and Dante have moved to either side of Thorpe, ready so that when he turns to run, they catch him easily. They each take hold of an arm, and Mal yanks his up and pulls, forcing Thorpe to his knees. He screams again and starts to cry. A dark patch appears at his crotch. I take a few steps forward. Look at me, you son of a bitch. Do it. Now. Sobbing, Thorpe looks up. I point the gun at his head. He shrinks back, but Mal grabs his hair and forces him to stay in position. Here's the deal. My voice is arctic. I think you know exactly what I've brought you here about. It's 13 years too late, but it's time for you to own up to it. What? What the fuck, man? I press the barrel of the gun to his forehead. You say what the fuck one more time, I'll blow your fucking head off. You got that? Whimpering, he nods. Seconds later, the smell of shit wafts up to my nostrils. Oh, jeez, Dante mutters in disgust. I want to hear you say it, I tell Thorpe. All of it. The only fucking chance you got of getting out of this alive is if you tell me what you did. All of it. Nothing left out. Thorpe's eyes start to pinball back and forth crazily. I can see his brain trying to do the calculations in his head. He doesn't believe I'll let him live if he talks, but he also knows damn well I'll kill him if he doesn't. What do you want to know? He whispers. You're going to tell me everything about how you raped Rory, Aurora Wilkins, and you're going to tell me why. I didn't. I swear. A wave of fury washes over me. I clock him in the face with a pistol. He cries out, and blood starts flowing out of his mouth and nose. I'm pretty sure I broke at least a couple of teeth. You lie again, this is over. They'll be the last words you ever say. I nod at Dante, who reaches into his back pocket, pulling out a plastic bag. He waves it in front of Thorpe. You see this? Thorpe nods dumbly. Sometimes the most effective interrogation techniques are the simplest, Dante says casually. He pulls the bag over Thorpe's head, closing it off around his neck. Inside the bag, Thorpe screams and starts to struggle. Dante counts off 20 seconds, then pulls the bag off. Thorpe gasps and sucks in large lungfuls of air, his face red and sweaty. So, that's what we're looking at for the next hours of your life, I tell Thorpe. That, or I blow your head off right now and it's over. Don't ever say I didn't give you any choices. Okay, Thorpe chokes. I did. What you said. Start from the beginning, I grit out. The hand not holding the gun clenches into a fist. Everything. Every goddamn thing. It takes 2 more times with the bag, but we get it all out of him. how my father approached Thorpe about trapping Aurora into sex, about how the plan was for him to take pictures of her and show them to me. But in the end, she was too unconscious for it to look convincing, and anyway, Thorpe was afraid I'd blame him for it. How my dad withheld the money he was going to pay Thorpe when Thorpe refused to show me the pics, but then paid him double once I split up with Aurora. The whole time he's talking, Rory's face is in my mind. Young, perfect Aurora, who loved me and got drugged and raped because of it. Thorpe didn't know she got pregnant. That much is clear. Aurora never told him, and no one else knew except me. She lived alone with that, and the miscarriage, torturing her for years. In the end, I almost do kill Thorpe. The bloodlust I feel when I look at him is unlikely any I've ever experienced. In the end, it's only what it would do to Rory that stops me. She would find out about Thorpe's death and know I did it. I can't traumatize her anymore, even if I want this more than almost anything I've ever wanted. But in the end, this is about her, not about me. That doesn't stop me from meting out my own justice. I stick my gun in the waistband of my jeans. You son of a bitch, I seethe. You fucking piece of goddamn garbage. You will never, ever rape anyone again. His head bobs furiously, desperate to cling on to the one thread, however slim, that he'll get out of this. I swear, Rogue, I'm sorry. I was stupid. I'd never do that again. I throw back my head and let out a loud howl of laughter. Oh, you think I'm going to take your word for it, you filthy piece of shit? I'm going to make sure of it. Bending down, I reach down inside my boot and pull out a knife. Take his pants down, I tell Mal and Dante. When Thorpe realizes what's about to happen, he starts screaming again. This time I let him. Ain't no one out here to hear him anyway. This time, it's music to my ears. I have to shower and change when I get home to get the blood off, but also to cleanse my soul of the last couple of hours before I go see Rory. I haven't laid eyes on her for days, not since she told me what happened with Thorpe. I couldn't, until I dealt with him. But now I can't wait to see her beautiful face again. I drive over to her dad's house without calling or texting first. Everything I have to say, I need to say to her in person. But when the front door opens, her dad's nurse, Hans, stands there, a worried expression on his face. "Is Rory with you?" he asks. "Do you know where she is?" "What? No. What the fuck is going on?" I demand. Hans shakes his head. "She went out for a run. She should have been back 2 hours ago." I try to call and text her, but she doesn't answer. Shit. I don't like this. You say she was on foot? He nods. "Yes. When she left, she said she'd be back in about an hour. I'm sorry, I should have noticed earlier. I was dealing with Richard. I lost track of time." "Does her dad know she's gone?" "No." "Okay, good. Let's not worry him yet." I rack my brain trying to think of what to do. My gut is telling me this isn't just her spontaneously deciding to go to a movie or something. I call around to the old ladies, but none of them has seen her either. I even call the Viking, but she hasn't been in. Finally, out of desperation, I ask Hans and Gina, the cook, whether they have Rory's mom's number. She answers on the second ring. "Hello?" "Hi, Susan? This is Brody Hicks."
"Brody?"
Her voice is friendly at first, but her tone instantly changes.
"Oh my God. Has something happened to Rory?"
"Well, see, that's what I don't know," I say carefully. "She went out for a run a few hours ago, but she hasn't come back. I can't get hold of her. She isn't answering calls or texts."
"Brody,"
her voice cracks.
"Oh my God."
"I know. You got any ideas?"
"No. I haven't talked to her in a couple of days."
Shit. Okay, look. I'm sorry to worry you like this. Call me back if you hear from her. I'll be in touch. I hang up, at a loss. I start to pace in the entryway. Think, goddammit, think. Where could she be? A few minutes later, just as I'm starting to feel like I'm going to go out of my fucking mind, my cell rings. Rory. I stare at the screen, but it's not her number. What? I growl.
Brody, it's Susan.
Her voice is high, trembling.
I forgot I have an app on my phone that tracks hers.
It's a lifeline. Talk to me.
Hold on, I'm opening it up. Wait.
The next 10 seconds are an agony, but then...
Her phone is online,
she exclaims.
She's not in Ironwood. She's east of there. It doesn't look like she's moving.
I'm already running out to my truck. Zoom in, I shout as I climb into the cab. Take a picture and send it to me. Then zoom out again and take another one. I'm on my way. Hans and Gina shout questions at me from the doorway. No time, I yell back. The truck's engine roars to life and I jam it into gear and gun it, flying through the neighborhood faster than anyone has ever driven on these Tony streets. Seconds after I hang up with Susan, I'm calling Mal. Hey, need your help. Get Dante and Matthias and start driving east. I'll text you with more info in a minute. What's going down, brother? I don't know who it is, but someone's got Rory. I blow through a stop sign, earning an angry honk from a chick in a minivan. I need you to help me get her back.
Chapter 27. Rory. The trunk of the car is stiflingly hot. Within 30 seconds, I start to sweat profusely. I'm gasping for breath and realize I might be starting to have a panic attack. Air. I need air. Calm down, Rory. You have to calm down. There's no way this trunk is airtight. Stop it. I don't know where the voice within me comes from, but it's like a lifeline. I do my best to listen to it, focusing on breathing slowly, on trying to think. Isn't there a law that every trunk has to have an escape thingy? My heart flips with hope. Taking another deep breath, I let it out slowly and deliberately. Then reach out, groping blindly at all the surfaces for anything that might be a release lever. When I don't find anything right away, the panic starts to creep back. There's a weird buzzing on the surface of my skin. My racing heart sends my adrenaline spiking. Forcing myself to take some more deep breaths, I wait until I'm a little calmer and start searching again. This time, I'm able to be more systematic, more deliberate. I start with one wall of the trunk and go back and forth, making sure to examine all the surfaces for the lever that must be there. On the third wall, my hand brushes up against something. It's a T-shaped object, dangling from a string. The rush of hope is dizzying. It takes everything I have in me not to pull it immediately. But the car is moving, and judging from the high pitch of the humming tires underneath me, we're going fairly fast. Keeping my hand near the release handle so I don't lose it, I force myself to close my eyes and listen to all the road sounds. I don't hear any traffic except an occasional whoosh, so I'm guessing we're not in a town. On a highway, most likely. Which means we're not in Ironwood. That means I'm alone out here. Panic again. More deep breathing. More listening to the road, straining for anything I can hear. Eventually, I start to make out some voices inside the main compartment of the car. I can't really hear what they're saying, except maybe a word here or there. There are a couple of lower voices, but then two separate voices that almost have to be women. What could they possibly want with me? Who are they? The longer I wait, the more convinced I am that I have to try to make a run for it. There's no way I can fight off 4 people. I couldn't even fight off the 2 men who pulled me into the car, and at least one of them has a gun. An anguished sob escapes my throat, but I push it down. I can't afford to lose it right now. Eventually, the tire noise starts to lower in pitch. We're slowing down. Suddenly, I don't know what to do. I can't think. I can't decide. But then I hear the low roll of a rumble strip. Before I can let myself hesitate, I yank on the release. A sliver of light appears. I push up on the trunk door and launch myself out of the still-moving car. My body hits the ground with a soul-shaking thud that reverberates through every bone. I'm flung like a top from its string onto the pavement and skid across the surface. One whole side of my body feels like it's being sheared away as the road takes the top layer of my skin with it. The pain is so great that a scream rips from my throat. A split second later, my head smacks against the ground hard enough to send every coherent thought spinning away from me. I roll to a stop. For an eternal moment, my brain seems to not want to function. But somehow, two thoughts manage to force themselves to the surface. One is run. The first is to wonder whether I hurt myself enough to die. I ignore that one and focus on the second one. Run. I push against the ground. Somehow I manage to get myself upright, but a sudden wave of dizziness almost pulls me back down. Staggering to my feet, I peer at the highway and will my body to start moving. Angry shouts behind me finally jolt my legs into action. At the second step, the agony in my right leg almost sends me to the ground again. I hiss out a breath and try again. I make it maybe 4 more lurching steps when rough hands grab my arms. "You fucking idiot!" the man yells. He slams a fist against the side of my head and then starts to drag me backwards, back toward the car. I scream and struggle, pain and fear making me fight harder than I ever have in my life. It's not enough. "Jesus Christ, we should just dump her here," a female voice says. The man dragging me hauls me up to my feet so that I come face to face with 2 women. The one on the right stares at me, her face contorted into a mocking snarl. "You thought you were gonna get away, dumb shit?" "Why are you doing this?" my mouth asks. The voice that comes out sounds far away. My stomach roils. I'm either about to throw up or pass out. "You think you're such fucking hot shit, waving your tits around the lords and the wretched souls?" The one on the left spits. "Your pussy ain't all that. You don't even rate, you fucking skank." The other one sneers. "I bet they won't even notice you're gone, you dumb cunt." Gone. Gone. Holy shit, now I know who they are. The one on the left is the club girl that was hanging around Rogue. Sassy? The one that was mad as hell that I was around. And the other one is Wrecker's old lady. I begin, but Wrecker's old lady slaps me across the face. "Don't you try to play dumb," she screeches. "Fucking bullshit." Jesus, both of these women have it in for me. And if they're willing to go this far? I force myself not to finish that thought. "What are you planning on doing?" I ask. My head is pounding so hard I can barely get my mouth to form words. "No one will come after you as long as you just let me go. You can even just leave me here. You've made your point. I'll leave town." I take a few panting breaths, pushing back against the pain. "I'll leave the area. I'll go back to Indiana, not come back." "Not good enough." Wrecker's old lady gives me a look filled with hate and pulls an object out of the pocket of her skin-tight jeans. There's a click and a blade shoots out. A switchblade. "You're gonna pay." She steps closer. Before I realize what's happening, she lashes out with the blade toward my face. I flinch and try to pull away, but she's faster than I am. For a split second, I have no idea what's happened. Then there's a sharp pain followed by a numbness on my left cheek. Next to her, Sassy's eyes widen. "Oh, shit!" She laughs. "You cut her."
"That's gonna leave a mark,"
one of the men quips with a leer. "When we're done with you, you're gonna be so ugly no man will ever look at you twice again." Wrecker's old lady taunts. You won't be able to stand looking in the mirror, and every time you do, you'll remember you fucked with the wrong person. She nods at the men, tie her hands and her feet up and toss her back in the trunk.
Shit,
The other man spits, turning to the horizon.
car coming. Get her in there.
I struggle and scream as the one holding my arms starts to muscle me toward the trunk. I kick out with my good leg, but my bad one buckles under me. The pain is blinding, but all I can think of is staying out of the trunk long enough for the approaching car to see me. "Help!" I shout. "Help me!" A crack of gunfire splits the air.
Holy fuck!
The man holding me yells. He lets go of me and drops me to the ground, and I collapse onto the pavement next to him. Another shot rings out. Flinging my arms over my head, I risk a look toward the approaching car, which is actually a truck. There's someone leaning out the passenger window, aiming a gun. They're shooting at us. A third shot. The women are shrieking behind the car where they've taken cover. Sassy shouts at the men to shoot back. I'm in the middle of a war zone. Trying to stay as low as possible, I start to drag myself to the side of the road. Any second, I'm expecting a bullet to hit me. I inch toward the shoulder, helpless cries emitting from my throat like it belongs to someone else. Eventually, once I feel gravel, I heave myself onto my side and start to roll my body into a shallow ditch that I hope is deep enough to hide me. Please don't see me, please don't see me, I pray. As I come to a rolling rest in the shallow trench, the pickup comes to a stop with a squeal of tires. There's shouting, words I can't make out at first, and then...
Rory!
It's Brody.
Rory!
The agony in his voice is unmistakable. I'm here, I shout back. In the ditch.
Stay where you are.
More gunfire. A man screams. I keep my eyes squeezed shut, sobbing and praying. Angry shouts. A scuffle. A woman, I think Wrecker's old lady, starts to plead and cry, then abruptly stops.
Rory?
Brody's voice again, closer now. I'm being lifted. The world tilts and my stomach lurches. I lean over, dry heave.
Shit. Rory.
I'm okay, I gasp, still sobbing.
No, you're not.
I open my eyes to see him staring at me, fear and worry clear in his eyes.
You're hurt. Where are you hurt?
My leg, I manage. And I hit my head.
Rogue.
One of the lords, Mal, appears over Brody's shoulder. He lets out a low whistle when he sees me.
Jesus, girl, you don't look so hot.
His gaze shifts to Brody.
We got the women secured. One of them is Sassy.
The other one is Wrecker's old lady, I choke out. They were going to make me pay for what happened at the pig roast.
Fuck,
Brody hisses.
Is the car drivable?
Just about. Mal nods.
We shot a couple of bullets in the driver's side, but nothing major. Take care of them,
Brody directs.
I need to get Rory some help. No problem, brother. Consider it done.
Mal turns away, and I follow him with my eyes as he approaches two other lords. They're standing over the men on the ground who are not moving. My stomach lurches.
You're hurt bad, Rory,
Brody says, his voice strained.
Bad enough that our MC's doc can't fix you up enough. We're gonna get you to a hospital, baby, okay?
I want to argue, to tell him I'm fine, but the look in his eyes stops me. Brody reaches up to stroke my cheek. When he takes his hand away, there's blood on his fingers.
What happened to your face?
I pant. Wrecker's woman cut me. She said she was going to make it so no man would look at me again. The flash of pure rage in Brody's eyes is like nothing I've ever seen before.
Jesus.
He chokes.
Jesus.
I jumped out of the trunk when the car was still moving. I continue. I tried to wait until I could tell we were going slow. I didn't know where we were, but I had to try. I'm starting to babble. I didn't know what else to do, Brody. I couldn't. Shh. He pulls me to him, kissing my forehead.
It's okay. It's over, Rory. It's over. You did good. I'm here.
All of a sudden, the enormity of it hits me. What if you hadn't gotten here in time? I whisper, as hot tears start to fall from my eyes. They would have... I can't finish the words. Brody's face pales.
We did get here,
He says hoarsely.
We got to you. It's okay. You're safe. You're safe, babe. We're gonna go get you fixed up.
Brody scoops me carefully into his arms. He carries me to his truck and deposits me gently into the passenger seat.
I gotta go tell the guys something,
He says.
I'll be right back. You sit tight.
Brody straps me in, leaning over to secure the buckle on my seatbelt, then closes the door. I watch as he jogs over to his MC brothers. His voice is too low for me to make out what he's saying, but his angry gestures convey what the words don't. One of the bikers, Matthias, claps him on the back, then glances over at me. A few seconds later, Brody comes back and climbs into the driver's side.
You gonna be able to hold on until we get to the hospital?
He asks me as he starts the engine. I nod, then wince, because it hurts to move my head. What's going to happen to them? What are you going to do to them?
That's none of your business,
Brody growls. Then, glancing at me, his tone softens.
It's better for you if you don't know. The important thing is you're out of danger. None of them will ever be able to hurt you again.
Are the men dead? I whisper. Brody doesn't reply. What about your club? Won't this start a problem, a war, between you and the wretched souls?
Don't you worry about that either.
I taste bile at the thought of what I might have started. I start to protest, but Brody cuts me off.
Rory, I mean it. Don't worry about the club. We'll be fine. The Lords take care of our own. We'll deal with the consequences. I won't have you freaking out about that. Promise me.
I know arguing won't do any good, and I'm so tired. I just decide to let it go. How did you find me? I lean back against the seat and close my eyes.
I went to your house. Needed to talk to you. Hans and Gina said you went out for a run and didn't come back. No one knew where you were. I was out of ideas when I somehow got the idea to call your mom. She had that phone tracker app on her phone for you.
My mom? You talked to my mom?
I didn't want to.
Brody flashes me a contrite look.
Didn't want to worry her, but I had no choice. Good damn thing I did, too.
I reach for the pocket of my yoga pants where my cells should be. It's not there. I don't have it, though. I frown in confusion.
Well, it led us right to you, so it was in the car.
I think back to when they knocked me unconscious. Maybe they took it off me, but didn't get rid of it? The realization that my abductors might have led Brody and the Lords right to them hits me. And suddenly, I'm overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. I start to laugh and cry at the same time.
Babe?
Brody says, alarmed. I'm okay, I gasp, holding my sides against the pain of my laughter. It's just a lot to process. He gives me a concerned frown.
You need to rest now. Enough talk until we get to the hospital. I can't have you exhausting yourself.
Is that an order? I say weakly.
It would be if you ever listened to a damn thing I said.
But then I feel the soft brush of his hand against my cut cheek.
Please,
He says gently.
for me.
I consider his words. Brody Hicks, I murmur. I would do anything for you. All you had to do was ask.
Chapter 28, Rogue. I drive like a bat out of hell back to Ironwood and get Rory to the hospital. On the way, I call Lainey. She meets us at check-in and promises to make sure questions about what happened to Rory are kept to a minimum so the cops don't get involved. As they wheel Rory away, I tell her I'll be back as soon as I can. I make Lainey promise to call me with any news about Rory's condition. Then I take off for the clubhouse. Axel and Rourke meet me there. I tell them what happened and who's responsible for kidnapping Rory. In the chapel, with me there, Axel calls the prez of the Wretched Souls. He tells Leadbelly what happened, that Wrecker's old lady enlisted one of our club whores to kidnap one of our old ladies. There's about to be one hell of a war between our clubs, Leadbelly, Axel bites out, anger snapping from him like an electrical current. Unless you figure out a way to make this shit right. Meantime, my men shot the guys who were with them. Didn't shoot the women, because we don't do that shit. Now they're yours to deal with. We dumped the bodies and the women across the state line in Kentucky. Go pick up your garbage. He slams the phone down and just stops short of hurling it across the chapel. He turns to me. Go see your woman, he tells me. I make a quick stop at my place and I'm back at the hospital in 15. Lainey's talked to Rory's doc and she meets me in the waiting area.
They'll be getting her settled into a room pretty soon, she tells me. Rory's got some bad road rash, which they're treating and which should be okay unless infection sets in. She's got mild whiplash and a head injury from when her torso hit the ground and her head followed. The doc says her skull is not fractured, but she does have a concussion that they think is mild. There's no internal injury to the brain as far as they can tell, but they'll be keeping her here until they can be sure. And she has a partial fracture to the fibula in her right leg, plus the laceration to her cheek, which they're stitching up. She'll have a scar, but Dr. Everett does good work. It probably won't be that noticeable.
Having Lainey list all the ways Rory's hurt does something to me. This girl, who 2 months ago I thought I hated more than any other woman I've ever known, came close to dying. I almost lost her. I reach into the pocket of my cut, making sure the papers I brought with me are there. It's about time I tell her the truth. It takes fucking forever for the hospital staff to get her set up in her room. While I'm waiting, I call Rory's mom and tell her she's okay. I have to make some shit up about what happened, of course. Susan seems to believe me, and I manage to convince her that she doesn't need to come down to Ironwood. Then I call Rory's dad's place and tell them the same story. Not long after that, Axel calls with an update from Wretched Souls. Finally, a nurse comes out and tells me I can go in to see Rory. When I push open the door, she's propped up in the hospital bed, hooked up to a couple machines. There are dark circles of exhaustion under her eyes. Her left cheek is stitched up and swollen. She's never looked more beautiful to me.
This one needs her rest, so don't tire her out,
the nurse warns me before leaving us alone. I go in and sit down on the bed next to her. Rory gives me a weak smile. How you feeling? I ask.
I felt better,
she admits.
Mostly I'm just tired and achy. My head hurts. They said I have a concussion. I'm supposed to not look at screens for a while.
I try to keep the conversation light, but Rory keeps asking me about what's happening between the Lords and the Wretched Souls. I know she's not going to let it go unless I give her something, so I tell her as much as I can. Turns out Sassy knew Wrecker's old lady from before all this, I say. I guess Sassy used to hang around the Wretched Souls Club before she got involved with the Lords. Sassy already wasn't a fan of yours because of me, and when she saw what happened with Wrecker at the pig roast, she went and found his old lady, and the two of them started talking about you. I guess they decided to team up to teach you a lesson. I wait for Rory to process this. I'm guessing they're probably the ones responsible for smashing up your car, too.
Oh my God, I didn't think of that,
she exclaims. Speaking of which, the Lords are fixing up your car. It should be all ready to go by the time you get out of here.
What about the Lords and the wretched souls?
I shift on the bed and chuckle. Well, sweetheart, you may have just inadvertently done us a favor. The wretched souls were pretty eager to wipe the slate clean to avoid starting a war between us, since one of their women came after one of ours. You may be the best ambassador we could have had. They're disciplining Wrecker's old lady. Don't know how, don't want to know. But their prez has given us his word she won't be bothering you again. Not only that, but he's giving you a marker.
A marker?
She wrinkles her nose.
What's that?
It's like an IOU, an acknowledgement that their club is in your debt. The wretched souls owe you one, in other words. She shakes her head slowly.
This is such a bizarre day,
she breathes. Tell me about it, I snort. Oh, by the way, I called your mom, and then I called your dad's house. I told them all you were out running and got hit by a car. I made sure to tell them your injuries are minor, though, all things considered. Gina and Hans didn't tell your dad you were missing in the first place so as not to stress him out. They figure it'll be better to bring you back there so he'll see you're fine before anyone tells him about your accident.
What about Mom?
Rory frets. She was pretty freaked out, but I talked her down. She made me promise you'd do a video call to her later. She says she wants to see your face.
My face?
She reaches out and touches her stitched cheek.
Does it look awful?
No, looks badass, I say honestly. She shakes her head.
You're just saying that.
Babe, I don't just say shit to make people feel good. You, above all people, should know that. She blinks.
Actually, I guess I do.
Huh. There's a knock at the door. The nurse pokes her head in.
Let's wrap it up in here. Our patient needs her rest.
I hold up a hand. 5 minutes. The nurse grumbles something but closes the door. So, there's one more thing I wanted to talk to you about. I reach into my cut and pull out some documents, which I toss on the bed.
What's that?
Well, maybe this ain't the right time. But given everything that's happened today, I ain't all that inclined to wait any longer. I clear my throat. We've been living for years, married on paper, but not in real life. I figured it's about time to take care of that shit. Rory pales.
You mean?
I mean, I say, interrupting her. Either we're married or we aren't. What do you say, Rory? I pick up the documents on the bed and unfold them, spreading the sheets out on her lap. She looks from them to me, her eyes searching my face. When we ran off and got married, we were young and dumb, I begin. We didn't know what the hell we were doing. But turns out the day I said I do to you was the smartest thing my dumbass ever did. Thing is, though, we got all fucked up by life. I look into her eyes, take her hands in mine. And I guess we were too young to sort that shit out. But we're not those kids anymore. And even though it took me a while to stop being so goddamn dumb, I think I finally pulled my head out of my ass. I'd marry you again in a heartbeat, Aurora. And it's time I showed you that. I nod toward the papers. How about we do that vow renewal thing people do and go on that honeymoon we never took? When Rory realizes what I'm saying, tears spring to her eyes. She blinks to try to stop them, but they're rolling down her cheeks before she can manage it.
Where should we go?
She chokes. Well, I thought maybe we could go up north. Get a cabin somewhere. I smile. Maybe, if we're lucky, we'll see those northern lights I used to tell you about when we were kids. Aurora Borealis. Her voice breaks, and she tries again.
I'd really like that.
So, just to be clear, you're saying you'll marry me? My voice is hoarse.
Yes.
It comes out in a sob. It's then that I catch a glimpse of the thin chain around her neck. Gently, I reach for it and pull it out from under her hospital gown. Unclasping it, I take the rings off the chain. About time these found their way back to where they belong, I say gruffly, sliding them onto her left ring finger.
I love you, Brody,
she whispers. I love you too, babe. Now I'm the one fighting tears. I'm sorry it took us so long to get back to each other. For a couple minutes, I just hold her. We don't talk. The nurse comes back in, and this time, I can tell she isn't going to take no for an answer. I decide to leave and let Rory get her rest. I'll be back tomorrow, as soon as they'll let me. I've got Rory back. I've finally got her back. The only woman I've ever loved. The only one I ever will love. My wife.
Epilogue. Rory. 6 months later. And so, in closing, Joshua says, looking around the room, we salute Richard Wilkins for building this company into one of the biggest commercial real estate firms in the state. I'm proud and honored to be taking over as CEO, and I promise that with all of you to help me, the best days of RJW are ahead of us. Applause fills the room of the banquet hall. My father doesn't stand up at his place to the right of the podium, but he does nod and raise his hand in a wave. Getting him to agree to this retirement party took some effort. Seeing him there, still healthy enough to enjoy his employees and colleagues celebrating him, puts a lump in my throat. Next to me, at one of the front tables, Brody shifts in his chair, chafing in his suit. He's not built to wear such formal attire, but he looks damn good in it. I've heard the comments of appreciation from more than one woman this evening. I try not to show that I've noticed. Even Joshua has remarked on it. That man is fine. He grinned at me when Brody went off to get me a glass of wine. Damn, you want to show me where you got him? Are you sure an outlaw motorcycle club is your dating pool? Maybe not. He cocks his head. But I can definitely sit back and appreciate, can't I? I'll allow it. I laugh. I still can't believe you two were married for all those years. And you really didn't see or hear from each other that whole time? Nope. If Dad hadn't gotten sick, we might never have reunited. Weird how life works, isn't it? It's true. Although I wish Dad wasn't sick, I've learned to take the good with the bad. Besides, my relationship with my father was also rekindled as a result of his illness. I'm hoping he lives as long as he can, with the best quality of life that he can. And the good news is, I get to be here for him for it. Dad and Mom have started talking again, although Mom has made it more than clear that it's just out of friendship. That and the fact that as a cancer survivor, she can relate to him, as someone who's been there. She's flying out next week to come to Ironwood. It'll be the first time the two of them have seen each other since their divorce. And of course, it will be the first time she's seen Brody in almost 14 years as well. I warned her that my husband is now a member of a motorcycle club and that she needs to prepare herself. But she just laughed me off. What matters is who that boy is deep down, she said. He's a good person, and he loves my daughter. That's all I need to know. Dad's retirement party continues into the night, but Dad himself tires out early. Brody and I drive him back in Dad's car. His soon-to-be second ex-wife isn't there, having recently taken off on another trip. Dad says he doesn't care, and in fact seems to be happy that Stephanie's not around. She's off on her own and good riddance, he said to me earlier today.
She's already shown me her true colors. No point in trying to play the devoted wife now. Just makes revising my will easier. She'll have a shock coming. There was a gleam in his eye. So will your mother. A good one, in her case.
After we get Dad settled in for the night, we leave his place in our truck and head for home. In a way, living with Brody is a lot like it was when we were first married more than a decade ago. Except now, I'm about 1,000,000 times more aware and thankful for what I have. The man that the Lords of Carnage call Rogue is the best husband I could ever ask for, and he makes sure that I know how much he loves me every single day. And night. When we get back home, Brody takes the dog out while I go into the bedroom to slip off my formal attire. One last glance in the mirror shows me that I looked pretty good this evening. But I'm not likely to have to dress up this much for a very long time, and for that, I'm thankful. I ease my feet out of the heels that seemed a lot more comfortable at the beginning of the night, massaging first one and then the other. With a little effort, I manage to unzip my dress. I hang it up in the walk-in closet that's mostly empty, and wonder if I'll ever have enough clothes to fill my half. Last, I go into the bathroom and scrub off my makeup, then pull my hair out of its array of pins and let it tumble down over my shoulders. I'm wearing it longer now, and Brody loves that. Thinking of him makes me smile, just like it always does.
Penny for your thoughts.
He growls from the bathroom doorway. That's the corniest thing I've ever heard you say. I giggle.
Want to go to the bedroom? 23 skidoo.
He replies, mugging like an actor in an old movie. You are the strangest man I've ever met. I shake my head. His eyes rake over my body as I stand before him in only my bra and panties.
And you are the hottest woman in the damn universe. Also, thanks for giving me a head start.
As soon as I'm out into the hall, Brody swoops me up into his arms like a caveman. I shriek with laughter as he carries me through the hall and deposits me on the bed. In a flash, he's got his own shirt and pants off, his cock springing to attention.
Off,
he says, gesturing at my bra and panties. I stand up and comply, doing a short striptease as he lies back on the bed making appreciative noises. When I'm naked, he orders me, in a voice filled with heat,
climb on.
My core starts to throb as I straddle his waist and take his cock in my hands, ready to guide him in. He shakes his head.
Bring that pussy up here.
I move toward his face. He grabs my ass and lowers me onto his mouth. I let out a little gasp as his tongue finds me, licking and tasting, holding me up as my legs start to tremble. Oh, God, that's so good, I moan. Brody. I'm already in danger of losing my balance, so I brace myself against the wall and start to ride his tongue. Fuck, this is heaven. Brody squeezes my ass and guides me closer, his lips finding my clit. He begins to suck, and in seconds I'm on the verge of losing control. I can't hold out. I can't last. My legs start to tremble. I whisper his name. Then I come apart. Brody laps at me until I can't stand anymore. Then he lifts me and lowers me onto his cock. He slides into me, filling my delicious ache, then grips my hips and lifts his.
Jesus,
he groans.
I fucking love how wet you get for me.
He lifts me and begins to thrust into me deep and hard. The angle hits something deep inside me just right. And before long, a wave of something uncontrollable washes through me and I'm coming again, clenching around his cock. A few seconds later, I can actually feel him expanding inside me, and then he comes hard, shouting my name. Holy shit, I whisper when I start to return to Earth. He takes me in his arms as I collapse against him. That was intense. How is it always so good?
13 years to make up for,
he replies, kissing my forehead.
We've got a lot of work to do, princess.
If only all work was that much fun. I sigh. So, Brody says as we bask in the afterglow,
are you happy to have your last official duty for RJW in the rearview mirror?
I am. Weirdly, I'm grateful for the experience, but mostly I'm grateful that I know for sure it's not what I want to do for the rest of my life.
Speaking of which,
he rumbles,
I got a surprise for you. Sort of an official new job present.
Oh yeah? Does it involve an encore presentation of what we just did? I tease.
That can be arranged.
He smirks.
But no. Come on.
He slides out from under me and climbs out of bed, stretches out his hand.
Let's go take a look.
Now, do I need to put clothes on? I ask as I let him haul me up.
Nope. Only you go ahead of me so I can stare at your ass. It's in your office.
I go to the spare room that I've been turning into my office and flip on the light. Dogzilla is there in his massive dog bed on the floor. He looks up expectantly as though he's in on the secret. And there on the desk is a new laptop, sporting a big red bow on top. It's exactly the kind I was saying that I wanted to get for myself. I turn to Brody, and he's grinning like a kid on Christmas morning.
Figured I'd give you a head start,
he rumbles, putting his arm around my waist.
You can't be a writer without something to write on.
I bury my head in his chest, and he holds me close. Suddenly, I'm holding back tears of happiness. I can't believe how lucky I am or how my life has turned out. A year ago, it felt like other than my mom, I had nothing. Now, I have everything. The love of my life, my parents, and a chosen MC family full of love, loyalty, and laughter that wraps around me like a warm, wonderful blanket. I can't wait to get started on my first book, I murmur. And the next day, I do just that. It's going to be a romance, my own love story, and it's going to be a doozy. This concludes Iron Bond by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Troy Duran and Anastasia Watley. Copyright 2022 by Daphne Loveling. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daphne Loveling and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.